Good morning, everybody. Apologies for the slight delay in getting underway. I declare open this hearing of the Community Affairs Legislation Committee into the 2024-25 supplementary budget estimates. And I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting today and paying my respects to their elders past and present, and extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here with us today. The committee has fixed Thursday the 19th of December 2024 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee would appreciate if senators could provide any written questions on notice to the Secretariat by Thursday the 14th of November 2024. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the National Disability Insurance Agency and the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and via video conference. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate the public interest immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind all senators that as we continue our work implementing the Set the Standard report, that as Chair I will ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. And I also remind all that this is a workplace, and it's my expectation as Chair that people within this workplace are treated with dignity and with respect. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they're appearing. And I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. Live captions have been enabled for the entire duration of today's hearings. The feed will be displayed on selected video conferencing monitors at the witness bench, the back of the room and in the waiting room. We ask witnesses to please inform the Secretariat if at any time during the hearing you are experiencing any issues, and they will endeavour to troubleshoot them as quickly as possible. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Tim Ayres, Assistant Minister for Trade and Assistant Minister for Manufacturing. I think your title's actually changed, Senator, since my script was. Got a few extra titles in there, apologies, but Assistant Minister for many things, and you are representing the Minister for Social Services. Minister, do you have an opening statement today?
Not after that introduction.
Sorry.
No.
Thank you. I also welcome the Secretary of the Department of Social Services, Mr Ray Griggs, AO-CSC. Mr Griggs, this will be your last appearance before...
I think that's in the hands of the committee, isn't it, Chair?
We'll see how you go today. I'll have more to say about it at the end of the session, but welcome, Mr Griggs. And if you have an opening statement.
I do have a short statement, Chair, thank you. Could I start by acknowledging country and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to First Nations senators and witnesses. Chair, as you noted on the second morning of last time we met at estimates, and again this morning, these hearings are a workplace. There is a significant power imbalance between witnesses and senators, and as such, it is hugely important that our interactions are respectful. And this wasn't the case consistently at the last hearing. As I said at the last hearing, neither I nor my colleagues shrink from robust discussion or uncomfortable scrutiny. We all understand, embrace and value the important oversight role of the Parliament and parliamentary committees. I do, however, hold statutory responsibilities for the safety and wellbeing of my staff in workplace settings, so I do again ask that these hearings are conducted in an appropriate manner.
Thank you, Mr Griggs, and your statement has my endorsement, and I'm sure the endorsement of senators at the table. I would also like to welcome now the Acting Chief Executive of the National Disability Insurance Agency, Mr Scott McNaughton, and the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commissioner, Ms Louise Glanville. Do either of you have an opening statement?
I do, Chair, if that's okay.
Yes, I'll proceed to your opening statement, and then I would like to clarify some correspondence between yourself, the committee and others, but please make your opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. I too would like to acknowledge the traditional owners upon whose lands we meet today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Firstly, Chair and Committee, thank you for inviting us to appear today. Our CEO, Rebecca Falkingham, is an apology today due to illness. Ms Falkingham understands the importance of the agency's appearance before this committee, and she's asked me to act on her behalf, and I'm supported with members of the senior leadership team today. I'd like to make a brief opening comment on behalf of Ms Falkingham. On October the 31st, the agency published its annual report for the 2023-24 financial year. The report shows that for these 12 months, the scheme expenses were $41.8 billion, which is $600 million below the expected figures outlined in the May budget. During the last financial year, the number of participants in the scheme grew to just over 661,000 participants. This represents a lower rate of growth during the 23-24 financial year compared to previous years, and contributing to this is increased number of participants leaving the scheme, mainly children who have benefited from the early intervention as part of the early childhood pathway. Looking forward, the total projected scheme expenditure is $210.3 billion for the 4 years to June 2028. This is approximately $1 billion lower than the estimates in the 24-25 budget and $2.3 billion lower than in the June 23 projections. These outcomes and projections underscore the success the agency has had in supporting more people on the scheme, as well as the impacts of legislative reform while moderating future expenditure growth. The annual report also shows the agency met several key performance targets, including the very key metric of participant perceptions about having more choice and control over their life. There are other areas in the report, however, where we need to do better. We have significant work underway to reduce backlogs and deliver more timely and satisfying responses for our participants. I'm also very proud that the agency posts better results each year in the number of staff with disability we employ in the agency, including our senior executive staff. We've outperformed both measures and nearly doubled the target of senior executives with disability in the agency. The agency will also commence publishing monthly reports, in addition to quarterly reports later this year, and will also be releasing the updated annual financial sustainability report by the end of this calendar year. The next quarterly report is not readily available and is being finalised ahead of the board and to meet its legislative date of 14 November to be published. From Thursday the 3rd of October, the agency operationalised new laws passed by the Parliament in August. These laws represent the biggest change to the scheme since it was introduced in 2013. We know that for most participants on the scheme, this has not led to any significant change, and we remain determined to ensure that all participants continue to receive the reasonable and necessary supports they require. Through the consideration of public consultation conducted by the Department of Social Services, more than 7,000 people shared feedback on the changes to help shape their implementation. And the agency remains deeply committed to co-designing these activities, and we're hearing from more people with greater diversity. We've established co-design working groups whose membership is made up of members from disability carer organisations, IAC members and agency staff. This engagement has helped shape the development of the NDIS support lists, the replacement lists and a range of guidelines to support all NDIS participants in the changes that are relevant to them. The agency is conducting multiple public information sessions about the reforms, and these will continue for the remainder of the year, and there will be specific sessions dedicated to First Nations stakeholders. We also issued extensive information to support these changes, including SMS and emails to participants and providers covering more than 90% of these populations. And a key piece of work has been to support participants on a 12-month transition period for the NDIS support list. This is designed to allow participants time to understand and adapt to the changes. We've also boosted support to disability organisations by providing an extra $10.7 million to help them in their co-design activities. And while we know that some of the community there are concerns about these changes, we know that from our experience and our conversation with participants and the sector that the vast majority of people in the scheme do the right thing. And the agency remains committed to supporting people to do just that. It is a time of great change for the agency, and considerable work has been done to support our staff and participants to help restore to the NDIS to its original intent. I thank you for the committee's appearance today.
Thank you, Mr McNaughton. I am advised that we have media in the room, so if there's no objection from the committee or witnesses, the media are welcome to film and take photos subject to the usual requirements that you are well used to operating within. Before we move to questions from senators, I did want to just clarify a couple of matters. Firstly, I'd like to thank the agency for the letter they provided to the committee, which I believe was seeking to clarify the availability of information, and I appreciate that that was made with goodwill to assist today's hearings. But I understand you've also been made aware that there are concerns by some members of the committee regarding the contents of that letter, specifically concerned that you won't be providing information that is readily available to you. Subsequently, we have received advice from the clerk that if that is what is being suggested by your letter, that would be inconsistent with the procedural requirements of Senate committees. So, Acting CEO, I'm asking you to please clarify the contents of your letter, because it's not actually clear to me as chair, so we can manage that in the context of the advice and our procedural requirements.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The letter that Ms Falkingham sent to the committee was in good faith to explain the statutory timeframes that exist in the Act for the provision of the quarterly report. The Act outlines the timeframes of when that report has to be provided. It is a report from the NDIA board to disability reform ministers. There's a convention, it goes through the ministers to the disability reform ministers, and then it is published. And there is a time frame for that. We are currently within that time frame. It's due to be published on the 14th of November. It is being finalised and considered by our board. It is not yet finalised or stamped or approved by the board. So that's where it is currently as we sit here today. There may be some data points that our actuary and myself can give you some updates in that last quarter, but I would need to seek approval from the board to release the report because they have not yet finalised and endorsed that being published. That's the convention we follow, so have we followed all the time. It's outlined in the Act. And that the board needs to endorse that report, goes to the minister, it goes to DRM, and then we publish it within that time frame, which is due to be published, as I said, on the 14th or by the 14th of November. Okay.
To be clear, if the information is readily available and finalised, then that is something we will be seeking as a committee. But of course, if the information is not available, then that is well within reasonable expectations and standards as well. So I wanted to clarify that point. But do senators have any further points they want to make on this question or clarifications just before we get underway?
No, look, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you and good morning to you all. I think those of you who are here for the last few estimates will understand what this relates to, is we have been round the buoy of this. So the information, just to be very clear, is the questions that we'll have are not for the reports, for the actual copy of the AFSR or the quarterly report, but for the data that underpins it. So we've had this sort of distinction before, and the advice from the clerk is very clear that the data and the information that these reports are based off is the information we seek. So we won't be asking for the reports because we can wait for another couple of days for those, but it's the data that underpins it, that is the assumptions and the figures that are in the budget, what we're looking for.
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. I think to the extent that data is finalised, then we'll be asking questions about that. But I hope that helps clarify for all. We can proceed. So thank you very much. Oh, yes, sorry. Ms Glanville.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I too would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we're meeting, the Ngunnawal people, and to pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, as well as acknowledge any persons with disability here amongst us. I would like to introduce myself. I've been in the role for about 4 or 5 weeks now, and I will soon be joined by Natalie Wade, who is the Associate Commissioner, and she was unable to join us in person today but will be coming online. So that's terribly exciting as a new role that we have in the organisation, and we look forward to answering your questions, and I'm here with several members of our deputy team.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Senator Steele-John.
Chair, on that point of clarification, and I wonder, Mr McNaughton, if you could, if it hasn't been done already, if you would mind circulating your opening statement so that we can read it. Just on the process that you outlined, and you've referenced the convention, can I just clarify in terms of the delivery of the information to the Minister's office and then to be verified by the board, or board and then Minister's approval?
Yeah, Senator, it's the board's report. So it's firstly endorsed by the board.
Yep.
So we finalise the data, finalise the report, the board makes some changes, and then the report is presented to the Minister.
Yep.
The Minister then presents it to his Disability Reform Minister colleagues, and then it's published.
And as of now, in relation to the information that will be published by the 14th of November, has the board met to consider that report?
Not yet, Senator.
It hasn't met?
No.
Does it have a date to meet?
We're hoping to get it to meet today, Senator.
It will be meeting today, and then it will be transmitted.
Hoping for it to meet today. So
Hoping for it to meet today, and then is it expected that it will then be transmitted from the board to the Minister's office for distribution to the DR?
We're very confident we'll meet those timeframes. It's only if the board have any further changes they'd like the agency to make. There is a bit of toing and froing that can occur at times.
Okay. And can you give us the date of the previous board meeting, which would have approved the similar figures for the previous February estimates?
I'll take that on notice. We'll get that to you next.
If you can get it to us during the day, that'd be good.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks, Chair.
On the clerk's advice?
Yes. Senator Steele-John's question.
Senator Cabassas.
Just in relation to the question, in relation to the board, or the answer that the board hopes to meet today, is that normal convention for a board meeting not to be scheduled and for there to be a hope that there is a board meeting on a particular day?
There were some challenges, only that our board chair, without going too much, was overseas, and we had to work around some timeframes for that. But we normally would schedule an extraordinary board meeting just before those timeframes. So we have scheduled board meetings, and then sometimes an extraordinary board meeting to consider matters such as these.
And what would be the normal window of notice for an unscheduled board meeting?
It would depend on the nature of the topic, Senator, but where we know that this has come out, we would try and get that in people's diaries as early as possible.
Right, but would it be usual from the morning of a board meeting for the board not to be aware that there's a board meeting that day?
Oh no, that they would be aware in advance. It was just availability of one of the key board members that could have changed that. That was all.
So there's a board meeting scheduled for today, but at the moment the agency is unaware as to whether it will proceed because one of the individuals might not be available. Is
We're
that correct?
confident it will be proceeding now. Senator.
Okay, so there will be a board meeting today?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Do you know what time?
I don't have the exact times.
Can we find out, please?
Yeah,
because
I'll talk to the Secretariat.
Yeah, but this would mean the material is readily available, that it is formalised. I'd like to clarify, you knew you were coming here today, estimates programs out almost 12 months in advance. Why would the meeting have been scheduled for the day of your appearance, not yesterday, so that you could have provided the data?
Senator, remember, we're working back from the timeframes of when the quarterly report is due to be published.
It's very convenient, though, that the board meeting is today when your appearance is today, and this is a consistent theme within the agency of board meetings, approvals, things going to the Minister occurring conveniently within, I don't know, hours or a day after you appear at estimates. Would there be a deliberate strategy here on behalf of the executive team within the agency to ensure that information is not available at Senate estimates and deliberately being withheld from this committee?
I think the problem. I think in the initial exchanges we had a good basis to proceed. That is the relevant timetables that the agency works to are the dates that are set out for, while estimates is very important to everybody, I'm sure, the relevant timetable that the agency has to meet is those prescribed in the legislation and the rhythm of their reporting schedules. They are, and of course that means that inevitably, no matter when estimates is, there will be some material that is mid-flight, right? It is on the way to being prepared for a board meeting, or for to meet some other timetable. And there is a question, I think, that arises for the committee and for the agency about how to deal with material that is, depending upon which point in the mid-flight it is partly prepared, fully prepared for a board meeting, approved by a board on the way to the Minister's office, approved by the Minister prior to the date, and then published on the date. What I think has happened here in the exchange, I think, between the Chair and Senator Reynolds is the proper, it is legitimate for the committee to ask questions about data that is that the agency is able to provide. I think there's a qualification here, of course, that should be properly understood, that the board might interrogate that data and say, well, I'm not happy with that piece of work, go back and recast that in a particular way to provide better information.
Minister,
the agency,
just
let me conclude, because I think it's going to set the frame for the whole discussion. The agency is saying, and I expect that they will, be as helpful as they can be. It's open to the agency where material is partly prepared to say, look, we'll take on notice the extent to which we can provide that information. That is not what they are saying. They are saying they will, where they can provide that information, do that. I think it is. It is not required for Ms. Falkingham to write in and say, like, this is the extent to which we can provide it. She has done that in addition to. There's no obligation to do that. She has been more than transparent, and that has in fact set this discussion up in the way that it is. That discussion, perfectly fine. What's not fine is to make allegations without any substance about the motivation of officials, which you did then, Senator Hughes. No.
It was a question.
No. You don't get to do that.
Well, I don't get to be lectured by you either.
You made claims about the motivation.
Yes, make your point and then we'll move on.
Of the agency in terms of the way that they've done this.
Well,
they are happy to answer your
come.
questions, but it's just a few minutes into the discussion, allegations already been made.
Well, there are
about
five
the agency.
Minister, Senator Hughes, I think at this point I have sought as Chair to clarify the advice provided by the acting CEO. I think I have been clear as Chair. Our expectations as a committee, rather than hypothesise on what information may or may not be provided, I suggest we get into questions from senators and get the work of this committee underway. Is this a point of order, Senator Reynolds?
It is.
What's the point of order?
I just wanted to seek to clarify what the Minister just said,
Senator,
because it was actually...
That's not a point of order.
Well, he's misleading the committee, so it is a point of order.
That's not... So, the question is that Mr McNaughton, when you did your opening statement, you said that the process was you finalised the data, which is what my understanding always is. The data is the data, and then you cut it into different reports, which are the two reports that we're interested in are currently sitting on someone's desk waiting to be approved. But, Minister, how you just described it then, I just wanted to clarify, because this goes to the heart of this discussion, is you just then said that the board has a look at the data and then might ask for it to be recut. Well, my understanding is that they don't... The data is... Mr Gifford's data is the data. The data is not recut if the board doesn't like it, but they might repackage it.
Or is it?
So, but the data... This is what we're talking about. The data that's gone into those reports, Mr McNaughton has confirmed, has been finalised, and that is what we want to talk about today, not the actual content and how it's been written up.
Yeah, yes, and that's... I
just wanted to clarify, because you did say about recutting the data.
What I'm trying to say is that the board's job is to interrogate what is put before it, and to ask questions about that, and the role of a board is to do that, and there's obviously an iterative process there. I have no specific knowledge of what any of that is.
No, that was because that just came, so thank you, Chair.
I'm not signalling that that's going to be the basis upon which information is dealt with. I'm just discerning as a matter of generality. And I guess, Senator Reynolds, the proof will be in the pudding over the course of the discussion, to the extent to which the agency is able to engage and answer questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for those clarifications. Before I hand the call to Senator Cadell, there are many questions and much interest in this session in a short period of time. It is my intention to indicate that we'll be rotating the call after about 10 minutes. I can interrupt you, or you could helpfully look at your own watch and help guide and manage your questions, which would be appreciated by me. Is this a point of order, Senator Steele-John? Because I'm about to pass the call to Senator.
Thank you, Chair.
What's the point of order, Senator?
The point of order is a point of clarification.
That's not a point of order. Senator, when I return to the call for you, we can pick this up again and you can place that point. But unless it's a point of order, I would like to pass the call to Senator Cadell and get on with the questions. Sorry. Mr Griggs, are you seeking...
Just a very boring process point. Are we going to do this sequentially, agency then commission, or mixed in? Just trying to understand.
No, I believe it will be mixed in, Mr Griggs. In previous efforts to do that, there is so much overlap here that it's not always manageable. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not often here. This is probably my first. This came from a constituent issue, and I'm not sure which is. I'll go to the agency first. Is the term kill list a phrase used by your agency?
No.
Could it be a program, anecdotal, anything used by...
Not that I'm aware of.
On your side?
No.
Okay. Can you tell me why, and I'll table it, in a document here, I have under FOI, in response to an FOI application...
Senator Cadell, that document can be distributed. It can't be tabled.
It can be distributed then. I'll distribute it. In response to an FOI application and documents held in the NDIS servers, 355 documents were found with the term kill list and an individual.
I'll have to have a look at the document, so I'm not aware of that.
It's a document written by Helen HIL 533 dated 10th September 2024. So you've said you don't use the term, but on your own letter to a representative, Margison and kill list are together on documents 355 times.
We'll need more context, Senator. Sorry, I'm willing to understand what it is. I just need more context about the letter you're referring to, and also in what context that would be used.
355 times.
Mr McNaughton, are you seeking to take that on notice?
Absolutely. I'm very interested to get to the bottom of the matter the Senator raises.
So information you can provide?
Yeah.
Clearly be concerned.
I think this is fine to be tabled, but Mr McNaughton, at this point you have the option to take the question on notice.
I'll have to take that on notice, investigate.
Or Senator Cadell, if you have further questions or further information
my colleagues are familiar with.
For a document that's not used, a phrase that's not used, so if you turn over to page 2, section 9, there are terms of the person, Mr John Margerson. I hope that's the right. Looking for his name.
I think, is this the same Mr Margerison who's featured in other estimates?
I don't know the answer to that.
Yes, it is.
Right. Okay. But line 9, kill list, 355 times. So an insider from in your department has told me that's just the number of times that phrase exists with that name attached to it, and there are potentially 10,000 documents with the term kill list on the NDIS servers. Why would the term kill list, given you don't use it, appear on the NDIS servers at all, let alone this number of times?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator. I've never heard of it. I've never seen it used in any document in my 11 years in the agency. So I'm not sure if it's certainly not something we would use in service delivery parts of the agency, but please let me take that on notice and see what that surfaces. But I've never seen it used. but more than happy to take that on notice and investigate.
One of the reasons I asked to go first, and the Chair and our side have done that, is to try and get some answers today. So if it's possible that people back at home or people at the back can go now so we can get some answers before the end of today, that'd be great, because it's of great concern if one person's name is linked to a kill list 350 times and I'm told, and I don't ascertain this is true, it exists over 10,000 times on your servers. Is this clients? Is this people that disagree with NDIS? I want to know the context, and I'd like to find that out today.
Mr McNaughton has taken it on notice. We appreciate any speed you can apply to that.
Can I just
add,
perhaps
Senator
add
Ayres.
to that? We will, over the course of, I guess taking on notice is right, but if we can provide additional information in relation to this over the course of the day, we will.
Yeah.
That's appreciated. Thanks, Minister.
That's the and I mean this is I do have I will I'm not acquainted with any of this detail, but I have I think this has been the subject of other this.
I think other
particular
aspects
name
have.
rings
Other
a bell
aspects for
some
sure.
reason or other.
Senator Cadell, did you have further questions on
I'll put some
this
other
matter?
questions so they can take them on notice based on this case. Providing this is not a complete fabrication, let's go down that path. If the term does exist, can you, on notice, tell me how many times it does appear on the NDI services in total?
That doesn't mean they're the source of the record.
Senator Pratt, Senator Cadell is putting the questions. Please allow him to.
How many times it appears on the NDI?
Senator Hughes, I'm already called her to
in
order.
total?
Senator Cadell.
How many individuals' names are linked to documents where it exists, the context of which it is used, and I would ask you to table as many documents regarding kill list as possible on notice. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Mr McNaughton, are you able to take
Senator,
that on
we'll
notice?
take all of that on notice. The early indications are that it may have been referenced in a media article by a journalist, but we will get that information for you and bring that back on notice.
I appreciate some of that information sounds like it might take a while to prepare, but whatever you can provide to us on early advice
We'll do that,
would be
Chair.
appreciated, Mr McNaughton. The Coalition still has the call for a few minutes, so if someone wants to pick up their questions before I rotate.
Thank you. So quickly.
It'll be a short rotation, Senator, and then I'll pass to Senator Stilljohn.
Do you want to pass it on to Senator
I'm happy to do so.
And I'll...
So Senator Stilljohn, about 10 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Appreciate that. If I could go now to the annual report. On page 32, it states that the agency is, quote, prioritising, I should say, unscheduled reassessments. And I'd like to ask some questions around this reference. First of all, how do you define an unscheduled reassessment?
Yes, thank you, Senator. An unscheduled reassessment, so within the normal course of a planning cycle, a person will have a first plan and then subsequent plans at a review point. So they're a scheduled plan review. An unscheduled plan review is where a participant asks for a review of their plan before their current plan expires.
Okay, so a participant asks for a review of their plan before the plan expiry date?
Yes. So the current plan's in flight and they've asked for a new, an update to that current plan. So an unscheduled review.
Okay. So just to be absolutely clear, to be defined as an unscheduled plan, the trigger for the unscheduled reassessment, to be clear, is that the participant requested it.
It could be the participant. It could be their nominee or support person.
Yep.
We also get quite a few, Senator, lodged by intermediaries, providers, support coordinators, plan managers, sometimes without the knowledge of the participant, but that's another matter, but yes.
Yep. Is there the ability for a planner to request or to trigger a unscheduled reassessment?
There is a provision in the Act for a CEO to undertake a unscheduled reassessment.
Yes, okay. Thank you. So when we talk about unscheduled reassessments. It can be because the participant requested it, because their nominee requested it, because an intermediary requested it, or because the CEO delegated via the planner requested it.
That's correct.
And just to clarify, the role of intermediaries in that. So you referenced, I believe, service providers. What are the other types of intermediaries?
Usually plan managers or support coordinators.
Plan managers or support coordinators. Okay, thank you. Is there a dedicated team within your service delivery group or within another group within the agency that has the responsibility or that focuses on eligibility or eligibility reassessments?
Yes, there is. We have what's called our scheme eligibility branch. They're a separate team of delegates to the planning workforce, and they do access and eligibility decisions and eligibility reassessments.
And notwithstanding the fact that as acting CEO today, everybody sits under yourself for this period of time, under the usual course of things, does that branch sit within your group?
Under my deputy CEO role of service delivery.
Okay, thank you. And how many staff were within that branch, within the eligibility? Was it eligibility assessment branch?
Scheme eligibility branch.
Scheme eligibility branch. How many staff were within that branch at the 30th of June 2023?
I'll get the exact figures. Between 400 and 500, I think, from memory, Senator, but let me get that number. Someone will pop that up shortly. 400
and 500, okay. And then what did the figure stand at as of 30th June 24?
In terms of the staffing complement?
Staffing complement, yeah.
I'll get those figures for you.
Okay. Would you be able to provide them?
We'll do that as soon as they
course of the day? Thank you. And if you would also be able to provide us the number within the staffing complement as of the 1st of November 24 as well. That would be great. Thank you. How many eligibility reassessments were done in the 2023-24 financial year?
I'll get that figure for you unless Mr. Gifford has that. So I'll get the exact number. But I would just like to contextualise this a little bit, Senator, too, that in the 2023 budget initiative, when we got additional funding through the agency for Reform for Outcomes, we got additional funding for the front line, and we increased all of our planners as well as staff doing eligibility reassessments and access decisions. So we did expand that branch.
Yes.
In the sort of second half of the last calendar year. So we'll get you those.
In the second half of the calendar year. Okay, lovely. Well, that is good to know. You'll get us some information. You'll get the numbers involved in that expansion. Yeah. Remind us how much money you were allocated in the Reforms for Progress.
739 million over 4 years, but let me, Ms McKenzie will confirm it was 739 million over 4 years.
And how much of that figure of the 739 has been allocated to the eligibility branch?
We'll break that down. There were 9 initiatives in there,
yes,
so we'll break that.
Vaguely remember them, but it would be good to have that figure. Thank you. Would we be able to also get from you the figure of the number of eligibility reassessments that were done in 2022-23?
So an annual breakdown of each year? Yes,
yep.
I can give you that.
How many eligibility, and also if you could, how many eligibility reassessments were done in the last 3 months, if you're able to get that for us? Okay. I'll then go to the question of, again, if you can provide it to us, it would be very useful. Within the information you've agreed already to get us, how many in each of August, September and October of this year, so we can understand the trend across that particular quarter.
I can give you that in the last quarter.
Yep, thank you. And also, of all the reassessments done in that quarter, what percentage of those participants have been found to no longer meet eligibility requirements?
Yes, I can give you that.
Thank you. Do you keep data on the plan, the total value of plans no longer proceeded with post an eligibility reassessment?
I'd have to take that on notice or ask the scheme actuary to see if we look at the value of the plans. I think there is some costings around that, but I'll check that with the actuary.
Okay, if you could, it'd be great to have data on the total value of plans of those participants who have no longer been found to be eligible after a reassessment in that last 3-month period. And if you can provide it and table it, that would be really useful.
Good. Yes, we can do that.
Mr.
Gifford may have some early data once you get yourself organised.
Oh, hello.
The questions you've asked about the numbers of eligibility reassessments and the proportion who are found eligible, I feel that data is fairly readily available. I just, in the spirit, I think the data around the values of plans of participants who are not found eligible, I suspect we won't be able to get for you today. We can take on notice, certainly, but we won't. I think that's a bit more work that isn't just readily to hand.
If you're able to just double-check that, and then if that is the case, then we can go through a notice process.
Sure, we'll certainly do that, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Gifford. What is the most common age group of those who have been found to no longer be eligible as a result of reassessment in the last 2 months? Now, again, if that's something you need to go and come back with, I understand, but yes.
Yeah, look, I think, I feel confident enough to say I suspect it's probably in the ages of sort of 7 and 8, but we'll take it, please take on notice the precise answer.
So that's the common age group, as you understand it, is 7 and 8 years old?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Would you be able to confirm that for us?
Yes, we should. We'll do our best to do that in the course of proceedings
Thanks,
today.
Mr. Gibbon. And to clarify, Mr. McNaughton, when you reference in your opening statement the exiting of children from the scheme, is that what you're referring to?
Yes. So, Senator, as you may be aware, under the Act, there are 2 ways to enter enter the scheme, through Section 24 or Section 25. Section 25 is the early intervention pathway. So there's mainly children will come in on the early intervention pathway. They may stay on the scheme for 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 years and get their early supports, and then there will be a reassessment of their eligibility. Many of those children will graduate into mainstream and community services. Some will do an eligibility reassessment and we'll move them on to a Section 24. I know I'm being technical, but that means you'll need lifelong supports from the scheme. But when we do an eligibility reassessment, it's about 80% of children, we'll get the exact numbers, 80% of those who are exiting the scheme are children under the early intervention pathway.
And is that 8%, that's 8% of children within the last 2-month period, or is that 8% in the last quarter? Or?
We'll get it. Basically, most weeks when we do about 1,200 a week at the moment. The majority of those are for children who have entered under Section 25 in the early intervention approach.
So you're doing about 1,200 plan eligibility reassessments a week.
Yes.
And of those 1,200, what percentage results in a decision from the agency that they no longer meet the eligibility requirements?
I'll give you the breakdown of that. There's a few pathways. One is you can actually change your status and go from an early intervention into permanent disability.
Yes.
Section 24 to 25. You can be revoked from the scheme altogether because you're graduating, or we seek more information. So there's 3 categories, and we'll give you the breakdown.
And you can break down in,
we'll
by those categories?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd also like to understand the broader trend here. So if you are able to provide us the same statistics for the last 6 and 12-month period, so that we as a committee can compare those to the last 2 months, that would be...
We can do that. There certainly has been an increase based on the funding we got through the budget in 2023 because we've had more staff involved in that work type.
So your staff numbers have increased there, and therefore the number of individuals found not to be eligible to continue has increased?
Yes, that's correct. And by way of process, Senator, we get the referrals primarily from our early childhood or local area coordinator partners who've been working with the child or the participant, and they'll refer in to us to do an eligibility reassessment.
Okay, thank you. if you would, and this will be probably a take it on notice piece, I imagine, but if you could provide us with how many participants in the early years cohort have been found to no longer be eligible after reassessment in the years 21-22, 22-23, 23-24. That'll give us an idea of the longer term trend, but what would be useful today, if possible, is to be able to understand the last 6 months till now, and then the last 2 months to now, to be able to inform further lines of questioning around this topic.
Maybe just
I'll pass back
just
at this
quick
point.
question of clarification, Senator. You referred to the early years cohort.
Yes.
So just to be specific, you're interested in participants up to the age of? Up to the age
of the exit age for the early intervention pathway. So that's 9, I believe, now, isn't it?
The early, yes. Okay, thank you.
Yes, so I'm seeking to understand the exit rate up to that age, and then actually, to be specific, you'd probably need to take in the year after to understand how many people are transitioning through section 24 to 25 into permanency or moving out of the scheme in another way.
Yeah, we can do that, Senator.
All right, thank you very much.
If it would help, I can give you some data for the last 6 weeks, just at a high level, or would you rather just take that all on notice?
No, let's do the last 6 weeks, and if you could circulate it as well, that'd be great.
I'll allow Mr McNaughton to place the data, and at that point I do need to return the call to the opposition. Mr McNaughton.
Would you like me to just place it on notice or table?
No, you're welcome to read it into the...
So thank you, Chair. So in the last 6 weeks we did 7,487 eligibility reassessments. Of those, Senator, 32% changed their status. So they moved from section 25 to section 24. So 32% stayed on the scheme but moved into permanent disability.
Yep.
A further 48% exited the scheme, so they were revoked. And the remaining percent, we're still seeking more information. So they were the 3 sets of decisions.
Thank you, Mr McNaughton.
Now, I'm not the fastest writer, so could you...
Senator Reynolds now. Senator Reynolds, you have the call.
Thank you very much. And good morning, Mr Gifford. Good to see you again. Now, if we could come to, please, the... so this is the annual report, the financial sustainability section, which has been released. I'd just first like to come to the Government Actuaries report. Now, a key theme in the Government Actuaries annual report has been, which is again reflected in this year's, is the issue of uncertainty. So as this is what I want to start unpacking with you. So what he said this year is the scheme actuary selected assumptions based on the experience of the scheme, which has been in the past highly problematic because it's always been, until the figures that we've heard today, it's been going above the assumptions. But it says that these assumptions are then modified to allow for recent and proposed reforms. So that is, just for context, that's what I'd like to really hone in on in this next section, is what are the recent and proposed reforms and what are the assumptions you have made about those and how they reflect into this. Because as he's noted, the uncertainty surrounding assumptions and assumed moderation is a key contributing factor to the baseline projections being more likely to be understated, and therefore, while he said that the figures are acceptable, that only works if the assumptions that they're based on actually come to pass. Would that be a fair lay assessment of what he said?
Sorry, Senator, could you just repeat the comment about likely to be understated?
So one of the key issues in the AFSR, obviously, is how you do the modelling and what are the assumptions and the figures that you use in the modelling. Then you come up with different ranges, you know, the different percentiles of likelihood and what the implications will be. So what he's said here is that the scheme actuary has selected assumptions based on the experience of the scheme, which has always been variable. Not your fault, it's just, you know the way that the scheme costs has worked. But then he said that these assumptions are then modified to allow for recent and proposed reforms. So the figures that go into the AFSR, which then go into the budget, are still wholly based on the assumptions of a series of reforms will actually perform as you've assumed, correct?
Yeah, I think that's a fair summary, yes.
Thank you. And then what he said this year is that the program of reforms present additional modelling uncertainty this year. And then he says, to manage this, the scheme actuary has commenced monitoring the drivers of the emerging experience against what was expected. So I'm wondering, before we go into some of the detail of that, if you could, in normal people, not actuary speak, if you could explain what that process looks like. So how for the AFSR this year you have modelled, I can never pronounce the word, the stochastic model, which presumably you've done again this year?
We have, yes.
Excellent, okay. So if you could just tell the committee members, and I know there's a lot of people listening, is just how you have gone about, as the actuary has said, how you've actually gone about that process for this year's AFSR.
Okay, thanks, Senator. So there's the recent and proposed reforms that are referred to in the Government Actuary's letter, substantively the ones that were in the bill that was passed by Parliament in August, of which there's, as has been discussed in previous hearings relating to the legislation, two major components. One's related to planned spending, that is sometimes referred to as addressing intra-plan inflation. And the second component is what we refer to as new framework planning, which is around the way that participants' budgets are set. So we've made estimates of what, based on assumptions, but certainly which we have explained in previous hearings around what each of those sets of reforms will be, the impact they will have on scheme expenditure, and those are then factored into the projections. In terms of dealing with the uncertainty, we do consider various scenarios in relation to the effectiveness of those reforms, and those scenarios are dealt with more substantively in the full AFSR report. They're not dealt with sort of a note in sort of...
They're not in the summary yet?
Not in the summary report, no.
Okay. So in the AFSR, which we don't have yet, so have you this time listed out the assumptions? Because in the previous AFSR, and we had some discussion about this, is you footnoted that there had been assumptions and data that underpinned it, but that information wasn't available to actually check to see what assumptions you had made about participant numbers, plan numbers, etc. So is that data going to be available in this AFSR, or can I ask for that on notice?
So the final full AFSR report's yet to be published. But I'm very happy for you to take that question on notice in relation to the data.
So if you could, because I suspect what we'll have to do is, when the AFSR is out, we might ask to get a spillover so we can actually go through this in more detail. So will you be able to, knowing what you've put in the AFSR, will you be able to provide the detail on what your modelling was based on in terms of the planned spending and also the new framework planning, so that we understand what your assumptions are?
Yes, we should be able to provide that, yes.
Okay, so you provide that on notice?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can we then go to some more specific, so still staying on the annual report. Where are we? Actually, sorry, can we go to the last quarterly report, which was correct. So the data, the last published data, is the quarterly report, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, and that was correct as the end of June?
That's correct.
Okay. So if we could get some updated numbers. So the first one, if we go to 1.2, which is on page 16, which is the... so first of all, the participants and their plans, the numbers. So from 23-24, it showed there was an 8% increase from 610,502 to 661,267, which I believe is the number that Mr McNaughton read out in your opening statement.
Yeah, 600.
Can you give the figure, what's the most up-to-date figure that you have available?
So, Senator, I think that Mr McNaughton's opening statement dealt with the availability of that information. So at this point, that's not readily available.
Okay, here we go. So you're saying that you have no data whatsoever available to you today that gives you a current number for the amount of participants on the scheme, even though it will be in the first quarter report, which will be out in a couple of days?
So, as I said, Senator, it's not readily available, but it will be released in the quarterly report when that's released, which is by the 14th of November.
Chair, could I perhaps... I think this, the answer to that question goes to the heart of the clerk's advice, is that the information is available because it's in the draft first quarter report, which is due to be released in a few days. So the data is available, but because it's in the first quarter report that hasn't been released, you're not going to release the data.
Senator Reynolds, that's not what I heard at all, but Mr McNaughton, are you clarifying?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've just confirmed with Mr Gifford that if he can find that number as at the end of that quarter, we'll present it.
So that number is finalised?
Well, look, as we've discussed, it has yet to be, the report's yet to be finalised by the board, but I suppose subject to determining the data's available, we should be in a position to release it. Yeah.
We'll get that.
Senator Reynolds.
This is going to be a very long and painful experience for everybody because I've got a lot of questions to update all of this data from the 30th of June.
Well, I'm sure officials will do their best. Let's continue, Senator Reynolds.
Okay, so can we get an update number for table 1.1, number of participants in the scheme, including the quarterly increase by quarter from the fourth quarter last year, but also a comparison with the same quarter last year, so Q1 in the previous report. Now, the next is then we come to section 5. If we could get an update of table 5.1, which is total payments, because at the moment you've only got total payments at the end of June. So if we can get total payments.
Senator, would it assist if maybe after the break we come back with the updated facts and figures for you, and then we can go through that with the line of questioning after the break, so we've got that at hand? If there's any other specifics, why don't we take that? We'll get it in the break and come back.
That would be very helpful. Thank you, Mr McNaughton. Otherwise, it's going to be a very long,
so let's place
day.
Because we're due to rotate the call. So how about you place what you're requiring after the break?
So
and we can move on.
Total payments, 5.1, what the plan inflation is, figure 39, annualised plan budgets, as well as the average and median plan trends, which is 5.2. Then, now we'll need an update. So we've got in 4.3, there's the June 2024 projections, which then take us into the AFSR space. And I wanted to go through the projections themselves. So the last projections we've got from the previous AFSR was the 22-23 projections in the AFSR, which, as I understand it from memory, were the December 2022 projection, which was the baseline that was used for the budget. So that's not more update data, that's now more getting into the detail of how you've come to these numbers. And so the other data that we will need to go through that is the information relating to how many people are now in the waiting list, so how many people are waiting for their initial assessments, because there was quite a backlog.
Sorry, Senator, can
waiting to applying to applying to enter the scheme,
waiting for first plans to be approved.
Yeah. And then how many sort of in that process, from how many applications to enter the scheme, how many, and what's the average wait time? So this is current data, and then how many people have been accepted but are waiting for their actual plan. How many people are now in the queue for reassessments? Because there was, I think, something like a 50,000 wait list. So how many people are doing that, and how many people are now in the AAT pipeline, and the durations? Because, Mr Gifford, those numbers are now important to understand how you have modelled that backlog in terms of impact on the scheme. Because with such a high backlog, I want to understand what the correlation between that is and this slight dip in the numbers that Mr McNaughton has, because on the face of it, logic would dictate that once they have been processed and people have got plans, that number will increase again. So we just need to understand, so that is actual data, and then going into how you've modelled it.
So
Senator, we
did
can
you
do that.
follow that? That's...
Yeah, we did. Thank you, Chair. Also, Senator, I can give you some updates about our performance over the most recent quarter in terms of resolving those backlogs. There's a very good news story that will be coming out around that, but I can share with you some data points around that,
yes, please,
including the increase of those. So even the quarter from July to September, we completed in excess of 24,000 first plan approvals, which is an increase in 50% over the last quarter. We completed 30,836 access decisions, increase in 50% over the last quarter, and we processed 72,051 plan reassessments, which is an increase in 16,000 over, 16%. Sorry, that's 16% for the record in that June quarter. Our backlogs of first plans are now back, we're confident, into our participant service guarantee time frame, but it will take a little bit of time for that to come through the data because of completing some of the older work.
And that's exactly what I'm looking at. So for that July to September quarter, which is the Q, so those numbers
Q1
will be reflected in the Q1.
Q1, that's correct.
And then they'll flow through to Q2 and Q3 as they, okay.
Sorry,
so do you know what the value of the plans are? So the ones that have been approved, so the reassessments, can you also provide us how many were reassessed upwards and how many were reassessed downwards?
I'd have to take that detail on notice. Okay. That's quite specific.
So we'll come back. At this point, I'm due to rotate, so I just want to confirm that you are happy to go away and see what data you can provide, and we'll return to this question after the break. Thank you. I'm going to...
Sorry, can I just...
yes, Minister.
Senator Cadell asked a series of questions, and want to provide some information which Mr McNaughton may supplement. It may be that Senator Cadell or others want to ask questions. We'd welcome questions on those matters. He has referred to a letter that is sent by the agency to Ms Roberts of Rose Litigation Lawyers, who no doubt has submitted a Freedom of Information request that's relevant to a matter. I'm not sure whether they act on behalf of Mr Stuart Robert or Mr John Margerison. So there are what has been asked is in relation to, I think, one of the, in that letter, the agency has been asked to identify the number of times that correspondence within the agency has referred to Mr Margerison and the phrase kill list. It's a very florid phrase. I think it's important to point out a couple of things. Mr Margerison is not a participant in the National Disability Insurance Scheme. the acting CEO will supplement this, no doubt. But the search terms that are requested here do not relate to correspondence between officers of any of the agencies in front of you, but relate to terms that are used in an article, I think, by Mr. Morton in the Saturday paper. There's a number of them. So the Margerrison and the JCPAA, which refers to the Joint Committee of Public Accounts, and it goes on. There is, of course, a very well-traversed set of issues here about the former minister, Mr. Robert, and his relationship with Mr. Margerrison, and a complex corporate web of companies that interacted with Mr. Roberts' ministerial responsibilities. Synergy 360, Milo Consulting. Mr. Margerrison was, I think, engaged in a series of those businesses. I'm not across the detail, and it's probably, if senators want to come back to the detail, we can prepare ourselves for a discussion about Mr. Roberts' unhappy time as a minister around this scandal, which was not the least of Mr. Roberts' scandals as minister. Mr. Margerrison is keenly sought, as is Mr. Roberts, by the Parliament and other places for. So there's 732 references to Mr. Roberts and the joint, Mr. Margerrison, I should say, and the Joint Committee on Public Accounts. No references to Margerrison and surveillance. Margerrison and Nicholas, I assume that's the golf player. Margerrison and no references to that. Margerrison and Hill, I assume that refers to Mr. Hill, who is the member for Bruce and the chair of the Joint Committee on Public Accounts, or was until recently. 2,217 references. Margerrison and Kill list, which is a phrase that, as I said, is in that article, and I suspect the acting CEO can supplement this, is in relation to sharing the article within the agency. Margerrison and overseas, as I understand it, that is where Mr. Margerrison has gone. Margerrison and compliance, 213. Margerrison and severed all ties, which is what Mr. Margerrison is alleged to have done in the article in terms of his relationship with Australia following the revelation. So it goes on, but as I understand it, if it really relates to what is a normal practice in agencies in government of distributing media articles and mentions of that. But if the committee wishes to return to Mr. Roberts' term as minister and his relationship with Mr. Margerrison, it will be, as Senator Reynolds said before, an unhappy and difficult period.
Senator, thank you for providing the update on the information requested by Senator Cadell. Mr. McNaughton, did you have further information to provide?
Can I just clarify very strongly for the record, Chair, that this is not a term the agency uses, it's not a term we would ever use. I just want to make sure that is on the public record. This was simply the distribution of a media article that we had no control over the subheadline. So I just want that factually on the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. McNaughton, for that clarification. Passing the call to Senator Pratt, and then I'll be returning to the opposition.
Thank you very
Senator
much,
Pratt.
Chair. So it's no secret that the NDIS has had to pay catch-up in building its staffing levels to match the number of participants that now participate. So, Commissioner, can you take me through, please, the historical staffing levels and how they've changed since 2020 and how that compared to the growth in participants over the same period.
Thank you very much for the question, Senator, and it's good to be able to talk about these issues with you.
Thank you.
Clearly, and I also note that Natalie Wade will be joining us. I think she might already be online. Yes, exactly. So, Natalie, welcome to you too.
Thank you.
It is really important for me to start that we wish to be a formidable regulator. We are keen to build the strength and qualities of the organisation that I lead with my colleagues. And to that end, it has been very, very helpful that the government has enabled growth in the numbers of our staff over time. Before I joined, I've been there now for 5 weeks, there was probably many less staff, about 400 less, and I've asked our coup, Lisa, to join us to give specific detail. But now we are up around and over the 1,000 mark, and this is essential to have the resources that are needed to be a formidable regulator. We are very committed to the NDIS and the scheme and to working collegiately with our colleagues both in DSS and at the NDIA, and the regulatory piece of this puzzle, ensuring that we have really solid safeguards available for people with disability, but also the quality is there for people with disability in terms of the services that they receive, is essential for us to deliver on to enable this scheme to be as successful as it can be. So, Lisa, I might just ask you to give that granular detail. Thank you.
So, Lisa Pulko, I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the Commission. I'm going to use total workforce numbers because we have had different numbers of proportions of employees and labour hire over time. So at 30 June 2020, we were at 300 total workforce. 30 June 21, 568. 30 June 22, 529. 30 June 23, 595. 30 June 24, 1,036.
So these numbers tell the story of the importance of having not just more staff, but the right staff in the right roles to enable us to build the regulatory effort for the scheme.
But I take it so that we see a baseline in 2020, and then we see really 21, 22, 23, a fairly stable base, but I'm presuming the number of participants was still growing during that time.
That's right. We were not resourced aligned with participants. The forecasts that were used for initial appropriations were based on forecasts that weren't borne out in reality. So at the 23-24 budget, we did work with government to re-baseline our staffing to be more in line with the participant numbers, and not purely participant numbers, but around the workload that is driven in that way, and that's why you see the increase.
Thank you for doing that work. What have you been able to achieve now with that additional staffing?
We can give you some the figures from our recent quarterly report, which was released to the end of September. Yesterday, I think, was the day. Would you like to comment on that, Sian?
Thank you. Sian Leatham, Deputy Commissioner, Complaints and Engagement at the NDIS Commission. So obviously there's a range of different functions that the Commission performs, so I'll just perhaps lead with some highlights from that report. So we have continued to receive very solid growth in the number of complaints that we have received from members of the community. And so you'll see, for example, in the preceding financial year, we had about 16,500 complaints. That had increased last financial year to almost 30,000 complaints. What's been really valuable about the uplift is our ability now to be able to manage and finalise those complaints. So if you look at our quarterly report published yesterday, you'll be able to see that we increased our finalisation of complaints very substantially. So in the July to September quarter, we were able to finalise 12,355 complaints, which is very significantly higher than we've been able to do previously. You'll also see that there's been an increase in activity in registration, and I might defer to my colleague to talk about that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine.
Catherine Myers, Deputy Commissioner. At July 2023, we had 6,105 registration applications on hand. As at the 30th of September, 89% of those age matters had been determined. We've also seen an increase in the number of refused applications and revoked applications over the last 18 months. With the additional resources, we've seen a reduction in the median processing times of applications. So compared to 23-24 for new applications, the median processing days, once we've received an audit report, was 316 days. In the last quarter, the median processing time for new applications is sitting at 147 days. So with the increased resources, as well as some business improvement activities driven by our registration staff, we've been able to increase the volume of applications determined, but also shorten the processing times.
And so is that, as the safeguards, is that all applications coming through or just ones that have had
so the example I gave you on the median days was for new applications. For renewal applications, I can give you those dates if you want, for those timeframes as well, if you're interested.
No, thank you. That's very helpful.
Can I just make a further comment too? And Associate Commissioner Wade, you might wish to join in on this. One of the reasons why we're very happy with the increase in complaints is because it really goes to the level of trust that is perhaps growing in the Commission and the Commission's work. And I know this is something that Associate Commissioner Wade is particularly interested in terms of her. Would you like to speak?
Commissioner Glanville, and good morning. It's absolutely critical that the disability community feel able and trusting in the regulator to provide complaints when they face issues within their service delivery. And that increase in complaints, but importantly, the Commission's ability to be able to respond to those complaints in a timely and effective way is paramount to ensuring that people with disability not only have their rights upheld, but also that service delivery in this nation is safe and of good quality. So the statistics provided in the quarterly report supported by the uplift in our appropriation is indicative of that.
Can I ask, in that context, is confidence among service users, NDIS participants, growing that if something is wrong, they can and should complain, rather than, I guess, thinking historically that it might be a waste of time to do so?
Yes, that's right, Senator.
Thank you. I really appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Just add one thing to that. One of the tasks that I've been involved in over the my first 5 weeks is very much visiting every jurisdiction. That's hugely important for states and territories, who are vital components of this scheme in lots of ways, particularly with foundational supports. But also it's important because I get the opportunity, as do my colleagues around me, to meet with people with disability, meet with providers, and really talk about what their experience of our work is. That is at the core, really, of the NDIS, is the participant experience and the experience of those who could participate in the scheme generally. And so that also, I think, helps people understand that we're keen to hear from them. And in fact, they're doing us a service by improving the way in which we can operate going forward.
Thank you. That's terrific.
Thank you. Senator Pratt, would you to rotate?
Yeah, that's
great.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm returning the call to the opposition. We'll go for about 10 minutes and then I'll pass back to the Greens for the last 10 before the break. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you. How did you go with those figures, or do you want to come back after the...
I think they said after the
tea break. Okay.
We're sourcing it, Senator.
Okay, so just in terms of what will be in the AFSR, the one to be released, there haven't been any major changes in your methodology from the last one?
No, I wouldn't characterise them as any major changes, Senator, no.
So basically, when we discussed this before, so you take the assumptions are guided that you prepare are guided by recent scheme experience, which is reflected in the government actuaries, plus your own judgment in terms of likelihood of a whole range of factors occurring. So can you just explain that, how you actually go about doing that? So this is what you expect to happen, and obviously you've said that there's the two major government changes and reforms. So while we haven't got the data yet, can you just explain how you've modelled that and how you've projected that out over the next 10 years or beyond?
Yes, certainly. So I think in terms of the reforms specifically, as I said, there's the two major reforms. The first that relates to planned spending.
Yes.
So we've given this, I'll note I've given this evidence previously, but I believe you might not have been at that hearing. We have examined the observed level of intra-plan inflation that we've observed within the scheme over a representative period, and have reviewed a sample of plans where there was intra-plan inflation to estimate the proportion of that observed intra-plan inflation where we couldn't identify clear evidence of change of circumstances.
Does the change of circumstance, obviously inflation is very high at the moment, so when you talk about intra-plan inflation, can you just explain what that comprises of? Because that's quite important. I mean, that's fundamental to these discussions.
Yeah, certainly. So the intra-plan inflation is where essentially the value of a plan increases during the course of a plan, which essentially results from a participant spending more than the value of the plan. But there are sometimes legitimate reasons why that might be the case, where their circumstances have changed. For example, perhaps their informal supports are no longer available, and in that case, before there's an opportunity for a reassessment, they need to access more supports. So we've done an exercise to estimate what proportion of the observed intra-plan inflation does have associated change of circumstances, and then the inverse of that, which is...
What percentage was that?
It was approximately a third. So then of the remainder, we've then estimated that should, once the bill took effect, that should lead to, I guess, clearer circumstances under the circumstances where participants are able to spend beyond their plans, and so the in other circumstances the bill should lead to a reduction or elimination of that spending beyond the value of the plan. So that proportion has been the basis of the assumption made in relation to that aspect of the legislation.
So 1/3, through your sampling, 1/3 of the plan inflation that you've seen is from legitimate change of circumstances where somebody has needed more services, and you've accepted that. That's correct. So their plan then goes up to accommodate that. So for the other 2/3, which I think you were saying that you won't accept the request for increased funding for their plans, what's in your sampling, what has been the reason? Has simply the cost of inflation and their providers doing business, have their rates gone up? So if someone's not getting more service, they're just paying more for it?
Look, there is a range of different reasons, Senator. What we do observe sometimes it is, on occasions, it's certainly driven by providers, because often providers are providing services despite being aware of the value of the plan beyond what's actually funded. So that's one category of reasons.
So just on that, so are you saying implying fraud, or just providing them the extra the services they need because they think they need it and the cost has gone up, and then assuming that they will get somebody will pay the bill?
Look, again, Senator, I think there's a range of different... I certainly wouldn't want to suggest that in all cases that would be fraudulent by any means. I think there's a range of sort of instances of behaviour from providers that sometimes it might be that the provider has a view the participant needs more services, but that isn't a decision that's been made by the agency. I mean, sometimes there are instances where there are certain other instances. I mean, perhaps. And then there's occasions when there are occasions, as I said, when it's driven by other reasons. So there are a range of reasons, and we can certainly provide some more detail on notice as to those circumstances.
So,
Senator,
please.
Sorry, it's Corey McKenzie. I'm Deputy Chief Executive Officer for Service Design and Improvement. So it might just be useful, just for the purposes of clarifying the basis of some of the projections that the actuary's describing. There's a couple of points of decision and process in this question. The first is that, as Senator Steele-John was asking for before, a participant may at any point request a plan change. So put in a request for a plan change. That may be because they've had a change in circumstances, or it may be because they are expending their plan at a rate that will mean that they won't last until their next plan reassessment. It can be for a whole range of really diverse reasons. If that plan change request is agreed by the agency will then undertake an individualised, of course, plan reassessment. And so our planners will essentially do a new plan for that participant. A plan reassessment at that point may be a larger plan for the next 12 months or beyond for that participant, or it may be a lesser value plan. So they do obviously go up and down on the basis of individual circumstances and individual circumstances in the assessment. So I think some of the sort of challenges in the projections is obviously making trend projections about a huge variety of individual circumstances. And as I say, there is a couple of decision points in that which I just thought might be helpful to clarify.
Thank you, Ms McKenzie. That was very helpful. So that's why I've asked for the data, because I know that's in the different projections and your different percentiles in the AFSR. So to understand those when we do get it, that data is really important. So just to clarify, some of that information you'll make available after the break. So your two main issues, as I understand it, as you've explained it today, that's gone into your assumptions for the next AFSR are based on two, you said the new framework planning, which was the second, and we've just talked about plan spending and intra-plan inflation. So I've asked for the data that sits behind that. So how many plans, you gave some of the information about the speed at which you're now processing them, which is great, but it's important to understand how many are still in the queue, and then what your modelling is based on for the intra-plan inflation. And also, if you could, the new framework planning, how has that, so what is the percentage of both in terms of the savings that have been in the budget now? So the intra-plan inflation, what % of the savings is that versus the new framework planning?
Yeah, so the intra-plan inflation is, I believe it's a little under 60% of the savings, somewhere between 55 and 60. The new framework planning then is maybe approximately 40%. So it's those sort of two items which are roughly in those proportions.
So in the AFSR, which we haven't got yet, so do you actually now go through that in terms of what are the individual measures. So for the new framework planning, because we discussed that before, because they were already in sort of the previous budgets, but the savings hadn't been realised because the measures didn't actually exist yet. So have you modelled the proposed reforms and the legislative reform now and got the numbers? Well, you must have for these projections. So are you able to provide those as well, or will it be in the AFSR?
I mean, look, I think we can certainly provide that sort of high level today, and there's more detail, as I said earlier. The AFSR is yet to be finalised, but we can take perhaps the more detailed version on notice.
Yep. So because that's going to be an important baseline now, because every estimates that we come back to is what were the assumptions and how were they realised, and at what level were they realised, the over and under, whatever else. And given the quantum of money we're talking about, each of those categories matters a great deal to the bottom line.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement, Senator. One point I will note is that, and I believe this was evidence given previously, that in relation to new framework planning, there's no assumption that will take effect until the 2025-26 financial year. So whilst there will be monitoring of that obviously is a little way away.
Yep. So thank you. So on to that end, last time we went through the previous AFSR, in table 6.1, which is scenarios without the impact of budget initiatives and scenarios with the impact of budget initiatives. So that table in the new AFSR will have been updated to reflect the 55-60% for the intra-plan inflation, and also for the new framework planning. Will they just be gross numbers, or have you actually modelled the individual legislative and budget frameworks?
So when you say, sorry, will they be gross numbers? Sorry, can you just...
So you've got two key areas. You've gone through intra-plan inflation, which is 55 to 60% of your projected savings, and then also the new framework planning, which presumably is the sustainability framework, which we haven't seen yet at all.
Just for clarification, no, I think they're two separate things. I think that the new framework planning is the way that participants' budgets are set, which is one of the provisions of the bill that was passed. I would say the sustainability framework is a different. That's related to the scheme as a whole, not in relation to individual participants.
But if you go back through multiple estimate sessions we've had, and as you know, the Senate has tried unsuccessfully for over 12 months to get detail of the sustainability framework, and in previous discussions, the sustainability framework had been factored into previous AFSR forecasts to realise savings. So is that the sustainability framework is no longer a driver of cost reductions?
I mean, Senator, I would observe that the projections in this AFSR are essentially consistent with the target that was set by National Cabinet of the 8% growth from the 2026-27 financial year onwards. So
But that's not, sorry, maybe I'll just rephrase my question. So
then I'm due to rotate.
Okay, that's fine. So in the previous AFSR and in the last budget document and the one before that, they did specifically refer to the sustainability framework, and that the measures within that framework, that we're not sure whether it exists or not yet, so it was specifically cited as a driver of the cost reductions that were baked into the budget. So has that been removed as a driver of costs, or is it now what's in the legislation as the sole driver of that second category of costs, which you've now called, which I hadn't heard before, new framework planning?
I mean, Senator, I would say that, as I said, the measures as a whole, in total, which includes the measures related to spending and measures related to setting of budgets, are delivering a projected expenditure that is consistent with the National Cabinet target. So I would characterise the measures that have been delivered as being consistent with the sustainability framework.
Senator, at this point, I'm due to go to the crossbench, which was going to be Senator Steele-John, but Senator Roberts is here. Senator Roberts, we're due to go to the break in 5 minutes. So I'm in your hands. I can come back to you after the break if you prefer your full 10-minute block, or if you're happy to split it 5 now and 5 after, then that's
I prefer
fine.
a 10-minute block.
For a 10-minute block, okay.
Probably might,
in which case,
I might get through it.
Oh, you're here now, Senator Steele-John. So what I'm proposing, Senator Steele-John, you have the call for 5 minutes, and then 5 minutes after our return, then I return back to the opposition, and then I'll come to you, Senator Reynolds. So you'll be second on after. Sorry, Senator Roberts. Then you'll be on the second block of questions after the break. Third. So you've got 5 minutes, Jordan, and then I'll cut you off.
Thanks very much, Chair. Can I ask you, do you have a target for the number of eligibility reassessments that you intend to carry out in 24-25?
Senator, not so much a target. We did have a backlog of those that had built up over time when they had lots of referrals, and as we moved to the PACE system. So we had almost approximately 35,000 eligibility reassessment referrals that we'd receive from partners in the community and planners. So we're working our way through that. I've been able to get some numbers. We have through the reform initiatives, there's 95 staff dedicated to this work that were funded in the budget last year. So they're all upskilled and trained now and performing that through. And on average, the team complete around 1,250 eligibility reassessments per week. And we expect that cadence to continue with those numbers.
Okay. And of the 7,487 unscheduled reassessments that you've indicated took place in the last 6 weeks, how many of them were initiated by a scheme delegate, by a planner?
I'll take that on notice, but the overwhelming majority are instigated by a partner in the community or an early childhood partner. But I'll give you the exact breakdown, but a high proportion that come from our partners in the community.
From the partnering community?
From the early childhood partners, yes.
So not from the parent, the plan nominee in this case, it's actually from the partnering community.
We have a small proportion of people that voluntarily want to exit the scheme, and so they do go through this process as well.
Yes, but the rest of them are from...
A majority, they're through our early childhood partner referral.
All right. So you don't have a target for 24-25. Is that the same for 25-26? There's not a target in place for numbers?
I wouldn't characterise it as a hard target. We have an expectation of how many eligibility reassessment staff, when you've got 95 staff, how many they'll process each week.
Right.
And so we have a performance standard that we'd expect without having a hard target.
And just to clarify as well, in the 7,400 figure, that is eligibility reassessments overall, not just exclusively those for young children.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, that's it. So that proportion, if I can give you a bit more data, Senator, of those, 5,872 of the 7,487 were for children in the 0 to 8-year-old age range. So the significant proportion are for children under the age of 9.
Okay. Now, my office has been hearing a lot of reports. We've had a lot of correspondence around unscheduled reviews, and there is a concern, particularly in the last few months, that a majority of those unscheduled reviews are resulting in the agency determining that they no longer meet the eligibility criteria, or that the review results in a reduction, a significant reduction in funding, or indeed additional information being asked for, evidence being asked for of a specificity and a cost barrier that is very difficult to attain. Is there a criteria that is being used to decide who will receive a unscheduled review, notwithstanding that it can come from very different sources? When it is initiated by a scheme delegate, is there a criteria used as to when a unscheduled review should be initiated.
Yeah.
Sorry, Senator, could we just clarify, is your question in relation to reassessments of eligibility or of unscheduled plan reassessments?
It's unscheduled reassessment of eligibility.
Eligibility reassessment, thank you.
Right, okay. The terminology is important, so thank you for clarifying.
Yes.
So we have an eligibility reassessment. There's no such thing as an unscheduled eligibility reassessment.
Right.
There's an unscheduled plan reassessment, so that's what Ms McKenzie's clarifying.
Right, okay.
So an unscheduled plan reassessment, as I said before, is there's something you need different in your plan because of a change of circumstances versus we're looking at eligibility to the scheme.
That's true, but an unscheduled plan reassessment can result in a determination that the participant is no longer eligible for the scheme.
It can only result in a referral for an eligibility reassessment.
Right.
The delegates are different. They don't have the same power to do those two things.
Can you...
Senator, at this point we're due to go to a break, but I'm coming back to you at the conclusion of the break to
Thanks,
continue on
Chair.
these
Could
line
I
of
just ask
questions.
them to just get one bit of information during the break? 'Cause I
Yes.
think it's possible. So for that figure, because I don't want to cause confusion, the 7,487 figure that you gave us, that was about unscheduled plan reassessments.
No,
yes?
that was for eligibility reassessments.
That's eligibility reassessments.
Yes.
Okay.
Not plan reassessments.
Not plan reassessments. So that is the correct figure for eligibility.
Eligibility reassessments only.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right, that's
Senator Steele-John. So at this point, the committee will suspend for 15 minutes, returning just a touch after 11. To give senators guidance, I'll be returning the call to Senator Steele-John at that point. Then I'll be coming back to the opposition, and then I'll be returning to the crossbench with Senator Roberts. The committee will now resume. We're continuing with questions for the NDIA and the Quality and Safeguards Commission. I'm returning the call to Senator Steele-John for about 5 minutes, and then I'll be rotating. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much. Just continuing, Ms McNaughton, before the break you distinguished rightly between unscheduled plan reassessments and reassessments for eligibility. Yes. Made clear that the figure of 7,487 in the past 6 weeks refers to the reassessment of eligibility. Mm-hmm. How many of that figure, of the 7,487 figure, how many of those were the result of referrals for reassessment of eligibility triggered at the conclusion of a unscheduled reassessment of a plan?
I'm sorry, I haven't got that data, but I will take that on notice if I can get that through in the hearing.
Yes, thank you. Just so that we can get clarity on
about the pathway.
Yep. Yes, thank you. Now, if the NDIA has evidence that a participant no longer meets the eligibility requirements, that participant is given 28 days to provide additional or contradictory evidence that proves they are in fact still eligible. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct. The process starts with a phone call from one of the delegates out to the participant to inform them that we have evidence we're going to start this process. Yep. And that commences a 28-day process for them to provide any additional information. Yep. During that time, Senator, they can request an extension of that time if they need more time to gather evidence. So there is a two-part process.
Okay. And some people we have heard are struggling to meet the 28-day deadline. I've been approached by parents, particularly a couple of quite worrying cases of parents of First Nations children, who have been removed from the scheme because they didn't provide that additional information within the 28-day period. The families that we've worked with needed help to understand and to read the information that was being provided, and I've reviewed it and I can absolutely see why. Mm-hmm. I had to read it a couple of times to understand what the agency was asking for, but by the time they could get this support, they were too late to get the additional information required of them. Is it correct that there are safeguards that are meant to be in place to provide people to request more time?
Yes, Senator, there is. And Ms McKenzie might talk to some of the reviews of the letters and information to try and make that even clearer. Because not everyone can get in to see their GP or their allied health specialist, or if they need to get more evidence, it can take longer than 28 days for some people if they haven't got that evidence available. Yeah. So they can ask and we can provide an extension. And in the case you've mentioned, without knowing the detail of it, that would be a classic case where I would expect there would have been an extension provided.
There would have been a what?
There should have been an extension provided if that family needed more time to get some more reports or evidence from their allied health.
Because you can ask.
You can ask.
The ability to ask, though, is predicated, contingent on being able to understand what is being requested in the first place. And this is the barrier that these families have run into. So I'm aware that I'm against the clock, but if you could table for us or provide to us a bit of information on the work that you've done to ensure that first communication is accessible, that would be really useful. Can I ask you how many people have requested extra time since this pathway was created in the new legislation?
I'll check the figures, but it's been 25 and 30% of our current eligibility reassessments are in that part of awaiting more evidence.
Oh, so there has been a request for...
Yes, awaiting more evidence.
Sorry to interrupt. And Senator, I might just clarify as well, this is the existing eligibility reassessment process, so there have been no changes to our current eligibility reassessment process as a result of the legislation that the Parliament passed recently. You're absolutely right that there are discretionary provisions in the new legislation which go to information gathering, of course. Those have not been operationalised yet, so we're working through the design and implementation and operationalisation. So this is a continuation of the pre-existing process.
The pre-existing assessment process, correct. I understand that.
And correspondence,
And the correspondence, but the point is that the legislation has granted you new powers which you can utilise if the information isn't provided within a certain period of time. Right. And this is what is being communicated to families. So what is the timeline for the operationalisation of these new discretionary powers?
We're working through it, Senator. There's a range of measures in the legislation, the legislative change, that had immediate effect, and so those have been our primary priority. There are then a range of other measures which enable the CEO, the term is CEO may, and so we are progressively working to implement those. Implementation looks like obviously system changes, correspondence changes, process and practice changes for our staff. So we have a program of work which we're kind of working through over the next 6 months particularly to progressively introduce those changes, including of course communications to participants, and work with a whole range of the disability representative organisations and participants we work with to do things like design of letters and those kind of things too.
Yeah, thank you.
Senator, at this point I'm well due to rotate.
Okay.
Thank you. So I understand the opposition ceding this block to Senator Roberts, and then I return to the opposition. So that's ceded Senator Roberts, and then I'll come back to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing today. The NDIS has been a problematic program since inception, and that doesn't reflect on you guys. Not effectively costed or thought through. It seemed to be a headline looking for a pre-election buzz for the Labor Party at the time under Julia Gillard. The program is failing on multiple levels, resulting in the needs of vulnerable people remaining unmet and other stakeholders being ignored, plus massive fraud, plus a forecast budget cost of around $90 to $100 billion. That's what people are telling us. My questions are, why is it that many direct care providers remain unpaid while at the same time many routers and unscrupulous fraudsters are able to rip off the system to the tune of millions of dollars? It seems to be systematic, rife, organised ripping off, and the public being taken for a ride with billions of dollars. Yet some agencies pay bare minimum to untrained carers. Some carers are not paid at all. Why is that?
Well, I suppose, Senator Roberts, the first thing to do is to respond to the initial set of assertions. Of course, you'll be unsurprised to learn that's not the government's view at all about the value of the scheme for Australians. And there are many, many families in Queensland who rely upon...
That's not what my assertion.
Senator Roberts, I think... Senator Ayres, continue your answer. I'll listen carefully if there's a point of order. Senator Ayres.
I did not say the scheme is not worthy.
Who rely upon the scheme and whose lives have been changed fundamentally by the scheme. The government supports the scheme. We support it because it improves the lives of people who have a disability, and particularly children who have a disability, and it improves the lives of families of people who look after those people. It is a demonstrably positive effect in communities, because it's often not just families who look after and support people with a disability, it's communities. It is designed to mean that the workers and firms who participate in this, we want to see workers in the disability sector paid more, paid fairly, firms engaged on an ethical basis in the activities around the scheme, and almost all of them are. And we want to see productivity in a real sense, that is more and better quality services offered to Australians who are participants in the scheme. We have committed to the scheme growing in cooperation with the state and territory governments at 8% a year. That is more than the increases in inflation, because we anticipate, and we'll traverse some of these issues in the committee, that there are other sources of growth beyond just what happens in terms of the broader inflationary impact. So that is an 8% commitment to growth of the scheme. It is completely legitimate for government, and indeed for members of this committee, to be focused upon value for money questions, compliance questions, and at constantly improving the focus of the governance of the scheme to deliver better outcomes. And you're right to point to some of the compliance challenges that the scheme and the government must deal with. And that is very much the focus of the minister. I just don't think it's fair to denigrate the overall scheme or its value for Australians I mean, what you do is a matter for you, but it's certainly the government's position. This is a scheme that is in the interest of Australians, in the interest of disabled Australians, and in the national interest.
Well, thank you for that, Senator Ayres. The NDIS is a scheme that's needed. It's very, very badly implemented, and I'm asking the people at the table what they're doing to fix it, because I believe they can fix it. So I deny your assertions that I'm against it, and I'm wondering why you need to make assertions like that, because that just detracts from my answering time. So,
well, you were the one who started with the preamble, Senator Roberts.
Why is it that many direct care providers remain unpaid, while at the same time many rorters and unscrupulous fraudsters are able to rip off the system to the tune of billions of dollars? What's the core problem?
I'm happy to go, Senator.
Thank you.
We agree, Senator, that what we would like to see, and we see in the majority of cases, is very good support providers providing the necessary disability supports that people that need those supports. And that's what makes this scheme such a very important scheme in the landscape of the country. I'll ask Ms Mackay in a moment to talk through some of the work that government's invested into the Fraud Fusion Task Force and the crackdown on fraud. We know that there
Excuse me, is that one of your big initiatives?
The big initiative. So
that's pretty important in the scheme of things.
Very important, Minister, and I'll hand over to Ms Mackay to talk that through. That is around cracking down on those unscrupulous providers who are doing the wrong thing by participants. And we want to eradicate that from the scheme, because we want to make sure every dollar is going to a person with disability that requires it. So I'll hand over to Ms Mackay, who'll talk through those initiatives.
Thanks so much. My name's Penelope Mackay and I'm a Deputy CEO. So I wanted to talk with you in relation to the Fraud Fusion Task Force, as well as other initiatives that the agency is undertaking to ensure, first and foremost, the safety and continuity of services for participants, and also to ensure that the integrity of this scheme remains as strong and robust as we can ensure that it can be.
Excuse me, Ms Mackay. The integrity of the scheme would be essential for the other prerequisites, safety and continuity of services, right?
Absolutely,
yeah,
and often...
I'm with you. Right.
Yeah. So if I talk firstly about the Fraud Fusion Task Force, the Fraud Fusion Task Force was established in November 2022 with an initial investment of $126.3 million over 4 years. An additional investment was made for Services Australia of $26.5 million, which brings the total investment to $152.8 million. The Fraud Fusion Task Force is co-led by the NDAA and Services Australia, and it has 19 other members, which are other government bodies. The Fraud Fusion Task Force is focused on...
Excuse me, does it have any law enforcement agencies as members?
The Australian Federal Police are on it, Senator.
Thank you. Yeah.
And apologies, I'm using the caption, so sometimes I'm a bit delayed in my response or understanding of your question. Okay. So thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
So as Scott mentioned, there are enforcement agencies who are part of the process. There's 95 active fraud operations that are being led, and we've got over 500 active investigations that are currently underway, with many cases there. So that's one tranche of what the agency is doing, working across government to ensure that fraud and organised crime are dealt with in the absolute way that shows no tolerance for those behaviours within the scheme. Second tranche of initiatives that we're doing is uplifting our system capability through a crackdown on fraud systems uplift approach. And so the government has invested $83.9 million for the 2024 calendar year to focus on that work. That work absolutely complements the work of the Fraud Fusion Task Force by ensuring that we can implement new systems that have the uplift capability that we need to make sure that it's easier to get things right and harder to get things wrong. So the types of programs that we've been investing in include programs around identity proofing systems, improving systems that check payment claims, making sure that our new IT systems are connected, and making sure that we have a fraud case management approach. I've got a whole program of work that's being undertaken as part of that process. We're also ensuring that the work we do in relation to this is co-designed and discussed with participants as well as with the sector more generally, so that as we make changes to our systems, participants can ensure and have confidence that they've been consulted on the changes and that they're going to have their safety first and foremost and continuity of care always as principles that will govern those changes that we introduce.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was clear and succinct.
Senator Louise perhaps we're also a member of the task force, and perhaps I can just give you a sense of the regulatory actions that connect to that. That would be quite useful. So I'm just going to quote from our 23-24 end of financial year figures. And this is in the context of there being many terrific providers out there doing great work with people with disabilities and supporting them to live the ordinary lives that they require from the Every Australian Counts campaign all those years ago.
And that's important, because the good ones at the moment are being drowned out by focus on...
There's many good providers out there, so I agree with you. It's important to recognise them. Just some quick figures for you. The regulatory tools, we have banning orders. There was 142 in the 23-24 financial years. Civil penalty...
What's a banning order?
When someone's not allowed to provide services into the future. Civil penalty proceedings, so these might be before courts, but there were 3 of those, and there are, of course, some other matters that I can't talk about here, but that are before the federal court in terms of practices and behaviours that we would find unacceptable.
Criminal activities?
Sometimes these can involve criminal activities, yes. Compliance notices, 52, that's, where a provider is asked to comply in certain ways with certain code of conduct or other matters, and that's a significant power we have. Of course, education remains very important, and we did over 21,985 sort of sessions that relate to that. Enforceable undertakings, 5. Infringement notices, 147. Refusal of registration, and I think this goes to the core of some of the issues you're raising, 11,952.
So it's 11,952
where there was a refusal of registration, yeah.
Is that for providers or agencies?
That's for providers, people providing services.
What about agencies? How many of them have been prohibited?
I can't make that distinction, but I'm happy to take that away and see if we can get any information for you on that. Revocation of registration, 192. Suspended registration, 12. Warning letters, 3,500 odd. And that gives you a sort of a sense of about 38,000 different types of enforcement actions that we can take and the outcomes that are from those. And this is in the service of trying to lift the quality overall to ensure that people with disability have the opportunity to make good choices in terms of who are providing services to them, and to ensure that we have a strong regulator where the sorts of concerns that perhaps you're raising as part of some of your questioning can be addressed very thoroughly by the Commission and others.
Right. I would like to know the agencies you've taken on notice, because I understand there are some very good providers and there are some unscrupulous providers. There are some very good agencies and there are some unscrupulous agencies. And the agencies that are unscrupulous magnify the problem, because it's not just one or two people in those agencies. There's sometimes many, many people in those agencies.
Well, we'll certainly take that on notice and come back to you.
I'll cede the call there because I've had my 10 minutes. I'd like to come back and drill into some of the details.
I'll put you on the list, Senator Roberts, for a cross-bench rotation. Thank you, Senator Roberts. I'm returning the call to the opposition now with Senator Reynolds.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator Reynolds.
Could we get Mr Gibbons back, please? Just while Mr Gibbons coming up, Chair, coming up to the table, just thinking about the issue that we've discussed today and the data. Given I know that all senators have got a lot more questions, rather than chewing up time today, trying to get my head around the details that you'll be providing me now, and also in the absence of the AFSR, Chair, what we discussed in the break is that if we can get that information from you today, we will then review the AFSR and request a short spillover just to go through the AFSR and the next quarterly report in some detail, and rather than trying to do it today in the absence of all of the data. We're very grateful, Mr McNaughton, to you and the team in terms of your approach today, but we just think that might speed up the process today, Chair, so I'm happy to... Have you got that information?
Look, I think we've certainly got perhaps not every question you've asked, Senator, but certainly a proportion of them, yes.
Okay. Well, if we haven't got all of them anyway, I think it would be a more productive discussion if you would be able to, maybe at the lunch break, provide the information before you leave, and then we'll put a request in for a spillover specifically to go through the AFSR and the Q1 report when they're available.
Yeah, as indicated, if you have three senators indicating...
Yeah, and I understand the Greens are happy with that because they've also got a lot of other questions, and I don't want to bog down this session on something that we don't yet have all of the information for.
Understood. So given that indication from yourself, and I'll take Senator Steele-Johns as read, given he's not in the room, it would be good if we could finish with the NDIA on time and move to Services Australia on time. I note that there are a number of questions from the crossbench still to get through today which are unrelated to these issues. So I have Senator Thorpe and further questions from Senator Roberts. I have one more batch from Senator Pratt.
And Senator Steele-Johns said that he's got probably another 3/4 of an hour or more of questions for NDIA. So that's why I'm thinking if we
probably don't have that in this session because Senator Steele-John, sorry, this would normally be dealt with in a private meeting, but Senator Steele-John's member of the crossbench, so we do that rotation between various members of the crossbench.
So that makes it convenient. It might be easier for everyone if we just take these questions away and park them for later.
Yes, but what I'm seeking the agreement of the committee for is that we kind of move through these crossbench questions and then try to finish on time and get to Services Australia because there's a number of other opposition senators, I understand, with questions throughout the day. So please stay, Senator Roberts. So in that case, are you happy for me to move through the crossbench questions now and come to you at the end?
If that would assist, then happy to cede it and then come back to us.
Thank you. So Senator Roberts,
Thank you, Chair.
I'll give you one more 10-minute block. Can I just check, though, before you commence, whether Senator Thorpe is on the line? No? Okay, Senator Roberts, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. What is being done to streamline the payment system for care providers?
Senator, Corey McKenzie from the Service Design and Improvement Deputy CEO. So we have, as Ms Mackay was talking about before, a range of improvements underway through a significant program of work, some of which, particularly the crackdown on fraud program of work particularly, but much of that will include progressive improvements to the provider platform and a range of other kind of payment systems to improve and support the continued improvement of the payment system through to providers. We've also
mainly IT focused?
Predominantly IT focused, yeah, that's right. And so both upgrading systems that are at end of life or that are approaching end of life, but also in developments and improvements in terms of improving both the integrity of the data that we're able to capture, and then also our ability to kind of move more quickly and with more confidence in the payment to providers as well.
Okay, thank you. What's being done to set up a scheme to ensure that family members who provide constant care to a family member are compensated for the time and care put in to deal with high-level basic care? Now, I understand families like to take care of other family members, and that I'm not arguing against that. I'm just saying we can see that in some cases we've got pensioners who are on a low income looking after their 60-year-old son who's disabled and very concerned about him. So there are some extenuating circumstances where families need to be compensated.
Thank you, Senator. There's a couple of components to that question. One is, first of all, there is obviously through other portfolios income support payments through carer payments and carer allowances in recognition of some of those activities too. So that's an important part of that. We also recognise that informal care is a really important part of the NDIS, where parents provide informal care for their children with disability. Ageing parents often do the same. But there does come a time where that needs to be a paid care role, and that's when the NDIS supports having paid trained carers to come in and support that person with a disability. So it's a combination of both. Who do you feel comfortable with providing that level of informal care and support and decision making and assistance in your daily activities? There's the care allowance and carer payments through the Social Security portfolio, and then the NDIS pays for the funded support workers to provide that trained specialist care for the person with disability as well. So it's an ecosystem, a combination of all of those things, and that really does depend on the individual circumstance of the participant.
Right, now, I presume then there's a very formal assessment required before moving from one to the other.
Yes, but we know that participants like to have their families around them and the informal supports around them, and that's a really important thing. We don't want to distract from that at all, but for some participants they also need additional funded carers, and there are regulations for being a qualified carer and a registered provider as part of the NDIS system. So, all those things need to work hand in glove to provide that support for the person with a disability.
Thank you. Are all direct care providers to be registered if they wish to be paid under NDIS?
They don't have to be.
And what is registration and what does it involve?
I might defer to the Commission, who can talk through registration guidelines, but there are differences in terms of pricing within the NDIS, but also registration criteria. So I'm not sure if the Commission wanted to respond to registration of providers.
Thank you, Senator. The registration relates to providers. When it comes to workers, there are worker screening that occurs for workers.
So you're looking at their capabilities and their skills.
Worker screening is about suitability. Worker screening is for people who are in risk-assessed roles, and their worker screening checks are conducted by the state and territory worker screening units. The NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission is responsible for maintaining the database. So registered providers can link their workers who have a worker screening check. And so that's another safeguarding measure so that participants can see which workers have a worker screening check. And in fact, we've had record numbers of unregistered providers also seeking access to the worker screening database so that they can also link their workers.
So direct care providers don't have to be registered, but for some circumstances they must be.
For some circumstances they need a worker screening check.
Okay. When will those reforms complete? ones you both discussed.
I'm wondering, just on the registration topic, Associate Commissioner Wade, if you'd like to speak on this, if you're there.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Glanville. Senator, registered providers are an important part of the disability care system, but there is also provision for the regulator, which is the NDIS Commission, to regulate both unregistered and registered providers. So registration status indicates compliance requirements of a provider, but that does not leave providers unregulated if they are not registered. All providers that receive funding from the NDIS are required to comply with a code of conduct, and failure to comply with that code of conduct can see regulatory action brought against the provider by the Commission as the regulator.
Thank you. Final question. What monitoring is involved for both registered and unregistered providers?
Thank you, Senator. The Quality and Safeguards Commission is responsible for the monitoring of both registered and unregistered providers. Much of our work is conducted as a result of either complaints received to the Commission or reportable incidents that we need to make further inquiries around the circumstances of particular incidents. Registered providers have obligations that they are required to report certain matters to us, certain changes of circumstances, and the Commission utilises that information to determine what regulatory action it might take.
Are there audits of this? It's not just self-reporting? Are there audits of these? It's not just self-reporting?
The audits, we do some proactive compliance monitoring work.
Mm-hmm.
They also have audit processes tied to their registration. The audit process relates to the standards that they must meet in order to maintain their registration.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. To give the committee an indication of how I'm seeking to rotate the call, I'm going to come to the opposition, Senator Pratt, Senator Urquhart, Senator Steele-John, and then with whatever time we have remaining until lunch, we'll come back to the opposition. And then I understand, given there is agreement for a spillover at that point, we'll be turning to Services Australia after the lunch break.
I have questions that are not contingent on the information that's the basis for the spillover. So I have lines of questioning that are not contingent on.
Well, I think if there's a spillover agreed at that point, that's a reasonable time to move on from these questions, if extra time has been allocated by the committee. So we'll get through what we can.
I'll have to talk to Senator Almond-Payne, because that wasn't our understanding of the process there.
Okay,
so,
I'll have a chat to you in a moment.
Yep.
I'll just pass the call to Senator Reynolds. Senator Reynolds, if you could be mindful yourself of the clock. We've got about 10.
Okay, in light of that, I will pass over to Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. My questions relate to the NDIS annual pricing review. Thank you. Would you be able to tell us how many NDIS providers have exited the market in each of the states and territories since the implementation of the new pricing arrangements on the 1st of July 2024?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. We monitor the number of registered provider exits. Sometimes it's a full exit and sometimes it's a partial exit. And we use that data to look at what impact prices might be having on market sustainability. And it's also one of the measures that we look at when we're looking at how to set prices in the first place. So what I can, and we also look at what sectors the exits are coming from. So what I can say is that we haven't seen there has been an increase in numerical terms of the number of provider exits this quarter, and there was a slight increase last year, but it's not statistically significant given the growth in the number of providers in general, but it is something to closely monitor. So the number of provider exits, I'm just looking at, it's around about 60 per annum of registered exits, and some of those are full exits and some are partial exits. And I'll just look at the actual number while you're asking your next question, if it's a price-related question.
Of course, and if you prefer, I'm happy for you to table that document if that makes life easier.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Have you done, and you note that you monitor this, have you made any assessments to determine how the pricing review has impacted the availability of services across the country, particularly in regional places, if there have been any particular impacts there?
Yeah, thank you. So in addition to looking at market exits, the type of data that we look at when we set the prices each year includes benchmarking across the different areas where the services are provided, and it also includes looking at market entrance and exits. And we also look at plan utilisation as an indicator of whether or not participants are able to get the services they need. And we look at plan utilisation across different geographical areas as well as in relation to different services. So based on the data we've seen to date, as well as, of course, a lot of feedback that participants and providers are providing to us, there hasn't been an impact on utilisation based on the prices that we've set. As part of the price review process, we do also invite submissions from providers and participants. So we received about 800 submissions in the last price review process. So we also use that information when we're setting our prices.
Okay, thank you. Why was decision made to release the latest NDIS pricing arrangements on the Friday before it was set to take effect on a Monday? So effectively only a weekend really for people to implement that.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. And we certainly have received feedback from providers that an earlier price setting process would be helpful for their planning. The reason why we set the prices in mid to late June, typically, as we did this year, is because the prices are impacted by the outcome of the Fair Work Commission findings for the next financial year, and we take into account the Fair Work Commission's determination to set the prices for the following year. So our timing is linked to that process. And when we announced the price increases this year in June, we also announced that we were setting up an independent pricing committee to give the agency advice about some of the matters that we thought we could review into the future about how we set prices, and the timing of when prices get set is something that we've certainly asked that committee to look into to make sure that we're responsive to the sector about the timing of that price setting function.
So was there any internal concern about that time frame of it not being even a single full working day, being an unreasonable period of time for the sector to adjust to new price settings?
The timing of the release this year was typical of the timing that we've released it every year. So there wasn't anything different about this year's timing.
So it's normally on a Friday and then Monday the new prices are implemented. That's the convention.
Well, it's normally mid to late June after the Fair Work Commission has released its determination.
But what I'm getting at, is it normally literally no working day for the sector to adjust to the price change? So I understand that from a chronological perspective it is at the end of the financial year, but is it usual for that information to be provided on a Friday afternoon to be implemented on a Monday morning?
I hear your question. I guess the prices released in June relate to the prices that are going to take effect on 1 July of the following financial year. In an ideal world, we would release the prices earlier than that process, and that's something, as I've said, that we've asked the Independent Pricing Committee to look into, how we can do that in a way that provides more lead time for providers.
Do you have an understanding why that lead time wasn't provided on this occasion?
As I said, the release is subject to the Fair Work Commission releasing its determination, so it happens after that process.
Okay, so perhaps the Fair Work Commission hadn't released it, so you guys couldn't do that either. Is that?
Yeah, so the Fair Work Commission released its determination. I don't have the exact date to hand, but it was in a short period prior to the agency releasing its final price.
Sure. And the feedback that you referenced, did that feedback suggest that there was significant disruption to service delivery given that short time frame to make that adjustment?
There was feedback from providers that they would appreciate earlier notification of price changes for the following financial year.
Okay, so did any of them indicate that it made it problematic in that feedback for them to deliver their services because that information wasn't provided sooner?
My recollection is that the nature of the feedback wasn't that it made the service provision problematic. It was about their financial planning, and that receiving that price advice some months prior to the 1st of July would be useful, as many organisations...
So they can manage their budgets.
Managing their budget. So from a service continuity point of view, it wasn't raised with me as an issue. What's been raised with us is that if we could release prices many weeks earlier than that June 30 process, that would help for their planning.
So effectively having 0 working days to implement new pricing structures based on what the information not coming through from the Fair Work Commission on time or in a reasonable time meant that these providers effectively may have had to rehash their budgets over a weekend.
So the new prices relate to services that are provided on or after the 1st of July.
But they still would have had workers starting or providing services on that Monday at new or different pay rates.
That new rate would have applied from that period of time, and then the new prices are what they would charge in their invoice.
Correct. So they wouldn't have known that till the Friday, until the Monday, and the Monday it would have had to have been implemented. Is my understanding correct?
That's correct. That the price advice was released on the 28th, and it came into effect on the 1st of July.
Sure. Given that that information didn't come through until the Friday, had you been in touch with the Fair Work Commission to try and find out what was going on and when the information was going to come through? What was sort of the level of communication or collaboration between your department and the Fair Work Commission, if any?
No, we're respectful of the Fair Work Commission timelines and processes. What we had done was speak with providers around the likely timing of the price changes being released.
So the information from the Fair Work Commission came through on the Friday. What would have happened if it didn't?
That's a matter for the Fair Work Commission. And just to be clear, I am not saying the Fair Work Commission determination came on Friday the 28th. What I'm saying is there's a period of time between when we get the Fair Work Commission determination and that the flow-on impact for the agency's prices.
Okay, so my understanding was that the information that you required for the pricing arrangements weren't available until that Friday, which is why it was given to the providers on that Friday. So did the NDIA actually have that information beforehand and just didn't provide it to the providers until the Friday?
So the Fair Work Commission determination is a factor that is used to determine the prices that the agency will charge. The prices are determined by the board of the agency, and there are processes that we go through to assess the impact of the Fair Work Commission determination and how that will flow through. So there were a matter of days between the Fair Work Commission releasing its determination and the agency releasing its price changes.
Okay, so
at this point I'm well due to rotate the call.
Just so I can finish this one question, if that's okay, Chair. So just so I understand properly, because I'm just trying to get to the bottom of why information on pricing was given to providers on Friday and they were going to take effect on Monday. So it was the Fair Work Commission provided that information to you maybe a few days prior, then your board had to have a meeting to agree to implement that, and then that took a couple of days or a day or two, and then that was finalised, and then on the Friday it was released to providers for implementation from Monday. Is that my correct understanding?
In terms of a process, so the process is that the Fair Work Commission releases its determination. That has an impact on our prices.
I understand that.
Yep.
I want to know what happened in this particular instance, why it was on Friday the 28th that the providers were given the new pricing information that they would have to implement on the Monday, which means particularly smaller providers literally had to scramble over a weekend, who don't have a workforce, who don't have significant systems for implementation on Monday. I just want to get a picture in my mind of what happened this year on the 28th of June for implementation on the 1st of July.
As I was saying before, the Fair Work determination is released. The agency works through what the implications of that are. The board has to approve any changes to the prices, and then materials are released to update the agency's price guide and give it to the sector. So that intervening time between the Fair Work Commission and the releasing its determination and the agency releasing its updated prices is the time that it took to, and it's a matter of days, that it took for the agency to work through those processes.
Thank you. Would you be able to provide on notice the date that the Fair Work Commission's information was provided, and when the board met and agreed, and then when the notification went out to providers? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. I'm passing to Senator Urquhart and then Senator Steele-John to see us through to the break. Senator Urquhart.
Thanks very much. My questions are to Commissioner Glanville. Can I please get you to talk to us about the amendments proposed by the NDIA Bill number 2 and what it entails, and then also why is it so important that these changes are made in legislation, and what would happen if these changes weren't made?
Thank you very much, Senator, for that. I'm going to make some introductory comments, and then I have the expert next to me in Ms Chambers,
Lovely.
so she'll be able to give you the data that you're asking for. Just to say that in order to be a robust regulator, we need strong legislation, and what the last few years of the existence of the Commission, the last 5 years, has shown us is some of the additional powers that would be required. We are very keen to engage not only with states and territories about these possibilities, but we're very committed to working with people with disability and the organisations they might belong to. And to that end, we have already, in the past week, I think, met with 5 or 6 of the key peak groups to begin talking about some of these possibilities. So I might ask Ms Chambers to give you a bit more detail on what we're finding to date.
Thank you. Alyssa Chambers, Deputy Commissioner, Regulatory Policy, Insight and Review. So we have been working really over the last 2 years and very closely with the department around regulatory reform, and we've learnt a lot through our own motion inquiries, also through our complaints mechanisms and the Disability Royal Commission around areas as a regulator that we really need to tighten up. In Bill 2, what we are proposing is 3 areas of focus that we would like to test with the community. So the first area is really around strengthening our penalties framework and also strengthening the duties that apply to key personnel. So we know that good providers have excellent governance in place, that they are well led, and they really bear down on compliance and issues. So we want to make sure that while there are obligations under the NDIS Act for key personnel, that we really strengthen those responsibilities. With the penalties framework that we want to test, at the moment, our penalties are not in alignment with other regulators, and it's really important that that people, when they are injured or harmed in any way, that there are equitable penalties and penalty frameworks in place. So it's really about bringing those extra powers to the Commission. The next area that we want to focus on is information gathering. So at the moment we have got a 14-day time frame for providers to provide us with information that is requested. In certain circumstances, we need very quick access to information so that we can resolve and act on any safeguarding issues or risk. And then finally, we're really focused on safeguards. So what we've seen as the market has grown is our current legislation allows us to ban providers and workers, but the NDIS market is broader than that. So we have auditors, we have consultants that support people to get their governance and business in place so that they become registered. So we want to be able to act on the entirety of the market. The importance of this, Louise talked, or Ms Glanville talked earlier around us being a formidable regulator. We've been in play now for 6 years, and it's very much around supporting the Commission to be able to act on the egregious things that have occurred to people with disability.
And I think just generally we want the NDIS to be as strong and enduring as it can be for a very, very, very long time. I'm consistently reminded when I speak with people with disability, and just before I spoke to a young man who's in the audience, the importance of the scheme for participants and the way in which we ensure that it delivers what they need in lots of ways is something that we are very focused on, and in taking up our role as a regulator as part of that process and working with our colleagues at the NDIA as part of that.
Great, thank you. I think that's all our goals, so it's nice that all our goals align as well, so it's absolutely. Just very quickly, could you talk me through the consultation plan on these amendments? I understand there's quite a lot planned, but also what exactly are the positive benefits that participants will see once these changes are made?
We do have a bit of a roadmap, and I think we put the roadmap out. It was released last week. Yes, that's right.
That's on your website?
Yes, yep, that's on our website. And importantly, it focuses on people with disability and advocacy groups significantly, but also states and territories as well. And that's important because we know that even though this is a national scheme, we've already heard about the worker piece, which sits with states and territories, and it's very important that we remember the connectivity across jurisdictions in relation to this very important NDIS scheme. So that roadmap actually gives you some dates for when we're proposing to do certain things, and I suggest that's perhaps the best way to take this. If you wanted to have a look at that, then we could talk to you more about what's proposed for that. But needless to say, certainly in the work we've done just this past week, it's been quite useful, Alyssa, to hear the views of groups such as Dana and the Alliance and others in terms of what their initial thoughts would be about what we are proposing. Clearly, often people have comments of things they think we could think of additionally doing, or different aspects of what is being proposed. But I would have to say, having been reacquainted with a lot of these groups after a good 6 or 7 years out of this particular sector, it was very heartening to see the strength of their ideas. It was very pleasing to see some of the ways in which they were very behind what we were suggesting, as well as the ways in which we can take up some of the observations that they would make to improve the work that we would do. I just wanted to once again ask Associate Commissioner Wade if there's anything she wants to add to that. She herself is a deep thinker and policy person, as I am myself, but she is very involved in some of this work. So, Ms Wade, if you're there, that would be great if you had a moment to say something.
Thank you, Commissioner Glanville. Senator, I'd like to address your question of the impact on people with disability that the consultation and proposed measures will have. As you will see in the regulatory reform roadmap, people with disability, their supporters, their advocates, their providers, and the sector more broadly are heavily involved in our design work of these reforms. It's absolutely fundamental that people with disability are at the centre of how we design these reforms. So as the regulator, we have some pretty clear ideas about what tools we need to be able to address concerns within the marketplace, as we've outlined this morning. However, we also absolutely are committed to building those reforms based on what people with disability, their families, supporters, and the providers delivering them services need to be able to contribute and be within a quality and safe disability support sector. So certainly as the regulator, we do not want to operate in a vacuum. We don't want to decide paternalistically what's best for everyone, but we want to really work side by side with the disability community and the disability sector to ensure that these reforms meet what they need so that we can provide the best regulatory activity that we can as the Commission.
Right. And I suppose just to add to that, Ms Wade, the human rights framework under which we offer requires us to do that in my way of thinking. Very important that our approach to disability recognises the basis of that both internationally but in this country, and that we look to work thoroughly in relation to that part of participation, inclusion, really nothing about us without us.
No, it's really a best practice model. Involve people who are going to be involved and you get a really good outcome. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. Continuing with the Commission, on the 16th of September, the government announced that it would require all platform providers, support coordinators and SIL providers to be registered as an immediate response to the final report from the Provider and Worker Registration Task Force. Under the Task Force's recommendations, SIL providers and support coordinators fall into a category described as an advanced registration category that is detailed in that final report. And the recommendation there is that they should be registered in a mandatory way. However, under that same recommended framework, some platform providers, it's recommended, could continue to operate as unregistered providers who only provide support to participants who are registered as having self-directed support. To me, the government's response is inconsistent with the recommendation of the task force. Do you agree?
Thank you, Senator, for your query. It's not sort of for me to sort of question government in terms of what it's already decided. It's made this recommendation in relation to those areas as being registered. I think there is still a lot more thinking to do in that space, and I know that Associate Commissioner Wade is involved in those processes as well. I think a lot of the housing-related areas of the NDIS generally are very complicated in my experience, and you have associate that with the issue of registration and the importance of registration, and I think this is a first step from that early work that's been done in relation to these areas. So at this stage in my 6th week, not that that's any defence to anything, but I would say I would wait to see how things process and progress with the decisions that government has already announced in relation to these particular areas, and we'll wait and see what further might come from the work that's been done in this particular space. Associate Commissioner Wade, did you want to add to that?
Thank you, Commissioner Glanville. Thanks for the question, Senator. It might be also helpful to highlight that self-directed support turns on the direct engagement of a participant with a worker. And so a participant who is self-directing would be very unlikely to be using a platform provider. They may be self-managed, which is a different, as you know, Senator, a very different type of participant, where the participant can choose how they manage their funds, and that's an arrangement that is currently available under the Act. But self-directed support, as you're aware, is something very specific to the disability community, where participants and their families directly engage. And so I don't know that there would be a time where a participant was directly engaging via a platform provider, but in fact the registration of the platform provider would not prevent a self-managed participant from continuing to use that platform provider if they so wished. I hope that clarifies.
Thank you, Commissioner Wade. If I could further clarify, looking at the task force report recommendation, it did very clearly set out that SIL providers and support coordinators be placed into that advanced category, and the wording of the recommendation also clearly sets out that in some cases platform providers who only provide supports to participants who are registered as having self-directed support, that there would be a pathway for that. So that was the recommendation made in the task force kind of final report. That's correct, isn't it? That was your recommendation.
Yeah, Senator. Yes, that's right.
Yes.
I'm conscious, of course, that Associate Commissioner has had some involvement in that as well, clearly, and so just offering her the opportunity to make any comments. But that's my understanding. Yes.
Yes. Is that your understanding, Commissioner Wade, of the recommendation?
Yes, that's right, Senator.
Yes. Yes,
that's right.
Yeah. So that was your recommendation. However, under the announcement that the government has made, that they have been very clear that it will require all platform providers, support coordinators and SIL providers to be registered as their response to your report. So that's the response of the government, is to take all three categories, so they all go into advanced registration. Your recommendation was that SIL providers and support coordinators go into advanced, correct? To either of you.
Well, I'm happy to answer. I mean, government receives reports and recommendations all the time and then makes its decisions on them. I'm sure you're very aware of that. It certainly does. As I am.
Yes.
So as a commissioner...
Senate inquiry reports included.
Yeah. Yes. As a commissioner, I hear what government's decided and we act on that. The preparation of the report and what was recommended is something for government to consider, and I'm sure there'll be more discussions about material in that report over time, but at this stage it is pleasing to see that there is some early response that relates to the importance of registration in some of these areas.
Of course, and the community followed the task force process very closely and was very encouraged by the presence of individuals such as Commissioner Wade within that task force process. The reason that I've asked this is because when asked publicly about this governmental position, Minister Shorten has said that the mandatory registration of these types of providers, platform, support coordinators, SIL, was recommended by the task force. Have you or your office reached out to Minister Shorten's office to provide a correction to that assertion?
My understanding, and I would have to go back and look at exactly what the Minister said, was that the government was responding to the importance of registration generally, and that this is the beginning of that process, or the way of moving forward on the basis of the suggestions that were made in the report that was prepared. So I personally was very pleased to see that and understand the importance of registration for a regulator, often to be able to do the important work that it's doing. But I have had no further conversation about that in
with
general
Minister
terms.
Because the problem is that when asked about this, and it hasn't been just once, it's been on repeated occasions, the Minister has stated that what the government has announced is what has been recommended by the task force, and given the task force did not recommend that platform providers be placed within the advanced category, and that is in fact what the government has decided to proceed with, that statement is inaccurate. So you haven't reached out to him about it. Has anybody in this room communicated with Minister Shorten to correct that inaccuracy? No? Okay. That's disappointing, because the trust the community has in the decision the government made was increased because of the way it was articulated, which was we are implementing the recommendations of the trusted task force. They're not. So that's a bit misleading in the view of many people. Under the framework recommended by the task force, are participants who require so-called 24/7 supports able to self-direct their supports?
Associate Commissioner, do you want to answer that one at all, or we could take it on notice?
I'm happy to answer. Thank you for the question. Yes, it was in the anticipation, and so at the task force, we heard from many people who have 24 hours a day, 7 days a week care requirements, and the need for them to be able to manage those supports in a way that suits them. And so yes, they were considered in that way.
Okay. And are they able to use unregistered providers?
So the recommendations of the task force, as you know, focus on the categories of registration, which includes a category of self-directed supports. And we particularly noted, Senator, that further work needed to be done very closely with the disability community, and especially those who are actively using self-directed supports, to better work through what that would look like in the proposed registration model. Because really the task force was one of the first times, arguably ever, that self-directed supports were recognised in public policy and so brought forward. But, you know, we only had 6 months to produce that advice, and so further work needed to be done because, as you know, Senator, there is a lot of people with disabilities in their families that have used self-directed supports for a great many years. For some people, it's the only type of support they know. And so it is important that going forward, government work closely with the disability community to best understand what that looks like, which includes this conversation about unregistered providers, as we put it.
Absolutely. And I'm coming close to the end of my time, but I just want to clarify finally with you a couple of key elements of your recommendations, which was contributed to in good faith by a lot of people to try to genuinely find a way forward. So do all, under your recommendations, do all providers fall under the same advanced registration category?
Can I just add a point of clarity? The 3 areas of the mandatory registration categories, SEAL, support coordination and platform providers, we're progressing this work under the current Commissioner made rules. And as part of the regulatory reform roadmap, we'll also be doing consultation in collaboration with the department on self-directed support. So we want to make sure that they fit together. And
yes, I do understand. My questions are to the recommendations of the task force as opposed to the work of the Commission. So under the recommendation to the task force, do all providers fall under the advanced registration category? I think that's for Ms Wade or Ms Granville, however you want to take it.
Associate Commissioner Wade, yes.
Yes, of course. And of course, Senator, I'd also like to acknowledge your comment absolutely that the disability community came to the task force in good faith, and they contributed so significantly to our work and the development of these reforms that are now flowing through. By all providers, well, no, because all providers are stretched across all categories of the proposed framework, right? Yep. However, there are absolutely categories of providers, like SIL is the perfect example, which will fall within advanced always. I can't really think of an example where they wouldn't fall within that category based on the recommended framework. The only area that the task force left for government to sort of work through in this respect of how providers fall within categories of the framework is where a participant or their family self-direct their supports. Because, of course, as we know, Senator, participants and family members may well be self-directing SIL, for example. So I just want to be very clear and very careful that we don't sort of bring sort of that all into one frame. But on the understanding that it needs to be wrote down. Now, we certainly heard from people who are self-directing seal-type arrangements that said, we would want to be in the advanced category. We don't think it's acceptable that we would not have conditions on registration that are at that level, because our loved one, or as the participant speaking, they face significant vulnerabilities and they require that protection. But certainly the categories are designed to respond to the risk. It's a risk proportionate model, as you're aware.
Yes. If we go then to the subcategory of providers that is platform providers, under your recommendations, do all platform providers fall under the advanced registration category?
I mean, need to take it on notice.
Yep.
I don't think I can answer that on the floor.
Okay, and maybe you have to.
We're due to go to the break.
Maybe you might. All right, we'll come back afterwards, and I'll finish this up. Thank you, Commissioner Wade.
Can I clarify? Noting we'll have a private meeting at the end of the lunch break to discuss the program. Are questions finished for the Commissioner? Are we able to let the Commissioner go?
No, I've got one more line of questioning for the. That could potentially be for the Commissioner. It could be for DSS, but that's why I'm asking to find out.
I understand the opposition have put theirs on notice.
That's for the NDIA. And that is for the NDIA. So, look, I think I may have one additional line of questioning for the Commission. I will seek to actually clarify with them when we break as to whether it is them or DSS.
Well, would you like to clarify that now before we break?
Okay. Yes,
if you can clarify that.
I potentially can, and then we can all go home. Well, you can go home if you. This is an incentive to say it's DSS. Sorry, DSS. So my question is in relation to an announcement that Minister Shorten made that there would be the introduction of legislation that would strengthen deterrence and compliance powers of the Commission, and the reference made in that announcement to a consultation period and piece of work around that legislation. So I'm seeking to understand who is leading that consultation work. Is it the Commission? Is it DSS?
Yeah, we're both involved with that, but
that's the wrong answer if you wanted to go home.
But I can tell you, perhaps, Alyssa, you could just talk about.
Sorry, Ms. Dunford, we're not seeking for you to answer the question.
Okay.
We're just seeking.
So yes, I will have further questions for the Commissioner.
Yes, okay. Thank you. We will now suspend for 1 hour, returning at about 1:20, and seeking to have a private meeting 5 minutes before we return. back, everybody. Just before I pass the call to Senator Steele-John, I'll just give people in the room an update on where we are at in the program of our committee. So it is the intention of the committee to continue with the NDIA and the Commission for another 30 minutes approximately, delaying the start of Services Australia. It is also our expectation that there will be a short spillover required at a later date, specifically to deal with the matters pertained in those reports, which we'll have further advice on. But if Services Australia representatives can be ready to go in about 30 minutes, that would be appreciated by the committee. Senator Steele-John, you have the call.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Okay, so firstly for the Commission. Last week the Minister Jordan, announced that there would be a new legislation introduced to the Parliament to, quote, strengthen the deterrence and compliance powers of the Commission. It was announced that there would be a consultation process around this legislation and a exposure draft released in relation to the legislation and tabled in Parliament. Will you be leading that consultation and the development of the legislation, or will it be the Department of Social Services?
So I'm going to talk generally. We're both doing this work. We're working together on this particular pieces of work, which is quite important. We did, I think I mentioned it earlier on today, suggested that our roadmap, which outlines all that we're doing and the dates and things, is now on our website, but Ms Chambers can go through that in a bit more detail if that's going to be of assistance. And we have already started, as I mentioned this week, speaking to different disability groups who have online, that's been, but we've got lots of different plans that she can refer to, which are in that roadmap. Just very briefly to give you that outline.
Thank you. We are pressed for time, so I might just ask two others, and then I think you want to ask the whole thing. So particularly, I'd like to know when the exposure draft will be released, and if there is a written consultation plan, can it be tabled? Yes. So in that context, I'm happy to hear from Ms Chambers.
Absolutely. So what we're doing is we're releasing a consultation paper, and that is in its final stages of pulling that together. We're just working on the easy read document so that we can have both a plain English and an easy read consultation paper to be released. So that should be released in the next few days.
So is there a date? Is there a release date for that?
It's likely to be released tomorrow. So the easy read and the consultation paper. Okay. And we're putting that out into the community because we want people to have time to digest the proposed measures. We have worked with DSS on the development of those measures, and they have really come out of the trends in our complaints that we've seen. They have been born out of the 3 own motion inquiries that we have done, and also the recommendations around from the Disability Royal Commission. Yep. So the 3 areas that we are looking to test with community are around an increased penalty framework and arrangements. We are looking at stronger statutory requirements for key personnel. So key personnel already have obligations under the Act, but we want to strengthen them because of some of the recommendations that we saw in the Royal Commission, particularly that they weren't acting in accordance with those obligations. The next area that we are looking to strengthen is around information gathering, so that we can get access to that information very quickly, and then finally safeguarding. So ensuring that, like currently, our banning orders only relate to NDIS providers and workers, but the scheme itself is much larger than that. So auditors, consultants, that really go to ensuring the integrity of the scheme. We also have planned a range of consultation. So we want to do small group targeted consultations with participants, with disability representative organisations, and with providers. So, and we've really learnt from the consultations that we've been doing from August around being able to have those really authentic discussions to help us form what would be eventually an exposure draft on the bill.
Okay, thank you. So the release date will be the 7th of November. When is the end date for the consultation?
We will be consulting through till about March.
Okay, till March of 2025. And at that point, the findings of the consultation process will be released publicly?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. And then at that point, the exposure draft will be introduced to the Parliament?
So, Senator Robin Shannon, Deputy Secretary, Disability and Carers. I guess just from a general process perspective, obviously we'll be conducting the consultations, considering the feedback with our colleagues in the Commission in terms of how that shapes the policy advice to government. We'll be thinking and working with the Office of Parliamentary Counsel about how that policy position might be shaped in terms of the provisions of the bill. But ultimately, I think the Minister has been clear that the intent is to introduce the legislation in the autumn sittings, and we would want to obviously, we're working from that time frame. It's a matter for government in terms of how they prioritise the legislative program, but we would be working with the Commission to try and give the community, the longest possible time to consider an exposure draft of the bill.
There is, though, a crossover in those timeframes. So has DSS begun drafting the exposure draft?
No, Senator. We are, the standard process would be, we've got some policy thinking, we're testing that thinking through this consultation process. Then we'd go through the process of preparing drafting instructions. So there's it's a standard sort of legislative development process, and we may well try and test some of those ideas, reflect back through consultation, but it really is a decision for government, the point at which they're comfortable with the policy as it's shaped up in the exposure draft, to be able to share that more broadly.
Okay. To the Minister attending, can you confirm for us that your government, in fact, won't release a exposure draft on a piece of legislation until the conclusion of the consultation that the Commission has just outlined there?
That sounds right. Yeah, the roadmap says that the government won't release the exposure draft until autumn of next year, which is consistent with
so
what's
post March 2025.
Autumn, yes, that's right. Yep.
All right, thank you. Now, one of the areas that you flagged, Ms. Granville, is around penalties. And that's one of the areas that we'll be testing. The legislation has been flagged publicly as a piece of legislation that will increase penalties for providers from 400,000 to 15 million if a participant is hurt or injured under the provider's care. That's what the Minister has flagged publicly. That would bring the penalty in line with the potential penalty should a worker be harmed in that same process. Under what mechanism is the current penalty established? Is it a legislative instrument? Is it a rule?
Yeah, we'll take that on notice.
Yes.
I think it's a rule, but we will take that on notice and come back to you. And just as a point of clarification, I think that it's up to 15 million.
Up to 15.
So, yeah, it's not at 15 million.
It's a graduated process.
It's a graduated process depending on, exactly what's happened and what that looks like.
When was the rule, the current rule we have, when was that last updated?
Well, it hasn't been updated since I arrived 6 weeks ago, I can tell you that.
I'm sorry, I'd need to take...
Yeah, we'll have to take that on notice if that's okay, but we will come back to you on that.
And has DSS identified that there is a barrier to the increase of the penalty within the legislation as it stands? Because as a rule, it can be updated by government. So what barrier have you identified within the current legislation that requires new legislation to resolve this issue?
Senator, I'd need to take some further advice on that. I think, though, generally speaking, given the significance of the reforms being proposed, it would be desirable to progress them through amendments to the primary legislation. I think, it signals their significance and, quite appropriately scrutiny by the Parliament.
Absolutely, but you've just outlined a process that will take us to March of 2025 before we have an exposure draft for the legislation. I'm quite frankly revolted, and I know many disabled people are, to know that the current penalty arrangements place such a disproportionately low value on the life of a disabled person or their safety. And a lot of people have asked me exactly what is stopping this government from addressing this issue now, given that it's a legislative rule that establishes the penalty level.
So it is in the Act.
So what is...
Just confirm, Senator, that it is actually the current penalty is in the primary legislation. It's not a rule. So
it is a primary legislative issue. Okay. Thank you. And has it? Are you able to confirm that it? Because the Act's been amended a couple of times over the history of its life. Has this rule been modified in any way through the various stages of its existence?
I think that we indicated earlier we'd need to take on notice any previous amendments to these arrangements. So, Senator, we'll come back to you on that. I'm sorry.
All right. I'll leave it there, but I just have to ask, and this is again for the Minister attending. Like, you've been in government now for a good couple of years. Why has it taken you so long to correct this issue? A lot of people are asking me, why is it only at this point that this government has decided to address the fact that you can be rightly penalised up to $15 million if a worker is hurt, but the maximum is $400,000 for a disabled person? It seems like a massive oversight.
Well, there are still remaining and have been a substantial number of big reform challenges in terms of the National Disability Insurance Scheme. And it's the government's view that those reform challenges were not attended to over the period of the last government. And it is important when you are undertaking reform to do it in a sequenced and methodical way, and that is the approach that the government has taken.
But it didn't include this change in its last round of legislation, which you've described today as the largest in the scheme's history. But
there's more reform. There's more reform to come, and the purpose of that legislation, it had its it had its purpose. It does not and cannot attend to all of the issues that require work, and I know that as we've just traversed, the minister's identified further areas for reform and anticipates further legislation and a roadmap process that sets out how that will unfold. It seems one of the challenges with reform, Senator, is everybody wants it to happen in a hurry and everybody wants it to happen slowly at the same time. That the principles of consulting with the community and dealing with complexity, which much of the scheme engages, run up hard against the idea of proceeding too hastily. And I think it'd be pretty hard to argue that this government, over 2 short years, hasn't made significant strides forward in terms of setting the scheme up for the future and undertaking a whole set of reforms, some of which have been traversed today and some haven't. There is more work to do, and the government is very open to that proposition. In fact, we're leading the discussion. Absent absent the reforms and consultation process that the government's undertaken, we would still be in the position that we were when we started.
So just to clarify, you think there's a long, deep consultation required with the Australian community to decide whether people support the concept of a disabled life and the life of a disability support worker being valued equally under federal legislation?
That's not
because that's the situation right now. As your minister has identified, there is a massive discrepancy between what you can be penalised for, $400,000 if you hurt a disabled person, up to $15 million if you hurt a disability worker, and yet we have to wait until March 2025 to get even the exposure legislation on something like that, because you think there will need to be more consultation on fixing that one.
No, that's not what I said. I said there's important work being done and important work still to do. And that is not the only element of what the government is considering in terms of future legislation. There is a package of measures there, and they will all unfold in the exposure draft and the process that officials have outlined.
I'll move on. Has the NDIA recently bought a software product called SAS IMS in the recent period, say in the last 2 years?
Let me check that for you, Senator.
Likewise, I'm checking that, Senator. Sorry, what was it called again, Senator?
The name of the software product I'm inquiring in relation to is SAS IMS. I want to know whether you have purchased it recently, for instance, in the last 2-year period.
Senator, I don't have any information about a software product of that name, so I might need to take that on notice just to confirm.
Okay. Has the agency procured any similar case management software in the last 2-year period? Because that's what I believe the product is. It's case management software in the last 2-year period.
Well, the most significant case management customer relationship software obviously is PACE, which obviously we've talked about before, Senator.
Yep.
And so that has been developed over that 2-year period.
Okay. I'll just ask a couple. You can take them on notice. It sounds like you'll need to. So in relation to that particular product, so again, SAS IMS, if you do find that you did in fact purchase it, was there a RFQ, a request for quote, as part of the procurement process for that product? And if so, can you provide the quote to us on the list of those invited to provide quotes to us on notice? Would you be able to provide the cost of the software, the purpose of the software as you understood it, to us on notice?
We'll do that, Senator. I'll take those on.
All right, thank you. Now, the recent NDIS legislation added a new agency function, a function that gives the NDIS the power to, quote, prevent, detect and investigate, and also to respond to misuse of or abuse of or indeed criminal activity involving the NDIS. Have there yet been any staff allocated to this function?
Senator, thanks for your question. The NDIS has never allowed the use of NDIS funding for unlawful activities. So the Fraud Fusion Task Force, to which I referred earlier, was set up in 2022 to investigate activities of the nature you've described. The work that task force has undertaken and the other integrity work that I've described is work that is about ensuring the integrity of the scheme and work that was always relevant. So there have been staff allocated to that, and the new legislation has provided greater clarity to what people can and cannot use their NDIS funding for, but it hasn't changed. So the activities that we were doing
I understand that. Just to be clear, there was an amendment within the legislation that passed which added an additional function, I believe it was function F, to the part of the legislation that details the agency's functions. And the words that I read out a moment ago are verbatim what passed the chamber. So since you've been given a new function, I understand you've done this type of work previously, have we allocated new additional staff to that new function?
Senator, at this stage what we've done is just expand the remit of some of the existing staff to do those activities. Yes. We haven't allocated staff specific to that. Okay. So, as Ms McKenzie said before, not everything that's been announced has fully been implemented. There's still some co-design, there's some practice, some system changes. So that's one of those ones that we haven't actually allocated specific staff to. We may actually not. It may be an extension of existing staff responsibilities. Okay.
And could you take on notice for me, in the interest of time, whether the NDIA had input into the decision to add this new function into your legislation? And if so, would you be able to identify for us the previous systems gap or process gap that was required to be filled by this additional function? I can provide you, for reference, if you like, the precise amendment that I'm referring to. Whether you're aware of any other service delivery agencies that have criminal investigations powers, as has been granted in this amendment, and if there is an internal policy being developed to clarify or support this function. If you could take that on notice, that would be great. Now, have there been any guidelines developed around debt collection in the context of the new legislation?
Yes, there have, Senator. I'll just ask Mr Swainson to come and talk through the debt management provisions and the work we're doing in that space.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Senator. I'm Matt Swainson, Acting Deputy CEO. Look, the agency has established a range of controls, policies, procedures in relation to our debt collection practices. I guess the most significant of these is a debt committee chaired by our CEO and consisting of our senior leadership, SES Band 3 members who do make the determination as to whether a debt gets raised or not on individual matters. So flowing from that, I guess, that peak committee, we've got another committee called the Debt Management Tasking Group, which is, I guess, a layer down. It's at a SES Band 2 level, which looks at our policies, procedures, arrangements. But certainly it is a program of work which I would say is pretty heavily invested in by the agency at the moment. We take it very seriously. Certainly that group, or those groups, are highly participant focused. It's quite important for us that no debts are raised by the agency without full and thorough consideration by senior members of the agency.
Okay, thank you. And again, in the interest of time, would you be able to provide on notice for us the composition of both of those committees, their terms of reference, their meeting schedules, and any of the organisations or individuals to which they report their findings or work? And also, you referenced a number of documents that have been developed in addition to the establishment of those committees. If you could provide those documents on notice to us, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. You would be aware, I'm sure, of the case of Miss Freeble, who took her life in April after being issued a $28,000 debt by the NDIA. Has there been an internal investigation into the appropriateness of the NDIA's actions in pursuing the debt against Miss Freeble?
Well, Senator, first and foremost, we too extend our sympathies to the family of Ms Freeble. We've remained in contact with the family since that time, as you'd imagine. We We did do I wouldn't say a formal review in a sense of getting an external review in, but certainly an internal review of the lead up and the collection of those, which led to some of the interfaces and the initiatives that Mr Swainson's put in place around having a senior governance panel looking at debt, around looking at waiver provisions and having more clarity for staff around what waiver provisions would exist and why. And so it has led to some changes to the debt management practices.
Okay, thank you. Has there been any broader work undertaken to ensure that debt collection isn't being done at the expense of participants' mental and psychological safety?
Senator, what we're doing, as Mr Swainson outlined, is making sure that in accordance with the new legislation, that if there is a debt raised, that we're looking at the waiver provisions under special circumstances. When does the debt, when does it need to be collected, when wouldn't it be? We want to start with the premise of educating people to do the right thing to avoid debt. Yep. And that's very much the focus, is prevention and education. If debt does arise, and it has to arise under certain triggers under the Act, then we have our waiver provisions, and that's something that we are looking at as part of our practice guidance. Then having this governance group over the top to make sure if we are pursuing a debt, especially a debt for a participant, that we've gone through all the bona fides of every individual case before that happens.
Okay, thank you. If you could provide to us on notice any training that is provided to those who carry out that function, particularly relating to psychological safety and trauma-informed practice, that would be greatly appreciated. And in the 4 minutes I have left, I just want to ask you about the data breach that you've publicly acknowledged and commented on that occurred last November, so November last year. You released a statement notifying the public of a data breach that resulted in the disclosure of data such as the full name, date of birth, gender and address of some participants. According to your statements, a member of staff had been arrested and charged with unauthorised disclosure of information of NDIS providers. In September of this year, you provided an update that some people affected by the data breach were under the age of 18. Do you require NDIS providers to uphold a comprehensive data management policy?
We'll get Mr Swainson to cover off. You talk about the internal data breach, or yeah, I think you want to talk to that one, Mr Swainson?
Yes, Senator. So I think the information you have provided is correct. We did notify quite a serious data breach. It arose from agency staff members who had accessed information and then shared that information appropriately. That they have been charged. Those matters are before court, so we can't comment too much more about those particular matters. I think your question goes to the code of conduct in relation to providers.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's probably a question for the Commission, though I will try and provide as much assistance as possible.
I mean, thank you, Mr Swainson. I'm aware of the time. I guess, like, we've been here over the course of years talking about different data breaches involving the agency, and the challenge has always been that while you have reasonably robust internal data management policies, the ability to enforce them is actually contingent on what the third party, i.e. the provider, does with that data and how it keeps that data safe. And this appears to have been part of an element of what has occurred, potentially not in this case, but in a number of cases since we have last begun discussing this. So has the Commission done any work on that third party provider piece and the requirements that the agency might require?
I'd have to take that on notice. I can think of some possible areas we've begun to think about in this space, but very happy, Senator, to come back to you on that.
Okay, because I think my ultimate question to you is, without that requirement of third parties in the way that they manage their data, how can you be sure as an agency that the standards you set and assure participants of will actually be reflected in their experience? Because you're still connecting them with the provider, facilitating that connection, and that increases quite significantly. Now we're moving to a registered provider a growth in the number of registered providers and plan managed participants. So
we'll work with the Commission on a response, and certainly where we've got good registered and regulated providers. Without going into the details, in this case it wasn't, the police are taking the necessary action around those individuals.
Yep.
So we do think that's being dealt with in the appropriate channels.
Yep.
But we'll work with the Commission on a response around the broad.
And could you provide on notice to me, could you step out and detail for me how the agency investigated, how they became aware of, then investigated this particular data breach involving NDIA staff, any opportunities for policy change that have been identified as part of this investigation, and any required or identified cultural changes within the agency that have been identified as part of that investigation?
We'll do that, Senator. We'll give what we can and not compromise the investigation, of course, but we'll give what you can.
Absolutely. But
absolutely.
There's a lot of community interest in how this happened and what we've learned from it. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. At this point, I'm just seeking confirmation from senators that we're in a position to dismiss the NDIA and the Commissioner. Can someone just say yes? Yes. Yep. Thank you. In that case, you are dismissed. Thank you very much for your contribution to our committee. Number of questions on notice taken, please, in accordance with the date set by our committee, which was the 19th of December, although I anticipate we will see you before then.
Before then. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. I don't mind. We can do it either way. All right. We're calling now representatives from Services Australia, whole of portfolio and corporate matters. I'll just give everyone a quick minute to come to the table. We'll kick off again, and I welcome Mr. David Hazelhurst, the Chief Executive Officer of Services Australia. Mr. Hazelhurst, do you have an opening statement for us?
With your indulgence, Chair, I would like to make a short statement, if that's
Please
okay.
Continue.
As the committee is aware, a key focus for Services Australia this year has been building on the injection of new staff to reduce the time for us to process claims or to answer the phone. I'm pleased to say we continue to head in the right direction. The February backlog of 1.35 million claims was cleared by the end of the financial year, with claims on hand back to normal levels as of July. We're now processing claims 60% faster than we were in January. For example, paid parental leave claims are being processed in an average of 3 days, 90% faster, and job seeker claims in an average of 6 days, 80% faster. As a result, customer satisfaction has improved, with a 43% decrease in overall complaints this financial year to date compared to the same period last year. Complaints about delays in Centrelink claims have fallen by 77% from over 15,000 to under 3,500, and likewise complaints about Medicare processing times have fallen by 67%, from 765 to 252. Our telephony performance also continues to improve. Average call wait time is down by over 20% from earlier this year, and congestion messaging has been reduced by almost 80%. There's still work to be done in areas such as complex disability support pension and age pension claims. And while Centrelink calls are being answered over 25% faster than at the beginning of the year, they're still not down to our target of 16 minutes. But we're upskilling more staff to process these and bring performance in line with the full range of our performance measures. We're also working with partner agencies to strengthen MyGov as the go-to location for Australians seeking government services. Credentials continue to be added to the MyGov wallet, with the latest being the organ donor card added in October. And the agency is using the MyGov inbox to distribute secure, targeted communications to keep customers informed. Almost 700,000 Australians have been alerted that they are owed unclaimed Medicare benefits. Further improvements are in the pipeline, using MyGov to provide a trusted and secure channel, for example, to connect to the 2026 census. We are also continuing to harden MyGov against cyber threats and scams with the addition of secure password-free logons using passkey technology and the release of the MyGov Incident Response System in September. And we're being proactive in disrupting malicious actors, including public alerts, and disrupting more than 600 fake MyGov websites each week to keep Australians safe. Service Australia is committed to transparency around its service delivery performance, and as part of this commitment, from last Monday, the agency will publish quarterly reports on key performance figures via data.gov.au. These reports include information such as the numbers of claims completed, the numbers of claims on hand, the proportion of claims outside agreed processing targets, call management performance information, the total number of hours spent by staff per function, and the total number of hours spent processing claims. For the financial year to date, the agency has also responded to 518 questions on notice, 36 inquiry questions and 26 parliamentary questions, and today we are tabling 44 pages of documents in response to requests for information from committee members. Heading into the 2024-2025 high-risk weather season, Services Australia stands ready to support Australians affected by natural disasters. In the meantime, as we move forward, the agency will continue to put people at the centre of service delivery and work with government and customers to provide the support Australians need. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Hazelhurst, and some very welcome figures there, and we appreciate the update. I'll just take a look at these documents before they're tabled, and we'll come to that in a moment. But I will pass the call to the opposition first and then to the Deputy Chair, if senators are still comfortable with roughly 10-minute blocks, and I'll give you a nudge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Mr Hazelhurst. Good to see you again. I'd like to start with the annual report, if I could, and a number of the metrics. In relation to customer demand, so the annual report notes that there were fewer total claims in 23-24 compared to 22-23. That's correct? The numbers, the numbers, as by my reading, so customer demand has gone from just over 101 million, 101.5 million, to just over 99 million in the annual report. Does that sound about right?
I'm not sure, Senator, which numbers you're referring to, but I'm happy to go with the premise of your question if you want to, if there's a question there. Sorry, I don't have the numbers you're talking about in front of me. If you want to refer me to a section of the
well, it's actually in, now where's the preface? Was it, where are we? Just, well, I've got your report here. Well, it's, if you, in your annual report,
Right.
it does say, I mean, as a general premise, that the customer demand in total has gone down. So perhaps if someone behind you could have a look at the numbers. So what I noted, so from the previous 22-23, it was 101,524,237, and customer demand by my reading was now 99 million. So that appears that total demand has reduced since last year.
In terms of claims?
Yes. I think you describe it as customer demand.
Okay,
Claims,
again,
yes.
I'm not
So in
disputing
terms
it,
of
Senator. I'm
claims-
just trying to work out which figures you're adding together or which ones you're referring to.
I'll have to go back.
And of course...
So I didn't tab, I assumed... I didn't tab the page numbers. Well, this is what I'm just trying to find out, because I went through and pulled these out and I haven't actually tabbed, because I assumed we'd have someone here who could confirm total claims. Maybe I'll phrase it another way. Someone here can confirm in the annual report, without me having to go through all of my highlighted.
Perhaps you're referring to the agency snapshot, which is right inside the front
be.
page.
I know it was up front somewhere.
And you may have added the total claims, but total claims there is 468.5 million claims. So I'm not sure.
Well, maybe we just put it another way. Are the total claims that you've handled in Services Australia more or less between this financial year that you report in the annual report and last annual report?
I don't have that information in front of me, Senator. I'm happy to get it for you quickly. We'll be able to kind of make that comparison quickly. I'm mindful, of course, that the composition of the claims will also be important because they're all of different complexity.
If it helps, this was a subject of discussion that my colleague actually discussed, I think, from memory, with Mr Howard, who did confirm that numbers were going back, and that was at budget estimates. So hopefully somebody in Services Australia here can actually confirm the trend and the numbers.
Yep.
I believe, Mr Hazel,
In fact, someone's given me a note that not only is it in the annual report here somewhere, but there was a question on notice, 686 possibly, that we've actually got the numbers. Or can anyone at least... here's Mr Howard.
It's coming to the table.
Mr Howard, do you remember this discussion you had? Can you find that for me?
Good afternoon, Senator. Jared Howard, Deputy CEO, Customer Service Delivery. My recollection of the conversation, Senator, was in relation to telephony demand, I think we were discussing, and there was a slight reduction in telephony demand at that particular point in time when we're comparing, but in relation to total claims for the 23-24 financial year, there was 468.5 million total claims, and in
How
the
many?
The 468.5 million total claims, and in the previous financial year, 22-23, it's 465.6.
Okay, so I've just got... Okay, I just want to get this clear because this is actually important as we go through this afternoon. So I've just been handed the question on notice from August this year, and it refers to total customer demand, which was provided by Services Australia, which is what I'd asked for, and it went from 2019 to 2023. So has anyone got those figures on hand?
I don't, Senator.
I don't have that question on notice, Senator, but we can get it.
Okay. But nobody has the figures. So this includes, so how Services Australia yourself have... Would it help if I tabled it? Your own question on notice? Because this data is how you've compiled it.
I'm sure we have it, Senator. I just don't have it in my folder right now.
So how you've provided this information is face-to-face contacts, telephony calls, SSW claims and non-claims, health claims and non-claims, and child support work in trays received. Okay. So that would be the total number of people that you have assisted, correct? or claims?
Well, Senator, if we're talking non-new claim work claims, I didn't hear whether you mentioned telephony or not, but certainly non-new claim work is not in relation to claims, so it's that figure would be a broader demand picture than just claims.
Okay, if someone could track this down, because these are your own figures, so that would actually be helpful. So as I understand what you've just said, Mr Howard, I think is 468.56 million in claims in 2022-3, I think you said, and then it was 486 in 23-24.
468.5, Senator.
468.5.
It's on the inside cover of the annual report.
Okay.
At
so
the
it's
bottom
total
of that.
claims. Okay.
Yeah. And there's an equivalent number for last year, which Mr Howard just referred to.
Which was the 468, was that the 486?
465.
Okay,
what did you say, Jared? 465.
465.
If you could find that, we'll move on to other questions and come back and find that. So is it safe to say, though, that claims, total claims in those aggregate, have dropped over the financial year?
No.
In total? Or you've actually been processing, you've received more claims across all categories?
About 3 million more, according to those numbers.
Okay. If you could get those figures at least so we can have a look at the trend, because the question on notice that you provided, 686, clearly shows that it is total customer demand has dropped. So
Senator,
anyway, look,
I'll have a look at that.
We will come back to this.
That's fine,
because this
sure.
is really important.
Okay.
Anyway, if you get that, because that's your own figures, and then perhaps I want to unpack that a bit further. So I'll park that for now.
Well, we're due to just about rotate now, Senator Reynolds.
This is going to be a long afternoon if we haven't got the information to hand.
Yeah, just a quick clarification on Senator Reynolds' comment is that the Quan clearly states that customer demand has dropped. So if that's not accurate, we need to understand why, and if the Quan was issued that way. And if it is accurate, well, then we also need to know why, if customer demand has dropped, why you can't meet the KPIs if the demand is less. So there's a problem either way.
So this is where we need, thank you,
Yeah.
that's absolutely right. So we need to actually understand the baseline. So you've given us the figures in this Quan from, where is it, August, 13th of August. So the 3 million more figure, can you find out when that is for so we can actually go through timeline and then we can start answering these questions?
Yes, Senator, I'm sure we're actively digging out that Quan right now and we'll be able to do that.
Senator, and I suspect, and we'll, as the CEO's mentioned, we'll dig the Quan out. But from what you read out in relation to the components of customer of the demand, that's a broader picture than just total claims. The two figures that I compared between the financial year were just claim figures. So I suspect that's the difference.
So if we're comparing, because there's no point going through and asking questions if we're actually comparing apples and oranges. So if we can get, so if you say there's 3 million more, if you can get the data that underpins that going backwards, and if you're saying the total customer demand is on a different data set of numbers, can we just clarify that so the questions we're actually asking the right question to the right data set?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you. Just to give senators in the room an indication of my management of the call, I'm going to the Deputy Chair now, then I'll return to the opposition, and then Senator Tyrrell, we're back to the crossbench, and I'll come to you at that point. Senator Allman-Payne.
Just before I get into my questions, I just want to confirm with Services Australia that any questions relating to income apportionment will be DSS outcome 1. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Okay. All right. In that case, I want to go to the annual report, and I'm particularly interested in information around customers being served within 15 minutes. And I'm just wondering if you can confirm for me whether the percentage of customers being served within 15 minutes went up or down between 2022-23 and 23-24.
I might defer to my colleague on that one.
Senator, so I'm pretty I believe it went down. I've got the figures for 23, 24. I just need to confirm 22, 23. That just might take me a couple of minutes, Senator. So for strategic performance measure 4, 70% of customers served within 15 minutes. In financial year 22-23, it was 60.8% of customers. And in 23-24, it was 55.2% of customers.
Okay, so that's a significant drop. In terms of the telephony and social security and welfare, what percentage was served within 15 minutes of telephony that was specifically social security and welfare?
I might have to take that on notice, Senator.
My understanding is that it's only around about a third. Would that be correct?
I wouldn't want to speculate, Senator. I've taken on notice.
Okay. Well, my understanding is that the annual report says it's around about a third of telephony and social security is being served within 15 minutes, and that around 2/3 is not meeting that target. In terms of that telephony, does that include congestion messaging, or is that excluded?
I believe it's excluded, Senator. So they're just calls that we have answered.
Okay, and my understanding is that around 30% or so of all social security and welfare calls comprise congestion messaging. Is that right?
Well, our congestion messaging has significantly decreased this financial year, Senator.
I'm asking whether it's increased or decreased. Is it currently around 30%?
No, Senator. No, it's about 4 or 5%.
Of your congestion messaging?
Yeah.
Is welfare calls?
Yeah, so and I can get the exact data for you, Senator, because I do have it here.
Because my understanding is that in relation to congestion messaging, I need to go and find where in the report I read it, but in relation to congestion messaging, it's actually increasing in relation to social and security welfare. Went from 28, it was 1.3% in 2020-21, it was 10% in 21-22, and now it's 21.8% in 22-23.
No, so Senator, as of the 30th of September for this calendar year, there'd been an 82% reduction in congestion messages that were being applied to sit at about a total of 803,316 congestion messages applied to social security lines. Yes. When we compare to the same time last year.
What percentage of all social security and welfare calls is currently comprised of congestion messaging?
No, I'd have to take on notice, Senator, the exact percentage of total calls, but there has been a significant reduction this financial year.
I appreciate there's been a reduction. It seems to me it's still around 30%.
It's definitely not around, Senator, I'm sorry, it's definitely not 30%. We can come back to you during the course of the afternoon with the numbers.
Okay.
But there were hundreds of thousands of these calls a week that were congested in January. In the last week of October, there was a total of 13,600 for the whole agency. And bearing in mind, you have to congest at the end of the day. We actually have to, we will never be zero because we actually have to close out the day. Well, any call centre, when it shuts, has to actually say, I'm sorry, you'll need to call back tomorrow.
So you're saying congestion messaging is a feat? I would have thought that's an out of hours message, not a congestion message. Are you treating them the same?
Sorry, Senator. If we're talking about how we classify the messaging,
Yeah.
people will get a congestion message at the end of the day as we close down the calls. Mr Howard can clarify exactly how that works, but it will never be zero.
All right, so maybe if you can just clarify me just quickly on that point, because I am conscious of time. So what you're telling me is that you include out-of-hours calls in your congestion messaging, or is that a different
It's not quite out-of-hours calls. It's towards the end of the day. We're getting to the point where we know the people that are waiting, that are in the queue, we're not going to get to by the time we need to close out the day. So they will get a congestion message.
All right. I might move on, but I guess what I'm hearing is that congestion messaging is a permanent feature, and you're not expecting that at any point you're going to try and answer everyone and people won't get a congestion message.
Senator, what we are trying to do is limit the amount of congestion messages that we're applying to our telephony lines. To the CEO's point, as we get closer to end of day and the line being closed, sometimes we'll have to apply congestion messaging to allow for us to get staff home on time. Yep. So there'll be, we suspect that there will always be a small amount of congestion messaging that will need to be applied. Most of our congestion messaging across the social security lines currently are being applied after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the period of time where we have staff, part-time staff that have got flexible working arrangements that might be picking children up from school and those sorts of things. That our staffing that will start to drop off, and so we are applying more congestion messages at that particular point in time. We've got a number of strategies that we're implementing to try and limit the amount of congestion messages to essentially change our staff profiles to get more staff answering telephones at that time of the day. But we suspect there'll always be a small amount that we have to apply just as we creep closer to closing the telephone lines.
Okay, all right, thank you. Just in relation to administrative correctness of payments, according to the annual report, I believe it says that 93% contain no critical errors. Is that correct?
Again, I might draw on a colleague who'll be able to answer this in more detail, Senator, if you don't mind just waiting 20 seconds.
Hi, Senator.
Hi.
Chris Birra, Deputy Chief Executive Officer for Payments and Integrity. The payment correctness, Senator, in the annual report. Your question, sorry again?
In relation to social security and welfare. So my understanding is it's 93% contain no critical errors.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I guess that means that there's 7% that did, which is still fairly significant. So I'm interested on whether you can elaborate on what the reasons are for that, and do these involve overpayments, underpayments, what percentage of those things?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So the correctness measurement involves two components. One is what we refer to as payment accuracy, and that is whether or not the right person is receiving the right payment at the right time at the right rate. That's driven predominantly by them providing timely, often fortnightly changes in circumstances where they have a change in their payment impacting circumstances. The other component is the payment correctness, where it relates to the quality of the work that the agency undertakes, either through manual staff-led systems or systems processes. The largest component of it is the payment accuracy measurement, and you can also see in the Department of Social Services annual report, I think page 54, that payment accuracy for last financial year was just over 95%, which is the target.
So if I can just stop you. So I'm only talking about social security and welfare. It was 93%. That means 7% contained a critical error. I just want to understand, what were those critical errors? Why were they caused? And what are you doing in relation to that? And are the majority of them overpayments or underpayments? I'm going to respectfully request that if you could just address that aspect of the question, because I am conscious of time and there's a large crossbench here and I have a lot of questions.
Yeah. Sorry, Senator, what I just said there related to the Social Security Welfare program, and so most of the payment incorrectness relates to payment inaccuracy, so it's from customers not reporting changes in circumstance in a timely way.
And is that counted as a critical error?
It is, Senator. Yes. Well, it's part of an error in that it's not the right payment at the right time.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is somebody not giving you the right details, does that class it as a critical error, or to be classed as a critical error, does it require more than that? Because I guess I'm trying to understand 7% is still a reasonably high number of things to be classed as critically not right. I'm trying to understand what that is and what you're doing to address that.
Well, what we're doing, Senator, is a range of measures around helping to educate and enable people to report changes in circumstances in more timely ways. One example of that is the work that we've done around single-touch payroll to help people to report their earned income. Another example that we've used recently is a nudge message to people who are students who have a study load reporting obligation. We know that students under-reporting or wrongly reporting their study loads is a key risk for that particular payment, and so we've been undertaking a range of nudge messaging to help people to get that right.
Just in relation to work processed within timeliness standards, and I'm looking at page 39, I think, of the annual report. Let me just double check. Yeah, so I'm looking at page 39 of the annual report. It says that in 22-23 it was 68.7%, and it's 71.8%. I'm just trying to understand whether for social security and welfare actually is what I'm trying to get to. For social security and welfare, it's actually 58.85% of all claims. My apologies, I was looking at the wrong page. And that's considered a partial achievement. I guess I'm interested to understand how, you know, not too much more than half are timely, and yet how that's considered partial, and what you're doing about that.
This was for SPM 5, Senator. That was for claims processed. Sorry,
Yes.
yep.
So it's work processed within timeliness standards, and for social security and welfare, it's 58.5% of all claims.
Yep. So I think, Senator, last financial year, obviously, which is when that data was struck for, we were experiencing significant delays in processing claims in the first half of the year, which I think we have explored at this committee a number of times. Government granted the budget measures to get more people in. By the time we had more people arrive and we had them trained, we had already pretty much lost that SPM for the financial year. This financial year, so far for the first quarter, we're sitting at a much higher percentage completed.
And what is that percentage?
90.6
Okay.
In 24-25. That would be, I think that's for the whole program, Senator, so not just SSW, but we are much, much healthier right across the board, including in social security, because of the addition of additional staff and getting them trained and working on processing claims.
Okay. And that data that you're talking about, so that's now going to be available online quarterly? Will it include those sorts of measures?
I'd have to double check to make sure that one is definitely in there.
The underlying data is there. Whether we have it cut against the performance measures, we'll need to check.
Yep.
But related to your earlier questions, there's a similar issue that it's a whole of 23-24 annual report number, which is very significantly affected by the first 3 quarters of that year where performance was poor.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'll leave it there for now, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm returning to the opposition, then I'll come to you, Senator Tyrrell. Senator Reynolds.
Okay, thank you. How did you go getting the total demand figures? Because I've just noticed that the information that you've provided to Senator Hughes, item 13 you've provided, does actually, again, oh, hang on, that's the calls number. sorry, wrong one. That's that one. Total customer demand, and you've got the numbers here. So in item 16 that you gave to Senator Hughes today, it does have that 23-24 number that I cited, the 99 million.
Yes, and I'm sure Mr Howard can talk to that now. And as we mentioned earlier, Senator, there's, as you say, it's total customer demand, so it runs across all the channels.
That's what's called total customer demand.
Yes, sure. Now that we've got the numbers in front of us, I think we can unpack that for you.
I do, Senator, also have the question on notice now. So
okay, so we can start again. Thank you. Okay, so that clearly shows that 2019-20, 110, it dropped in 2021, came up significantly to 126 million over COVID, and 22-23 dropped back down again to 101. And then last financial year, which is also in this item 16 that you've tabled, 99 million. Now, which clearly year on year shows that it dropped last financial year. So the 3 million number that Mr Hazelhurst noted, what was that from this new financial year?
The 3 million number, Senator, is total claims, so just the total claims across the programs from last financial year to the previous financial year, so from 23-24 to 22-23, but it was just total claims. So the amount of claims the agency received was an increase of 3 million.
Okay, so can you then explain, so we've got the total customer demand, and now you're talking about total claims. Have you got the table of the total claims, just so that we're comparing apples and apples?
I don't, Senator. I don't have what the makeup of those total claims are, and I don't have the breakdown of total demand by the subcategories that we would include. So face-to-face contacts, telephony, calls handled, social security claims and non-claims, health claims and non-claims. I've got bits of it, but I don't have all of it with me today.
Okay, could you, for the sake of everyone's clarity and sanity, could you please take that on notice? And we need to be very clear that, again, as we're going through these questions, what we're actually comparing it to. So you've got total customer demand, which we've now got two data sets from you on. Now you're talking about total claims. So say for the last financial year, just so that we understand, what is the difference between total claims and total customer demand?
So, Senator, the difference between total claims and total customer demand would be that total claims, we're talking about the claims made to the agency for that financial year for social security and health. And I'd have to double check, that may include child support in trace, but I'd have to double check.
It does, Senator.
Yep.
Well, maybe it might be easy then. So what does it exclude? Because so we've got here the list of what's included in total customer demand.
Yes, and so I do now
have... And that's the same so far. So what does it exclude?
I do now have total customer demand, includes handled calls, face-to-face contacts, social security claims, social security non-new claims, health work, and child support in trace.
Yep.
And I do have the breakdown of those for each financial year.
But that's
total demand.
Okay. Which we've actually got, which you've actually given us in two separate documents now, the question on notice and request 16.
Yep, so we've given you the total demand, as in the one
figure. Which you
figure.
call total customer demand, which is these figures we've got here.
Yep.
Which
but
we
you're
can
citing,
also break down for you if you'd like.
That would be, yes, please. So, if you could provide that as a breakdown, and perhaps going back to 2019-20, so that we've got, because that's what's in this one. So if you could take that on notice and provide that.
So I do have that now, Senator. So if I mean, it would take me a little while to read it out, but
if either you can print it off or give it to us on notice today, that'd be great, to save time. So what is the difference then between those numbers, the total customer demand, and the total claims figure? So what accounts for the variation in the numbers?
One's a subset of the other. Total claims is a subset of total demand.
Okay. So can you also provide just an explanation for us, so that when we're reading the figures we actually understand what's included in one and what is not included in the other?
Sure.
So with all of that, total customer demand has been dropping. From 22 to 23 to 23, 24, it has dropped. Total customer demand, not claims.
Yes and no.
Okay. So what is the... Have you got any data for the first quarter of this year in terms of whether that quarter on quarter is the same, or is it growing or about the same? Or?
I have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't have that.
You can take that one on notice too, just so we can start to see where the trend is going this year. So we've managed to get that the trend has been downwards in total customer demand. So can you explain, so just to be clear on that, if you can provide it for the past five financial years per channel and claim category, and just make sure it's clear on what the difference is between the two. So, Mr Hazelhurst, in the forward of this review, which, if you need the page number, but it's your forward,
sure.
Page 9, 1X,
yep.
You say that it became clear our resourcing wasn't enough to meet demand for our services. But I'm just wondering how that's the case then, if your demand has been decreasing.
Well, it was axiomatic, Senator, that we weren't able to deliver our services, whether it was answering the phones or processing claims, against the service standards that we'd published.
It's actually not quite that clear. So if we can go have a look at your staffing, just to confirm, so have a look at what your staffing was. So in the 23-24 budget, the estimated total at the time for 22-23 was 28,560, and we've travelled this boy before. It decreased under this government for 23-24, down to 26,692. But as I understand it, in the latest budget, it's now gone up to, in 24-25, to 30,236. So it has actually been, from that low in 23-24, it's trended up to 28,519 and again up to 3236. Is that correct?
I'll invite my CFO to join me at the table just to confirm those numbers for you, Senator. What I can say while she makes her way to the table is that the additional resources that we were provided, firstly in my E5 last year and then confirmed in the budget, enabled us to reduce, and we've been through all the numbers, the time taken to process claims and the time taken to answer calls.
I think, Senator Reynolds, that I don't want to disturb the flow of this, but I just idly wonder, given I've followed the bouncing ball of these discussions a bit over the course of the last little while, that one of the things that drives those different numbers is why there was surge capacity in at least 1920. I'm just struggling to remember whether it was 2021 as well. There's a set of emergency response numbers that I think this year sit at a more regular level, and I think that in previous years have been much higher. I don't have the information in front of me in a format that, but perhaps when the officials come back on some of these questions, it seems to me that goes to some of the questions that you're asking.
There is, Senator, and this may or may not be helpful, but in 22-23...
No, well, just to clarify, so thank you for that intervention, Minister, but he also, in this report, says, and we've discussed this before, that the agency returned to baseline funding in 2023, which means that the total resourcing for Services Australia in the 22-23 budget was higher than your 23-24 budget. So that actually shows that resourcing from the government went down in 23-24, which has resulted in these service delivery backslide. It seems pretty clear.
No.
We just get the ASL numbers.
Senator.
So there is no question in the budget papers, maybe put it this way, in the 23-24 budget, it's right here in front of me, you cut funding for the ASL from 28,560 down to 26,692. Your funded ASL dropped.
So,
Ms. Diamond.
Chief Financial Officer, Senator, you are correct. So at the 23-24 PBS, the ASL cap was 26,692.
Okay.
Senator, we're almost due to rotate.
And it has now gone up to 32,36?
Absolutely.
Okay. How far into that are you actually recruiting against that?
We are actually slightly over, so I'm pleased to say. We have ensured that we have recruited to our numbers, and as at the pay as of tomorrow, we will be a few hundred over at that particular ASL, so about 600 over.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. Senator Tyrrell, you have the call.
Some questions about the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme, please. Thank you. Services Australia delivers the TFS on behalf of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts. Can the administrative process be streamlined so that it's not necessary for people making a claim to deal with two government agencies?
I'm no doubt being joined at the table by a colleague who will have a good answer to that question.
We'll know the answer to it all.
Thanks, Senator. Tony Piazza, General Manager of Families, Indigenous and Tailored Programs Division. Organisations only need to submit their claim to the actual agency for TFES. We administer that program on behalf of the department, so they don't need to deal with two entities in terms of their claims.
Okay. So why do Social Security actually handle it then? Is it because the other department doesn't have the financial capacity, the number crunching part of it?
If you're referring to Services Australia handling it, we handle it because we're a service delivery agency. We've handled TFES for a number of years. We're well positioned in terms of providing that service for entities. We have an online portal where people will actually submit their TFES claims and we do that assessment. The only time we'll actually go to the department is if there's a question in terms of the, I suppose, the information that's been provided and whether they align to the ministerial directions that govern the program.
Does the service actually do the audits as well on previous claims, like just to double check if there's been an error?
We have, within the agency, we have existing audit programs. So the agency, has functions such as internal audit. There's obviously as well of external audit. I'd have to check to see whether an external audit's ever occurred on the program, Senator.
And with the portal, people that we've been speaking to have said that they're actually doing hard copies or submitting hard copies.
That's an option for anyone who wishes to also claim. So like with a lot of our programs, whilst we appreciate and online enables people to claim at their choosing, it enables them to give them that assurity that the information's been received. There's also the ability for people to actually submit their claim paper-based.
Okay. So it's usually a personal preference if they do it in a hard copy?
Off the top of my head, Senator, I think it's over about 90% of claims come through the online portal.
Okay. Services Australia says that they have 30 days, they have 30 days to process the TPS claims, with any claims processed outside the 30-day period incurring interest payments to the TPS claimant. What's the average time frame for claim processing from the Services Australia perspective?
Yeah, that's correct, Senator. The average, the key performance measure for TFES is 80% within 30 days. There are penalties that actually apply if a claim is not processed within a particular time frame. It has to meet also a particular criteria. Now, in terms of that 30 days, that clock would start once we've received all of the documentation that we need to assess the veracity of that claim.
So if they haven't provided the appropriate documentation, the 30 days hasn't started yet as such?
And we'd be in contact with them, Senator, to advise them of that. And I think that's a fairly consistent approach to any program that we would administer.
Cool. I asked the Department of Infrastructure, et cetera, on Monday if anybody had actually had their payment incur the interest, and they mentioned that there was one provider. Do you know the circumstances around that one?
It was back in May 2020. Yep. There was a payment was made in the order of $1,300.
Yep. Do you know if that was a user error or?
I don't know. No, I can't comment on a classification of user error. What I would state is that it met the criteria for a penalty payment to be made, and the basis for that is the view that they've accrued interest. Whilst that payment has been, the time taken for that payment to be assessed and for them to have received the money from Services Australia. So the intent of the payment is that it would cover probably a few things, but one of the things that it would cover would be the interest that's probably been accrued to the actual business as well.
Thank you. In 2022-23, the average time between shipment and payment for TFS assistance was 94 days. Taking into account the Service Australia guidelines of 30-day processing and the time it takes for businesses to collect the information needed to make the claim, there's still a long wait time for small business owners waiting for their claims to be reimbursed. It feels like a perception from the businesses that are claiming for TFS.
Yeah, I mean, what I'd say to that is that we consistently exceed the KPM, Senator, of 80% of claims paid within 30 business days.
Okay. Has the process changed much over the years for TFS?
It's the program. I've got the date here when the program. The program has been in existence for quite a number of years. The online portal's been there now for a number of years. We do systematically review it. We do look at things in terms of how the information is presented on our website. We look at our forms and letters. I can certainly say that the last time we did a review of the forms and the documentation in terms of supporting claims was done in 2022.
Can you see how businesses would feel it's a bit of an onerous task sometimes, considering that it is small businesses? They're not the big players claiming the big dollars, but there's a lot of time and energy that goes into completing the paperwork. Can you see why businesses do not go online and do it?
Senator, we have to administer the program in accordance with the policy, and we administer the program in accordance with the ministerial directions. That's how the portal was designed. That's how the forms are designed. There's a process that we need to go through to check the eligibility, obviously, of those claims and to substantiate that. And I think noting the percentage of claims that we actually get through and meeting that KPM.
Has there been many businesses that have put complaints or had any constructive advice towards the process that you're aware of?
I'm sure there's been situations where we've received constructive advice.
Is there a way that I could access that information?
I'd have to see if.
Can you talk to your people about what they can do?
We can take that on.
Would that be okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm just trying to figure out a way that we can make it so as people can get the money that they need to equalise. Thank you so much for your time. Are you coming to Hobart?
I am, Senator, yes.
I'll see you there.
Will do.
Lovely. Thanks,
Thank you.
Senator Tyrrell. I'm returning the call to the opposition. I understand that Senator
questions, and then I'll hand over to. So yes,
you
split it.
Yep, that's
block
fine.
it. Thank you. I just want to turn quickly to the documents that you have tabled. Have you got them there in front of you, Mr Hazelhurst?
I don't, but I can get them.
Now, as you know, Senator Hughes asked for these in good faith because there is generally a lot of argy-bargy about getting access to numbers and data. So this was a good faith request to get this before estimates or even at estimates, which is what we've got today, so that we can go through the actual data with you and not go through the performance we've just gone through trying to get numbers from you. Now, can you just turn... So have you got them there?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. So just remembering that good faith, can you just go to number 1, which is on page 3? So these answers, did they come straight from Services Australia or do they go through Minister Shorten's office?
Senator, no, these are from Services Australia. This relates to the data that we published 2 days ago.
Yes. So can we just go to question 1?
Yes.
Available on data.gov. Very unhelpful. Question 2. Available on data.gov. You go to question 3. Guess what that says?
Senator, we've
available
provided...
on data.gov. Number 4. Available on data.gov. Number 5. Available on data.gov. And so it goes on and on and on. Now, in whatever way you look at it, that is not good faith.
Senator,
when we're asking for detail of claims, you clearly have the information and you've just given a generic website.
No, it's not a generic website, Senator. We have provided all of this information 2 days earlier than we would otherwise have provided it. We're not tabling it at the hearing.
It will go to the website.
Please allow Mr Hazelhurst to finish.
We've provided the data.
Sorry, Mr Hazelhurst, before you continue.
Please,
we have closed captions which have a slight delay on them. So when we're not allowing either senators or witnesses to finish their answers, it makes it very different for the captions which are relevant to some of the officials who are participating in the hearing. So if we could do our best not to interrupt. Mr Hazelhurst.
Perhaps I could ask a different way then, Mr Hazelhurst, just to go back a step. So this pack that you've just given us, we got, I understand, check with the Secretariat, but this was given to us today, correct? Yes.
I believe so, Senator. Yes.
Okay. So where Senator Hughes has asked for specific numbers of claims, etc., there's no information here. It just says available on data.gov. Have you got different...
No, I've got the same information in front of me, Senator, and what I'm saying is that we've provided that information in an easily digestible form, easily searchable form, more searchable form than providing it in hard copy 2 days earlier than tabling it on the day.
Well, so it came to the committee, did it?
No, Senator, we've published
not...
it. It's available to everybody. I'm not trying to be difficult, Senator. We're trying to be completely open with the information.
Could I then ask, if you have the data available, we had this issue with the NDIS this morning and we had very clear ruling from the clerk this morning, Mr Griggs would remember, if you have the data available, so for all of the questions that you have got available on data.gov, if you can please provide that data, can someone print it out for us and actually give us the data instead of referring to a website? I mean...
Okay.
Well,
can I clarify that is the issue here? Sorry, Senator, I'm trying to follow along. Whether it's a question that data hasn't been provided or it's the nature in which it's been provided to senators physically at the table. So if we were to click on those links, that data is there. Is that correct, Mr Hazelhurst? Sorry, I'm genuinely trying to understand.
The data over 3/4 is... What did you just say? 1 million pages? 1 million pages of data.
Yeah,
so we're trying to actually over-deliver. We're not trying to under-deliver.
So you actually want us now to go through and digest ourselves 1 million lines of data
you can easily,
on a website?
It's 3/4 of data. You can easily find the data in respect of different quarters.
Well, Mr Hazelhurst, why don't you actually, if you've got that information and you've got the experts there, why can't you just answer the question and summarise it yourself rather than expect senators here at the table to individually go and try and work out what's on the website? What's stopping you from actually, like you've done in other parts of the section here, actually answer the questions?
Senator, we weren't trying to be tricky on this. We were trying to be even more open and regular in our provision of data.
Okay. Could I then ask, Senator Hughes is actually sick at the moment, so could I ask that all of the ones that you have just said available on data.gov.au, can you go back please and as soon as possible go back and provide the written answer to those questions? Because I can tell you now, the senators at this table and on this committee are not going to sit there for each of these questions, go through a million points of data. That's the purpose we've asked you to get it correctly and to summarise it.
Sure.
Sure. Is that a yes?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Ruston.
Thank you. I just sorry, I'll pass the call. I'll just let you know we've got about 3 minutes left in this rotation, then about then we would seek to rotate. So Senator Ruston.
Oh, okay. I mean, I've only got one lot of questions, Chair. Yeah. So I just wanted to ask some questions about the medical electronic funds transfer scheme. Is that you?
I'll invite a colleague to join me at the table, Senator, if you'll forgive me.
That's the question. Mr Griggs, how are you?
I'm well, Senator. How are you?
Good, good. Enjoying estimates as always.
Hi, Stuart Turnbull, Acting Deputy CEO, Program Design Group.
Well, thank you, Mr Turnbull. I was just wondering if you could give me an update about where the scheme was at in relation to its implementation.
Could you provide some more context around medical EFT?
Okay, no, it's the actual EFT scheme. So it's my understanding that back in about 2021 there was a budget item that was allocated towards the abolition of the cheque scheme and an introduction of an electronic scheme as it related to those people that paid both the rebate and the gap.
I see.
As opposed to bulk billed services.
Thanks, Senator. So the Pay Doctor via Claimant Medicare scheme, at the moment there's further policy development work on that.
Development work?
Yes, it's associated with the government's broader payment system reform. So you're probably aware that the government is keen to move away from cheques altogether. So the government's currently considering its options around the removal of PDVC.
Okay. My understanding that originally when the measure had first had funding allocated to it, there was an expectation for it to be in operation by the 1st of July 2023. I'm just wondering what has occurred that has prevented that from happening.
I think you'll need to... the Department of Health and Aged Care was probably better placed to...
Okay, I thought I'd come here first, just in case, because otherwise I ask them tomorrow and they tell me I should have asked you. So, I apologise if I'm asking you questions that aren't...
Probably still going to happen.
Sorry?
It'll still happen.
I'm sure it will.
Senator, my understanding is that there's some legislative change required as well, but the Department of Health and Aged Care can take you through that.
Okay. So... in terms of the payment times for providers, do you have a mandated rebate payment time for providers at the moment?
I'm not sure we have a mandated payment time. Are you talking about the cheque scheme or are you talking generally?
Let's take it back to any scheme, because clearly you're saying the policy development hasn't fully occurred for the other one, so clearly a promise to alleviate the out-of-pocket expenses of Australians who were having these services has not eventuated. So I'm just keen now to understand what the payment timeframes are for a provider after a service has been...
Well, I think a couple of points there. Firstly, the Pay Doctor via claimant checks, they're now I don't have the exact percentage, but they are a very small percentage of the overall Medicare claims. The overwhelming majority of Medicare claims are submitted by providers and generally we batch process those claims overnight
Overnight, yep.
So it is quite a rapid process.
Okay. Well, the PVDCs, how quickly are they turned around?
The PDVCs, I think there's a 90-day time frame associated.
90 days?
Yep. And that's, yep.
And what percentage did you say? You said it was a small percentage.
I don't have the percentage in front of me, but it's a single-digit percentage and it's been declining over time.
Yeah, okay. I mean, is that a standard time frame in which to make payments? It seems like a very long time.
The Department of Health and Aged Care can take you through the policy rationale for that.
Well, there's a policy rationale for not paying them until 90 days?
For the Pay Doctor via Claimant Check Scheme, they can take you through the policy background.
Okay. So the current arrangements are that if somebody is charged a gap payment as well as the rebate, they pay the full amount up front to the provider, and then the provider submits the claim, and then 2 payments are sent, one to the provider and one to the consumer. Is that correct?
Are you referring it to the Pay Doctor?
Whatever you use right now.
So with the general arrangement, so if it's a patient claim, the general arrangement at the moment is the patient will pay for the claim and at the doctor, and then
so they pay the full amount. So if I've gone in there and I've had, say, an MRI, and I get charged $500 for that MRI, of which percentage of it will be rebated, what happens to that So I pay the $500 up front, and then what happens?
Then we will process the Medicare rebate and pay the rebate amount back to the patient.
So I've then got to make application for that. So I've paid the money. I make application to Services Australia through whatever mechanism.
It depends whether the doctor submits that claim on the patient's behalf, which happens a lot of the time. In a smaller percentage of cases, the patient will be required to lodge the claim.
So what's the longest time from the submission of that claim, either by the patient or by the medical practice? What is the longest time between that submission and the patient receiving the payment for the amount that's not the gap payment?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. As I said before, the overwhelming majority are processed overnight, where the doctor's practice submits the claim, and then the patient will get the money the next day.
Senator, perhaps I could just be of slight assistance. So Mr Turnbull has indicated that it does depend on how the patient pays for the medical bill. If the patient pays in full and then the provider submits the claim to Medicare, we have 2 days. Our KPI is 82% of those claims to be processed within 2 days of claim lodgement.
That's working days, I assume?
It's working days. My understanding is it's working days, Senator, but as Mr Turnbull indicated, most of the time that happens very quickly. You'll have it in the bank overnight just because of the way the system works, but the KPI is 2 days. If the claims are submitted digitally but not at the point of service, so the customer's paid the full amount of money and they've taken their receipt and they've hopped onto MyGov and submitted it that way, then 82% of those claims need to be processed within 7 days of claim lodgement. And if there's a manual claim, as in you've walked into a service centre with a manual claim form because you've made the payment and then you've brought in your receipt, then 82% of those claims need to be processed within 21 days of the claim lodgement. Now, at the moment, we are within KPI on all of those KPIs.
So is there any mandated requirement if the person wants the claim to be submitted by the provider? Is there any requirement for the provider to do that?
My understanding is there's not, Senator. It's really up to the provider and the relationship with the patient, how they process their the medical information, the bills as to how that might occur.
So I'm keen to understand, we had a promise back in 2021, and this may be once again back to the Department of Health and Aged Care, but I'll put it on the record here in case they're listening. They might have an answer for me by tomorrow. In 2021, there was a promise made that there would be an automatic payment that would mean that people were not actually suffering any time lag in terms of out-of-pocket expense for something that they were ultimately going to be refunded for. And we're now sitting here at the end of 2024, and the response I got from Mr Turnbull is there's still policy development work being undertaken in relation to this electronic funds transfer process actually occurring.
That's correct, Senator, in relation to the Pay Doctor via claimant scheme. And as mentioned, that is a very small percentage.
Sure, and look, I accept that. So I'm just interested in terms of what the kind of quantum of the funding would be that the social services would hold at any at any time of money that was to be refunded either in 82% in 2 working days, 82% 7 working days if it's MyGov, or 21 days under a manual claim situation. How much money at any one time would be sitting in that bucket?
I think we'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't have that with me today. I don't even know if our system would work. So we'd have to take it on notice.
Can I just ask one question, completely unrelated? How's Whippet going?
I'm happy to invite the Chief Information and Digital Officer to the table to comment on that, Senator. But I do know we've relatively recently had a final gateway review on Whippet as well.
Good afternoon, Senator. Charles McCarty, Chief Information and Digital Officer. As you know, the Whippet program wound up several years ago, back in 2022. We're now in 2024. So what is your question? It's a very wide question.
Yeah, I'm just interested to understand, one of the great challenges obviously has been around the mechanism of changes to the system, the back end in terms of the ability to make changes and in relation to legislative amendments and the like, and I just wondered how that's all going, because we lived in great hope that Whippet was going to deliver these wonderful changes for us, so I'm just wondering how our IT systems are going in our ability to be more responsive to changes without having to have great delays and massive expenses attached to it.
Yeah, so as you know, the Whippet program was heavily focused on the Centrelink Master program, Social Security and Welfare. Through the life of the Whippet program, particularly in the later tranches of the program, we focused heavily on digital transformation activities, the tech transformation activities. It introduced capabilities such as new onlines, new mobile apps for our customers in the Centrelink space, new digital assistants, new staff-facing screens for all of our new claim activity in Centrelink, which 21,000 people are now trained in and use day in, day out for Centrelink claims processing. There was a new payment utility that was rolled out that all of our payments get paid through a new SAP-based capability. We rolled out increased automation capability, single-touch payroll. The list goes on. That is all there.
Yeah. But I'm talking about the back end in terms of, I know a lot of your consumer-facing stuff's been great. I'm just interested in if we make pass a piece of legislation in this place that requires you to make a change to a payment system or an alteration to a payment system or a notification system, is that now automated and not going to take 3 months and $3 gazillion every time we want to make a change? Has that been fixed?
Yeah, so we obviously have a large in-house software development team still. And so if there's a legislative change, normally we're making changes to the front end, which is customer-facing, the staff-facing screens, which is all SAP-based, which is introduced in Whippet. There's changes there. Sometimes there's changes in the payment utility system. And then the back-end system, which remains the ISIS system, the Model 204 system. We have a large in-house developer cohort, which you're familiar with, Senator, that undertake those changes for us. Now, that system is still well looked after by rocket software based in the US. We continually patch and upgrade that system. We continue to train our developers and testers on that system. But as part of the architecture review that we've kicked off, which is looking at the next 10 years and what our technology space looks like at Services Australia, we are looking at what are going to be the next phases of development work and transformation work that should be undertaken in the back end.
At this point, do need to rotate. Oh, sorry, Minister, are you seeking to supplement?
We'll come back to this, I guess, when Senator Reynolds comes back to her questions. But just following on from that, I mean, it is a very big system, a lot of information, 1.1 billion online transactions every year. I was just listening to the line of questioning before with some apprehension. Senator Reynolds, you described the efforts of officials to respond to your questions as a performance before, which went to a set of confusing questions from you that conflated customer demand and claims. A perhaps understandable distinction, understandable that it gets confused, but certainly attaching the pejorative of performance to it is unhelpful, in my view. Demeans the officials at the table. You've then complained that information that was provided to you in terms of a reference to a website was somehow a problem. In the intervening period, I've just jumped on. And if my office is listening, they will know that I'm not very good at these things. But I navigated very quickly through from that front page to the Services Australia proposition, and the first thing that comes up are those data sets. They contain an enormous volume of information which is eminently searchable. Even I could do it. I spent a little bit of time working across emergency claims and trying to understand what the difference was across the quarters. It is not fair. It is not fair to the officials at the table to attack them in the way that you did, to impute their motivations, to say that they are trying to obscure information when they have done everything that they can, and maybe it's not the way that you wanted it, accept that, but let's not demean the public servants at the table with that sort of language. I understand senators want to seek information, want clarity, might not be getting it in the format that it is, but we should just try and do a bit better, in my view.
Thank you, Minister. I'll come to you in a moment. I mean, I will clarify. I mean, these letters are courtesy requests for information. I appreciate the department in providing that information. Obviously, the department is expected to be here and able to talk about the information it has readily available, but it is appropriate that they provide that information publicly accessible and online. Sorry, Senator Reynolds.
Thank you. Minister, we've just had 3 other senators go to data.gov.au. You type in Services Australia and over 18,500 search results come up. You start typing in different forms of claims, complete 626 different searches. So for question 1 that had available on data.gov.au, we did a search and we both came up with the same answer. For the financial year per claim, there were 15 results that came up for that question 1 alone, including ASIC Financial Advisors data set, mapping the structure and metasomic enrichment of the lithosphere mantle, etc., etc. Subtitle, benefic habitats.
Look, perhaps rather than going through all this...
I'm sorry, Chair,
Senator Reynolds.
The Minister mentioned it now.
Senator Reynolds, excuse me, Minister, you don't have the call, and neither does Senator Reynolds. I am keen to move on. This is not actually the opposition's call at this period. I note you sought a clarification. Perhaps someone can provide Senator Reynolds and other members of the committee with a hyperlink that might assist, but otherwise I'm passing the call to Senator Urquhart and then Senator Pocock. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to go back to the early... I think Mr Hazelhurst, you spoke in your opening statement about the time for payments to be, how they've come down. and I'm pretty sure that that is in relation to the 3,000 ongoing APS recruitments. And I just wanted to highlight a few of those, because I know the benchmarks that I want to refer to are 2018-19 year, not the COVID years, because I think there's a disparity when we talk about that. So it's really comparing apples with apples. So I just would like you, if you're possible, yourself or whoever's at the table, can confirm that in 2018-19 it took 27 days to process the youth allowance job seekers and 24 days for the job seeker payment. Currently these are taking 10 days and 6 days, which is a reduction of 63% and 75% respectively. In 2018, I've got a block here. I'll just go through them all if that's okay.
That's fine, Senator. And Mr Howard will be able to confirm.
Great, terrific. In 2018-19, it took 58 days to process parenting payment partnered and 48 days for parenting payment single. Currently, I understand these are taking 16 days and 14 days, a reduction of 72% and 71% respectively. In 2018-19, it took 21 days to process the paid parental leave. This is currently taking 3 days, which is a reduction of a huge amount of 86%. And a couple more that I just wanted to pick out. In 2018-19, it took 59 days to process the carer allowance and 64 days for the carer payment. Currently, they're taking 10 days and 13 days, again a reduction of 83 and 80% respectively. And in 2018-19, it took 22 days to process the family tax benefit lump sum and 36 days for the family tax benefit new claim. Currently, these are taking 2 days and 7 days, a reduction of 91% and 81% respectively. There are a lot of other payments, as I said, which I can table, but I think I just wanted to confirm that the figures that I've got here are accurate, but I think it's also safe to say that the investments that we have put into Services Australia with those extra 3,000 positions is actually now paying really positive results for those people out there in the community who are actually waiting for these services. So I might just wait for you to confirm whether I'm correct, and then I'll ask for this to be tabled.
I think that is correct, Senator,
Yeah.
and yes, I don't think we would. The current days that you mentioned there are the days that's taking to process this financial year for the first quarter, and I think we would not be in the position that we are in the first quarter if we had not had the budget measure for the additional 3,000 staff.
Yeah, and so that, I mean, I think in Mr Hazelhurst's opening statement, he talked about the benefit to, clients who are coming in, but I think I'd like you to talk a little bit about the effect that it's having on staff, because I know that usually when staff come in, when constituents come into my office because they've been waiting for so long and they didn't have answers, that has reduced significantly. I don't get as many coming into my office, but I guess at the front of the Services Australia counter, those waiting times must be having a huge beneficial impact on the morale of staff and that sort of thing. So I don't know whether you're in a position to talk about that at all.
Yes, Senator. There is no doubt that the morale of staff has improved with the addition of the 3,000 budget measure. When you work for Services Australia, the value proposition is about serving customers and helping people, and I think there is no doubt that when there's backlogs of work and we're congesting a lot of calls and the like, that our staff are frustrated with the fact that they're not able to help customers in the way that they want to. The additional budget measure and the ability to recruit more staff has absolutely increased morale and relieved pressure off of the frontline staff that were in the agency, and I think ultimately, our census results and others show that an improvement from last year, which I believe is largely related to the increase in staffing numbers.
Yeah, that's
not
great
entirely,
news.
but largely.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
If I may, Senator,
Yeah,
one of the dynamics here, too, going back to the numbers in terms of our performance improvements, I mentioned it earlier, but I just want to reinforce it. It is quite correct to look at the annual report for the full 23-24 year and to point out significant challenges that we faced in terms of our performance across that full year. And it's why we're focusing now on what's occurred basically since January. And our performance really has turned around since then. So a lot of the data that we're referring to is particularly now looking at our performance over the first quarter of this financial year. But there's no doubt that there are numbers for the full financial year of last year that are nowhere near where we would like to be, and we've been quite upfront about saying that it's taken us since the beginning of this year to turn that around.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I would seek Chair to table this. I think there are 15 examples here of averaging processing times from 2018-19 to now, and the actual change in it. And you know, I'm really excited to see it that they've all but one have come down, and the crisis payment is the only one on this table that actually has stayed the same, which it is 1 day. So I think that is a real credit to you know, the workers and the people who work solidly at Services Australia. So thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Mr Hazless, congratulations on those numbers. Really good trend. Thanks for all the work you're doing. I wanted to raise an issue, a specific case, but obviously not get your comments on a specific case, but just ask some more general questions, because I think it's raised some questions for me that I'd really like to dig into. Last week I was having a sort of regular mobile office, and someone came in to raise concerns about their brother's experience with Services Australia. This man has a cognitive impairment. He's in his 50s. He receives the DSP. He's been on it for nearly 2 decades now. Last year, between September and December, he got, I think, 4 hours a week working as a barista. With the help of his disability support worker, he declared his fortnightly income as required. But there was an error made in December. And unbeknownst to him, the agency ceased making his DSP payments in December because of that error. He continued along and didn't realise it until August, where he went to pay for a medical appointment and his account was overdrawn. He raised this with the agency via phone in August. He asked for a review of the decision to cease payments, which would take 45 days. It's now November and there's still no outcome of that review. But the thing that really concerns me is that the agency allegedly admitted that they had not sent this man any formal correspondence to tell him that his payments had ceased. And this man was actually a victim of robo-debt. And so you can imagine the kind of angst that is being felt when you're faced with this. Again, the other thing that really concerned me is that he's been on the DSP with a permanent disability for 20 years, and he was advised that he had to go through the whole process of going to a doctor and confirming that he still had a lifelong disability. And I think, had it not been for his siblings who have supported him and lent him money and all the rest, I don't know where someone like this would be. So I was keen to start by asking, is it still lawful to cease someone's payments without, and take it, I only have half the story here, but I'm keen to ask some detailed questions. Is it still lawful to cease someone's payments without giving them formal notice?
I'll defer to my colleague who runs the service delivery shop, Senator, but naturally those circumstances sound concerning, and we'd, quite apart from let's work through in a general sense, we'd be very happy to take that specific case.
I think my office has been in touch, but I just want to raise them.
Senator, it would be very unusual for us to cancel a payment without making contact in some way, shape or form with the customer. There are a variety of reasons why a payment might be cancelled, but I can't think of any reason why we would cancel a payment without making contact with the customer. Now, there may, I don't know without looking at specifics, and I'm very happy to take customer details and have a look into it. But I think, it would be very unusual for us not to make contact with the customer centre.
So unusual, but not unlawful.
I'd have...
Lawfully, you could actually just stop.
There are lawful reasons as to why we stop payments.
Yes, I understand
but
not
the piece around notification, I'm not 100% sure, Senator. I'd have to take it on notice.
Maybe just on notice, thank you, that'd be great. And how long is it currently taking on average to clear a review? This one's 3 months and running.
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
On notice as well, sure. And are there any proactive processes to ensure people with cognitive or intellectual disability report income correctly, given the whole system and particularly given Robodebt?
Well, Senator, the reporting of income and assets is the responsibility of the customer. There are a variety of ways in which we can support customers in doing that, but if a service officer identifies a level of vulnerability, then there are a variety of supports that we can access through our social network, through our specialist officer network, through through referrals to other community organisations. Once again, without knowing the specific details, it's hard for me to provide a specific answer as to why that might not have happened in this case, or it might have, and the customer may have declined the service. So, broadly, that's sort of where we would go in relation to a vulnerable customer in that regard.
Do you keep records on that?
As in numbers, or as in with that specific customer, whether or not he's made?
No, numbers.
I'll take my notice.
Maybe just on notice. I mean, it seems like this cohort of people may be potentially prone to making mistakes here and there, filling in detailed forms. So if you just take a notice, how many times over the last 12 months has someone at Service Australia proactively reached out to someone who they identify as potentially vulnerable?
I think, Senator, like the vulnerability category, and Ms Toes can potentially assist with this, but it's a wide category of the definition of vulnerability is very wide. Without sort of a service officer identifying a level of vulnerability, or the customer self-identifying a level of vulnerability, it would be very difficult for us to proactively engage with the customer. And any numbers that we have in relation to that it may not be accurate in relation to whether or not a customer is self-reported and those sorts of things. But I'll take on notice to see what we have.
And I mean, this is one of the things that I honestly found pretty ridiculous. Someone who has a lifelong disability and has been kicked off not because of any suspicion or concerns about their eligibility, but because of account going over the threshold. Like, why are they having to go through a process to reprove their, especially in Canberra, like trying to get to a GP?
Yeah, I would not, Senator, have thought that we would require them to reprove, so that doesn't sound right to me. So, if there's a reason why we've cancelled a payment and a mistake has been made, or for some reason, then we would just rectify that mistake. We would turn the payment back on. The customer would be paid back from the date where the mistake had been made. Once again, it doesn't sound right to me, Senator, but without the specifics, it's hard to sort of say one way or another. Or all I can say is that generally, in those sort of circumstances, we would not require the customer to reprove their details.
In what circumstances do you require Australians to reprove their disability?
Senator Cathy Toes, General Manager, Working Age and Pension Programs. So the medical eligibility criteria for disability support pension has actually changed over time. So, and this isn't related to this particular case, but generally, if somebody has been granted disability support pension and then may have gone and done some work, for instance, for a period of time, moved off the payment and then wanted to move back onto the payment, they would need to test their eligibility under the new rules. So most recently, the tables were updated and we started assessing under new criteria from the 1st of April 2023. So in those circumstances when somebody's had a break and the rules have changed, we would want to test their eligibility under the new rules. I'm not saying that applies in this case.
Yeah, what if it's due to a mistake that's being rectified?
Yeah, as Mr Howard said, I think this is where we'd really like to take a look at the specific case closely, because it doesn't sound right that this person should have to reclaim and re-justify their situation when it's been an error on the agency's part.
Thank you. And is someone like this eligible for some sort of back payment?
If a mistake has been made, Senator, then yes. What the agency would generally do is identify the mistake has been made, they'd correct the mistake, they'd take the payment back to when the mistake was made, and then the customer would be back paid for that period of time.
Senator, if I may, at the last hearing I was reading over the transcript, one of the things we talked about was wanting to have greater curiosity within the agency. If this case is an opportunity for us and reveals some issues for us that are more systemic, we'll take it as a learning opportunity as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It doesn't feel right, but if it's correct, then there's obviously some systemic issues that we need to address, and I give you my undertaking that we'll do that.
Thank you. That'd be great. I just think, like, in the wake of robo-debt, we
yes, of course,
have to ensure that vulnerable people aren't faced with this sort of thing. So thank you for that undertaking.
Speaking of robo-debt, one of the recommendations, of course, from the Royal Commission specifically went to issues of vulnerability, and we've been working very closely with peak bodies around how can we better interact with people who are vulnerable. That includes, as Mr Howard referred to, the range of ways in which we also have outreach into communities, so that those that may not actually want to connect directly with us but might connect with a community organisation, for example. We now have about 27 community organisations across the country in which we have embedded staff to do that. But it is also about how we make sure we can capture in a respectful and empowering way information that we can then use to ensure when the person next comes in contact with us, with their consent, we have information that we can use to make sure that, for example, they don't have to tell their story over and over again. And that can occur partly in relation to people with cognitive impairment, but it can also occur in the case of people experiencing family and domestic violence, where that can otherwise re-traumatise people. It's a difficult thing for us to get right, but we're working very hard on that with advice and input from peak bodies and from customers directly to try and work this through and have a better way of doing things.
Thank you. That's great to hear. Just finally on this case and in the sort of context of robo-debt, when it comes to automated decision making, would this have been that? Like, who decides to cut someone's payment? What's the process? The system flags it and it just happens, or is there a human? Where's the human element in this?
I might. So it does differ for certain payment types, Senator. So I might actually take that on notice just to make sure I give you the right information. Yeah.
I'd love to know where automated decision making is still being used to stop payments.
Yeah.
And
so what I would say with
what human element there is in those decisions.
Yeah, what I can say, Senator, is we generally don't, where automation decision-making is utilised, it's generally used for a positive decision. It's not used in reverse. So if we're going to give a negative decision to a customer, then a human generally is the one that makes that decision. So, but just to answer your question in full, I'll take it on notice so that we can give you the details.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. I'm going back to the Deputy Chair and then to the Opposition. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks very much, Chair. I guess just on this question of trust, which I think is what Senator Pocock's questions were going to as well, is it correct that in the annual report trust continues to decline, that it was down from 78.1% to 75.8%?
Sorry, Senator, I'll just put it right.
I think that's on page 27. Yep, so if you go to the top of page 27 of your annual report, it says that it was 78.1 in the previous year, down to 75.8, so that's correct?
Yes, Senator.
Yes, Senator. And as flagged a number of occasions previously, it's large, that those figures are largely
when
a
it was
function
bad
of,
and now it's good. Yep, I accept that.
Now it's better. We've still got some work to go.
Yes, I would suggest so. And I note too that if you look at the channels, the one with the worst result is online. And I guess my question is, it's the second lowest customer trust by channel comes from online. And I'm just wondering whether you have concerns about the low level of trust with online, given that there's a very concerted shift to get people off the phones and online.
Well, Senator, I would say straight up front that we don't direct any customer to go any particular channel, so they have the choice as to what channel they utilise. Probably the slight.
Guess if you're getting a congestion message, though, you're probably going to the computer, right?
Or you may choose to go face to face. But I think. What I would say is that we're investing heavily in the online space, because the online experience across the three programs is very different. In child support, for example, there are not as many activities that you can do online than what you can in the Centrelink or the health space, and so we do see disparities across the programs which impact those results.
Okay.
Senator, I would like that number to be higher.
Yeah.
What I would say, though, also is that 92% of our transactions are online. So at one level, people are voting with their feet or their fingers or whatever you want to call it. And so I would like that number to be higher, but I would also say that a very, very significant majority of Australians actually do their business with us online.
And I guess I would make the observation too that I accept your comments around the fact that you had to bring on extra staff and you were moving through things to clear a backlog, but there was a backlog the year before too. So even in the context where you've put on extra staff and you're saying that you're moving through things more quickly, trust is going down. So I think there's a question there, obviously, that needs to be looked into as why is it that is people's trust in Centrelink going down?
These numbers were the full financial year. The trust numbers have been coming back up again.
Okay. I just want to clarify something from our previous exchange. Everyone was saying they didn't know where I was talking about 32.2% of social security welfare calls received a congestion message. I got that from the bottom dot point on page 36 of your annual report. I'm not going to ask any more questions about it, but I just want to clear up that I wasn't making it up. All right, I want to go to robo-debt. And so I'm referring to the income compliance program, which I think is spoken about on page 121 of the annual report.
Yes.
So I just want to drill down a bit more into some of the figures. Could you confirm for me that the total amount of estimated refunds yet to be refunded, what that amount is?
Yes, Senator. Chris Birra, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Payments Integrity Group. It's about $3 million owed to 2,600 people as a result of the income compliance program or robo-debt scheme refunds.
Yep.
What happened was that after
That's all right. That's my question. I'm just going to step through. I'm conscious of time and I do have to go next door. So in relation to those 2,600 former customers and that $3 million, are you able to tell me what the average and median amounts are that are left to be unclaimed?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay. And also the largest amount that is yet to be refunded?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay. I'm also interested to know, because I understand that the reason these are outstanding is because people haven't contacted Services Australia or haven't engaged with Services Australia.
That's correct.
Given that it's Services Australia who owes the refund, I'm interested to know what steps is Services Australia taking to actually engage those 2,600 people, given that really the burden should be on them to take proactive steps to make sure they get their money?
Yeah, so at the time of the refund program, Senator, those people who were then current customers were able to refund because we had their existing payment details and a relationship with them. Yep. With people who were no longer on a payment and therefore a former customer, we made attempts to contact people and made various sort of educational campaigns to get them to contact us, with the process then being that once they contacted us, we could confirm their payment details and then make the refund payment to them. It was also open to people who believed that they had a debt that was in part or in whole raised on the basis of average ATO income information to contact the agency, and we would check that. We went through a range of different attempts to contact people, including using community service officers, including using networks to access Indigenous customers. These are customers who we're not engaging with in the agency. They didn't respond to our attempts to contact them, or our attempts to contact were not successful. What we have now is a document on their record, and when those people re-engage with the agency, and we did have some, for example, re-engage either because they needed to come back on payment or they put in an emergency payment, then we could process their refund. Those refunds are still sitting there on their records.
So that's a reasonably reactive approach, I would suggest. Wait until they contact the agency and we'll tell them they've got some money. If I think about things like superannuation, for example, where there were campaigns to tell people, you've possibly got super sitting around in a fund that you don't use anymore, and a proactive sort of advertising or communication strategy to go out and say to people, you might have a robo-debt. Has there been anything where the department has gone out and done that?
We did that in 2021 and 2022 for an extensive period of time.
And did that see an increase in the number of people?
It did, and as did the resolution and then the payment of the settlement around the robo-debt class action, where similarly those people who weren't in contact with the agency needed to register a payment destination with us.
So I guess my question would be, if those things worked, is it maybe it's 2 years then sort of since you did the last thing, is it time to do another one of those to let people know that yes, there's still 2,600 people, you might be one of them, might be worth checking with Centrelink?
Yeah, we'll look into that, Senator. Thanks.
Okay. Just in relation to the Royal Commission report, wanting to know whether Services Australia has implemented recommendation 18.1 in full, and that is including not collecting debts that are under review.
Senator, we have undertaken a range of work on 18.1 and that recommendation. In terms of debts under review, when a customer contacts the agency to request a review of their debt, our staff have guidance to discuss with them whether or not they want to continue repayment, and we will pause the repayment arrangements if they want that.
So when a debt is under review, does Services Australia still pursue that debt or not?
No, we don't pursue it, Senator, but a number of people have a repayment arrangement under place before they put in the appeal. What we then do is that we discuss with them whether they want to continue the repayment or whether or not they want us to pause their repayments.
Is it made clear to them that it can be paused?
Yes, Senator. It's in the process by which when a customer is speaking to our staff, for our staff to discuss with them debt repayment pause arrangements to let them have agency over their own financial affairs.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm just thinking through my next question. This probably goes, I think, to the line of questioning that Senator Pocock was on. So if you don't have anything more to add beyond what was said in response to his question, but keen to know in the context of compliance actions, how is the government ensuring that people with mental health issues aren't being targeted by compliance action in relation to debt recovery, and what proactive steps are being taken around that?
Yeah, I would say, and the issue of vulnerability, and I think we touched on it earlier, is sort of a broad-ranging one, and it does relate to what we know about a customer, including what they report about themselves and tell us about themselves. In terms of activities, I'd go back to sort of what the point of a compliance activity is. And a compliance activity is make sure, as we were talking about earlier, somebody's getting the right payment at the right rate. And that means helping people to prevent debt. And so our activities are really about nudging and assisting people to report changes in their circumstances to avoid debt. And so when we use the term compliance, we mean it in that sense, not in any sort of pejorative way.
Yeah. Look, as someone who feels their heart race when I get an ATO message from MyGov, even though I've never ever done anything wrong, I can understand why even that kind of language is triggering for people. I guess my question goes specifically to people with mental health issues. So noting that you've said there's a broad category of vulnerability, I accept that. I would argue that everybody who's on income support, given how low it is vulnerable. But with specific reference to people who've identified themselves or you understand have mental health issues, what proactive steps does the department take around that in relation to compliance action and debt recovery?
Yeah, so the service officers who work in compliance and debt activities undertake extensive training in engaging with people with different vulnerabilities. In terms of the work that we do, they do have a number of conversations. I'll be frank, a number of the conversations that the staff who work in the group are difficult ones with people and with people who are in states of vulnerability. And so in terms of the service offering that we have highly trained service officers who have specific training in various forms of vulnerability and escalation pathways through to social workers who can consider a range of sort of measures that can be put in place. There are steps whereby we can pause repayment arrangements for people who have debts, who are in hardship, and there are also, in certain circumstances, waiver provisions, including on the advice of social workers.
Is there a specific procedure or guideline that staff use in relation to somebody who has a mental health issue? Like a procedure or a guideline that they would follow?
I'll take that on notice, Senator. Our guidelines are written in a way to engage with people with vulnerability because so much of our customer base is vulnerable.
Are they publicly
but on
available?
The specific question,
are those guidelines publicly available? Is it possible for us to get a copy of what that guideline would look like?
I'll look into what there is, Senator.
All right, thank you. If you could take that on notice.
Will do.
Just one final sort of little block of questions. This is in relation to the Services Australia Service Delivery Quarterly Operational Data. And so with specific reference to Q1 2024-2025, so Q1 of this year, I'm wondering if you can explain to me where do the 542,467 handled social security calls that are not categorised as self-managed, answered by officer, terminated by customer or congestion messages end up in the data? So are they included in the data for other phone lines, or where are those 542,467 included? My last point.
Senator, I'll just have to pull it up just to have a look. Sorry, could you repeat the question again, Senator?
Yep. So for Q1 2024-2025, where do the 542,467 handled social security calls that are not categorised as self-managed, answered by officer, terminated by customer or congestion messages end up in the data? Are they included for data of other phone lines? Are they included in the answer speed data? We can't see where they are. And we're wondering, so are they included in the answer speed data, or do they just live somewhere else?
Senator Tennealle Collins, Acting Chief Data Officer. We're just trying to locate exactly the data you're talking about. I think for now, what I might do is take that on notice, and I will endeavour to have an answer for you today.
Okay, so just the rest of the question, which I might say so that you can include that. So further to that, can you clarify the details for the self-managed column by Social Security phone line for Q1 2024-25? The metadata states that prior to July 2024, this was a calculated metric. We want to know what that means and why it's been removed for July 2024 onwards.
Yeah, I will take that on notice and I'll have that answer for you today.
We'll aim to come back to you after the break on that, Senator.
And maybe just one final point before I finish. I do understand the Coalition's concerns around the responses that say available on data.gov.au. I've just gone in myself, and if I use the example of number of claims complete, number of claims on hand, and I consider myself to be pretty good at using search tools, putting in number of claims on hand into the search engine, I can't find that information. And I guess part of the challenge in it being provided in this way is that unless we know the precise search term that's needed to be used to find the data, it's very hard for us to then have it here so that we can actually ask you questions about it. And I think it's very similar to the issue that I had with the Education Department around my school data, and they would say, just look at my school, and I'd say, but I would have to click on 1,000 schools to get what you can give me in a spreadsheet.
Senator,
so I just want to highlight this is a very difficult way for us to engage.
All the same tables are there. The actual tables are there.
But if I can't find them, that's the problem. If I don't know the search term, so maybe if you could put a hyperlink to the table even, that would have been more useful.
We will certainly do that, and we'll actually endeavour every time we're publishing the data, we'll provide it to the committee, those links to the committee. We've provided that to the Secretariat as we've been further discussing
and in advance
today.
would be super helpful. So if we know where...
Yeah, sure.
I just want to make the point that telling us to search when your people know the precise search term that's required to get that data, we don't. And I've just put in 10 different search terms to try and find the thing. If you're asking us to do that for every single thing, to then be able to ask meaningful questions to get meaningful information back, it makes it really hard.
Thank you, Senator. And I'm sure given the degree of work you've put into this and your willingness to provide this information as it is and to provide it ahead of time, I'm sure that won't be a problem for Mr Hazelhurst. So thank you for taking that away and seeing what you can do in terms of the links. Mr Howard.
Answer to that last question that Senator Allman Payne asked.
Thank you, Mr Howard. Oh, Ms Collins.
Yeah, so on your question in relation to self-managed calls and the calculated metric, so prior to 1 July 2024, the calculated metric was handled calls equals the sum of the answered, terminated by customers and congested messages. That was across Centrelink and Payments and Integrity. For health, customer and provider, the calculated metric was handled calls equals answered. Post 1 July 2024, self-manage is included in the handled calls. So that includes all calls that are ended in the IVR that don't go to a service officer and includes self-service applications. So prior to 1 July 2024, self-managed was not included in the handled calls calculation, but post 1 July 2024 it is.
Are you able to tell us why it was removed?
So the reason why we're trying to get more specific, Senator, around those customers that are actually self-managing their business in the IVR, because I thought there was confusion from where people were taking the total calls that we were getting and then the handled calls, and there was a big difference between the two. But the reality was that a part of that big difference was customers that never actually wanted to ring to talk to a service officer because they were self-managing in the IVR. So what we're trying to do by splitting it out is to be more accurate around which customers are doing that, and so that we've got more transparency with that number.
All right,
Thank you, Mr Howard. At this point, I'll just give everyone an indication of where we're up to in the program before we go to the break. So as is often the case with Services Australia, we are moving between whole of portfolio and outcome one. We will require you to return after the break. We have continued questions for Services Australia. I estimate we're running about 30 to 45 minutes behind at this point. But we'll suspend now for 15 minutes, returning at 4:15. Thank you. Mr Hazelhurst, if you wanted to provide that answer now.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I thought we'd just provide, I recognise that the Deputy Chair is not present, but we can read into the record the answer to her question from earlier, so my colleagues might provide that answer.
So in relation to Senator Almond Payne's question around the 542,467 calls that were handled in Social Security in the telephony data, but not but appeared to not be in the answered, terminated by customer or congestion messages. Those calls are essentially where a call has come in via the Social Security lines but has then been transferred out to another line because the customer has identified that they were ringing for business that were outside the Social Security space. So, for example, they might have been ringing to talk to us from a payment integrity perspective, so it's been transferred to the payment integrity line. So those calls will then be included in there, but they are noted initially in the handled call line because of how they've come into the agency. So if you like, they come into the agency, they're in the handled calls, and then they're transferred, and so then they're included in either the answered or terminated by customer where the call lands at the end of the transfer.
Thank you, Mr Howard. I'll now pass the call to the opposition, starting with Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. And before I go into my set of questions, I just wanted to reinforce the comments of Senator Reynolds and Senator Almond Payne in relation to the data set. So I also consider myself to be reasonably capable when it comes to looking things up. And in the first search I did in relation to payments, I received a 600-odd data set. Then I decided to refine it down, and when aged care number of claims, complete Services Australia, I got 4 answers, 3 from Transport for New South Wales, Opal Trips Train and Metro, Opal Trips Ferry, Household Travel Survey, and then Coastal Wetland Restoration for Blue Carbon in Australia from the Australian Institute of Marine Science. So to Senator Almond Payne's point, whilst it may be there, we don't know how to find it in there, and it's not a useful use of our time to go searching for it, nor a useful use of your time to be having this discussion with us. So if we could have the specific data in the answers, given your team is easily able to find it, it would be much appreciated.
So I believe those links have all been provided to the committee via the Secretariat
yes,
now.
But it was
so
just to clarify that moving forward we won't have this
scenario. Thanks, Mr Hazelhurst, for providing that.
Thank you.
It's just, if it assists, you just go to data.gov.au. You click on organisations, you search for Services Australia, and at the top of the page, I'm saying this proudly because I am the most technically inept character in the joint. There's Services Australia quarterly operational data, and it's there in a searchable form.
Thank you, Minister.
One plate.
Thank you, Minister. I think we're at the bottom of it now. Everyone's got the link. So, Senator Kovacic, let's get to questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So in the previous rounds of estimates, I asked some questions about the crisis payment, so I'd like to go to that again. As a reminder, the crisis payment is the one that is paid out to women escaping family and domestic violence, and currently under this government only 67% of all crisis payments in 2023-24 were processed on time. Mr Hazelhurst, are you able to give me the number of the quantum of funding that was withheld from crisis payment recipients where those payments weren't processed within the timeliness standard?
No dollars were withheld, Senator, but we can certainly provide some more information about that.
Well, they were. So, I mean, there's a period of time where people didn't get the money. So what was the quantum? So if the timeliness standard was X number of days and they were made in like 20 days, what was the quantum of money between X and 20 that wasn't paid to recipients on time?
Senator, we don't have that data with us today.
Could you provide that on notice?
I'll take it on notice. It's a little bit. I think I answered a similar question with another payment type previously. I don't know that our system works it out that way, but if we can provide it, then we'll provide it on notice.
Thank you. I'd really appreciate that. Would you have then the number of actual crisis payments that were not processed within the timeliness standard in that financial year, 23-24? Like individual crisis payments?
No, Senator, I don't have the yes, I think I do. So the total rejections, was that?
Not rejections, just the total number that were not processed within the timeliness standard.
No, Senator, I'll take that on notice.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that is something that you do, that is data that is available.
Yeah, I do have a percentage, so as in for the period of, I've got this quarter's percentage, so I can see that we're processing at about 80%. So, 20% would be outside of standard.
Yeah, in my question I actually had it was 67% for 23-24. Yeah. I was just curious as to the actual number.
Yeah, I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Then this may be on notice as well if you don't have it there, but if you have it, I would like to know it. Do you have the data in subcategories of payments? So specifically, how many crisis payments, say for extreme circumstances of family and domestic violence, weren't processed within the timeliness standard in 23-24?
We will have that, Senator, but I don't have it with me today, so I'll take it on notice.
Okay. All right. Thank you. My next set of questions relate to Mr Shorten's speechwriter as per AUSTender reference, CN 391-7200-A1. Thank you. As per the AUSTender reference, the contract in question should have concluded in September 2024. Can I confirm whether this contract has been fulfilled?
No, Senator, the contract has been extended.
It has been? How long has it been extended?
The contract has been extended until the 18th of December this year.
18th of December.
And sorry, Susie Smith, Deputy CEO, Strategy and Performance.
Thank you. And do you have a contract amount for that extension from September 2024 till the 18th of December 2024?
I do, Senator. The contract amount is from September to the 18th of December this year is $75,600.
Thank you. Is there any information as to whether that contract is expected to be extended again beyond the 18th of December, or whether that will be converted to full employment in the APS for the individual?
So the contract will not be extended. We have done an APS recruitment process and the current contractor will not be in the role come December. When her contract is finished, we have a new appointee who will be starting that role on the 2nd of December. So we've just got a couple of weeks of changeover time, but it will be a public servant from December this year.
Will that public servant be paid a similar amount to the contracted speechwriter?
I'd have to check that because obviously the contractor is paid a daily rate, whereas a public servant isn't, but yes, it won't be exactly the same. It will be slightly less, but I would have to take on notice the specifics of the comparison.
Thank you. But that $75,000 for roughly a quarter is pretty consistent with the roughly $300,000 per annum that we referenced in the last estimates?
Correct.
And at whose request was the contract extended?
The agency made the decision to extend the contract because we hadn't yet completed the recruitment round. We were in market at that time and we still needed to wrap up that recruitment process. So we extended it for the short amount of time to the end of the year to allow us to, one, find a suitable candidate, but then two, for that person to give notice and be able to start with us.
Okay. And was the request supported by the Minister, or did the request come from the Minister in terms of the continuity of that work, or was that a departmental decision that capability was still required at that level between September and the 18th of December?
Your last point is correct, Senator, and that is the capability was still required, and so we knew that we still had that recruitment process in train, so that's why the agency took the decision to extend the contract. It had nothing to do with the Minister.
Thank you. Okay. And I'm just thinking last time I was told that the reason that a contractor was sought was that there was a lot of difficulty in finding somebody in the market.
Yes.
Do you have could you give me an idea of how many applicants there were for this role this time?
Yes. This role, for the role this time, it was 18 applicants and we conducted 9 interviews.
How many applicants were there last time? I don't recall.
11.
11, okay. Thank you. It's good that the capability does exist now, so that's good given it didn't last time. So I want to follow up on some of the questions in relation to precisely how many products, I guess, or speeches, or what we will call it, that the contractor produced. Could you tell me how many speeches the contractor produced in the period of the original contract, and how many they have produced since the contract was extended by the department?
I don't have that breakdown, Senator. I have until so before the contract was extended, so over the life of the 2 previous years, it was 65 speeches.
65 speeches.
Yep.
Thank you. So in the last round of estimates, and I'm just trying to remember exactly, it was said that the speechwriter provided material for the NDIA. Could you explain to me whether that was accurate? Because for me it's confusing as to how that was possible given she was taken on as a contractor by Services Australia. So how could she do both?
So the contractor was taken on and is engaged by Services Australia, is part of the Services Australia Communications Division. I think I mentioned that at the last hearing. But we do provide it as a resource for the office and to prepare material that crosses the portfolio. So the speechwriter has had material from Department of Social Security, has had material from NDIA, and the reason is because many of the minister's speeches are not necessarily specific to one agency within the portfolio, and so there will be requests of information from the policy advisors in the office to those agencies. So she doesn't deal with those agencies directly. It comes from the office then, where there is a compilation of material that's provided for ministers' speeches.
Okay. So some months ago I submitted an OPD, an order for production of documents, which requested all the material produced by the agency and the minister's office regarding those speeches. And material has been returned under the OPD, and some of this material is quite concerning for the reason that it's highly political. So it doesn't relate to the work of the department. For example, on page 2808 of the OPD materials, the draft speech says, quote, and I quote, "Unfortunately, the NDIS was unloved during the coalition government years." And there are multiple references to the coalition and Liberal throughout these documents. So I'm trying to understand how this is a departmental process or a departmental requirement when there is this political lens on it. And perhaps this is a question for the minister, whether he can confirm whether the contractor, was asked to prepare material that was, of a political nature by the minister's office rather than of, a nature that refers to the actual portfolio.
I think just a couple of observations, and we'll see if we can help you with that. Question, but in my experience, you quite often have a speech that's prepared by an agency, and it bounces backwards and forwards, and it's a matter for ministers and ministerial advisors to shape speeches, so the speeches aren't devoid of the kind of reflections that you're talking about, and I suspect that's why the material is as you've outlined. I mean, it's a very extensive response to the order for production of documents. it did involve, the scope of it very wide. More than a dozen staff in Services Australia were engaged in responding to this no doubt important inquiry into a public policy matter. 1,000 staff hours. 1,000 staff hours were engaged in responding to that order for production of documents, and a total of 20,000 pages of data were eventually collected, which is roughly equivalent in labour hour terms, to what it would take to process 3,500 emergency crisis payment claims. It's a very substantial exercise. All of the materials there for you. If you've got any more questions about it, I'm sure we'd be delighted to take them.
Oh, I'm sure you will be. There was hundreds and hundreds of blank pages included in the OPD as well, which I'm sure took a lot of man-hours to insert also. I'm happy to distribute some of these.
A suggestion that blank pages were inserted deliberately in the... What?
Well, I'm making the comment that there were a lot of pages.
If we deleted blank pages, you'd accuse us of deleting stuff, honestly. Like there's just got to be a little bit of respectful behaviour in the way that these things are approached. There was what is clearly a sort of, pretty... The person who has been engaged to do this important work across the agencies is a person who has provided services, I think, to multiple Prime Ministers, including Prime Ministers that came from your side of politics. It hasn't been good for them to have their name pulled out there, and all of that effort that's gone on. There has been an enormous effort that included more than 12 staff, more than 12. And I'm not quite sure what it adds up to.
The job of the
Senate,
Senate,
up to much of that, that's for sure.
Yeah, the job of the Senate is to scrutinise, and these are relevant questions, and questions that Australians who are going through an extraordinary cost of living crisis deserve to have the answers to.
So there's more about the questioners than the department, that's for sure.
Right, well, let's get to the substance of the questions and answers, please. Senator Kovacic, you do have the call, and I remind all in the room that this is an opportunity for questions to be asked and answers to be given.
I'm trying to ask them without judgment being passed. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kovacic.
So I'm happy to share those if you'd like to. I'd like to table these, if possible, in relation to those questions, particularly in relation to whether or not it is usual for departmental employees or contractors to handle personal electoral matters for a minister, or if they should just be relating to departmental advice or support, and whether it is within the purview of a contractor to provide material that is political in nature. I believe that was a question that I was trying to ask previously. Correct, yes, yeah. Thank you, Senator Reynolds, yes. And the answer to the question of who inserted the political information if the contractor didn't write the political information into the speeches, the 60-odd speeches at roughly $9,500 each.
So what's the meaning of this piece of Hansard we have in front of us? What are you asking people to respond to?
Well, what I'm trying to understand is these are from the OPD. These are samples of speeches, none of which relate wholly to departmental support or departmental speeches. They relate to constituent messages, constituent speeches, or speeches that are of a political nature. So I want to get an understanding of who wrote them and why they are in the OPD and how they relate to the requested information.
Well, as I said before, speeches are iterative process. And if you've got a specific question about a specific phrase,
okay, I do.
Then
who inserted the language? The NDIS didn't receive any love from the coalition.
Well, we'll see if we can answer that for you.
Thank you.
I mean, it's an iterative process. I'd be very surprised. It's a normal process for ministers' offices and speechwriters to do.
I do understand
it is
the
also
normal process
very
of
normal.
speechwriting.
I can tell you that I know, just reflecting on this speech on the front here, that it's very normal for someone to write a speech, and if they do it for me to deliver something completely different. I just can't see how those are questions that can be responded to.
The question is very basic, and you said that you would try and find out. What I'm trying to understand is if a contractor, contracted by the department, is inserting political content into speeches for the minister that have nothing to do with the department itself, or little to do with the department, or a bit to do with the department, but are of a political nature, not of a service delivery or functions of the department nature.
Well, speeches are. I'm sure that the speeches written by this person, whose speech writing is part of this contractor's work. Part of it, not all of it. And I'm sure that the minister and his staff have inserted political comment. I mean, the minister, you may be surprised to learn, is a politician. And her job, I'm sure, is to stick to the facts and the issues and give it the kind of content and rhetorical work that means that the reform program that the government has engaged in the NDIS in particular, is being communicated in an effective kind of way, and it will be the job of the minister and the minister's staff to give that the kind of colour that you appear to be objecting to.
So
that's the answer.
Thank you. So thinking about the APS and impartiality, it's important for us to understand whether this contracted speechwriter or any other communications expert within the department or the agency, have been asked to, or as a part of their everyday work, expected to insert political content. And Mr Hazelhurst, perhaps if you could answer that question for me, whether that is acceptable in your view.
That's not my experience, Senator, but Susie Smith, the Deputy CEO, manages comms for the agency.
My question is whether you would believe that would be acceptable for somebody in their role working for the agency to actually be inserting political content into any communications that they're providing.
No,
it's bordering on an opinion. I think I understand the point you're trying to make. No, I understand the point you're trying to make, Senator Kovacic, but might be helpful to rephrase it.
Is it okay for employees to do that? Do you believe that that is within the scope of the role of an employee?
It's up to you in terms of how you answer that, Mr Hazelhurst, because it is a question of opinion.
It's not what's happened here. It's not what's happened here.
I was about to say, there is, when we take a job, whatever it is, we have rules that we have to abide by within that job. And I'm trying to understand whether or not putting political content into departmental communications is something that is okay or not.
Well, I've just indicated to you what's happened here, Senator Kovacic, and that's the answer.
So it didn't happen? Your answer is it didn't happen?
The answer is that the job of this communications professional is to assemble the material in the way that you've described, and there will be text going backwards and forwards where more political content is added to by the minister and the minister's staff. That's a normal process
Okay, so going a step back, we're going away from the proposed opinion of whether someone should do it or not. The answer to my question of did it occur in this instance, in this circumstance with this contracted individual, you're telling me that it did.
As I understand it, no.
So no, it did not.
That's right.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. So to confirm, Mr. Hazelhurst, would you be able to tell us whether or not it is a usual practice for people that are employed by the department to produce material which is of a political nature? And I'm just wanting
not
to
usual practice, and I would not be happy with that happening.
And that was going to be my next question. And do you believe?
But it is very common, Senator, for the kind of dynamics that the minister referred to in the crafting of speeches and other communications material, for that to be done iteratively and material to come from either a minister or their staff.
Sure. And is that because if it were to be included, that obviously has some impacts from an APS values of independence, sort of perspective, yes?
If I can just interrupt, not to provide an additional answer, but to say thank you and goodbye.
Thank you.
We'll miss you, and I'll get your title right next time.
That's okay.
Thank you, Minister Ayres, and we'll welcome to the table Minister Farrell.
Thank you. On Tuesday, November 2022, on a Tuesday, so apologies, in November 2022, Minister Shorten gave a speech in the House of Reps about a flood event in his electorate. This was during the House's constituency statements. Services Australia is mentioned in the speech once, and this speech and the draft speaking notes are included in the OPD. Am I to take it from the inclusion of the speech in the OPD materials that an APS employee worked on this electorate matter for Minister Shorten?
Senator, the scope of the OPD was broad, as we mentioned, as the Minister mentioned, and some of the material that you have in the OPD may have been not because the speechwriter, the contractor, drafted it, but may have been asked to fact-check it with the agency. So it's not to suggest that the entirety of that speech would have been drafted by the contractor. It is, as the Minister has described, where the text can go back and forth. And so that scope meant that a document like that was part of the scope, but it doesn't mean that all of the material in the OPD was drafted solely by the contractor. I can confirm it was not.
Okay, thank you.
Because the scope is written materials for the Minister.
Okay. So then, the APS employees or contractors wouldn't be engaging with the Minister's electorate staff on electorate matters?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thank you. And obviously it wouldn't be appropriate for an APS employee to be involved in the preparation of a constituency statement for that reason that you've articulated?
Correct.
Thank you. Would that same answer relate to the remarks for the delivery at the funeral of an individual that was included in the OPD?
So to the documents that you've tabled here, I can't say specifically the role in each of those documents that the contractor had. What I can tell you is that it wouldn't have been her solely involved. So I don't know specifically which parts, but I know that she took direction from both her managers in Services Australia and working with the advisors in the Minister's office, and in some instances the Minister himself, but I can't say specifically the content, which sentences she may have done, or indeed if she was only asked to fact check or do an edit.
Yeah, and this is, I guess, this is where my confusion is. So we've talked about, one where there's a flood event, another one where there's a funeral, and what I'm trying to understand is these are constituent matters, and they're both constituent matters that are included in the OPD. So whether it is a small amount or a large amount or an oversight or whatever it is. I'm trying to get an understanding of whether the contractor did work that perhaps shouldn't have been done on constituent matters for the minister, or whether, because it's included in the OPD, it's clearly included, or whether or not there are things in the OPD that don't relate to this at all.
So if it's helpful, there are 100 products that we provided to you in the OPD. 62 of them were NDIA, 21 were Services Australia and 17 were other. Now that may have been because they were talking points, they might have been other pieces like these ones that you've tabled. Of those, we pay a daily rate for the contractor. If the contractor had capacity in that day that she was engaged and she was asked by the office to be able to do some proofreading or some editing, we had already expended the daily rate. It was at no additional cost. She was not doing political material, but she may have done an edit or a proofread of material that was drafted by the office.
Got you. So she was already there, already being paid for, didn't actually have any sort of Services Australia style speeches to write.
She would have had, if she had a daily rate being paid, it would have been because she had business related to the portfolio, to be clear. So we were never paying a daily rate for her to do ministerial solely work. It was because it involved work of the portfolio. That being said, if she might have had an hour free that day to polish up one of these pieces of material, then as an edit or a fact check, then she may have been asked to do that.
And I guess that's where my confusion is, as how these couple of examples relate to the work of Services Australia at all, which they don't.
Well, Senator, Ms Smith's been clear that when she refers to the portfolio, that in a small number of instances that related to disability matters that were for social services, the department, and in a significant number of cases it was to do with material associated with the NDIA and the NDIS. So just for clarity, it was not just Services Australia activities, and then, as Ms Smith has said, in some instances, like the ones that you've tabled, there may have been a tangential connection to things to do with the portfolio, and it's hard for us to judge or tell which bits of those involved her actually drafting things, but our understanding it would be more fact-checking with us on things that did relate to the portfolio in that text, or, well, as Ms Smith has described, the similar sorts of work.
How about the 100th birthday one that fact check or put? I mean, it's hard to see anything that's not completely electorate related on the 100th birthday message.
Sorry, Senator, as I can only refer to my previous answer, which is if there was a capacity to be able to do, I mean, the contractor is a specialist professional writer. Some of these materials may have been somewhat rough in nature when they were drafted by the office, and so she may have been asked to edit and just polish them.
So are you confident that all of these other speeches, or that were joint, and I think this is what the Minister said, he was very, very clear when he said that no, she didn't provide any input into those speeches. So are you confident that the Minister's correct?
I'm confident that, having been through every page of the order of production of documents, that the contractor was not involved in the authoring of political content.
In the authoring of it, but perhaps in the editing or tidying up.
Correct, and I would say that would not be inconsistent with the same instances where we have media releases provided to the agency. So it is a practice, as Mr Hazelhurst has said as well, that we will be provided a range of written material that we will be asked to look at, and that's the specialist writing skill and expertise that we contribute for the portfolio.
So can we just be clear? So in your answers, all of the 100 pieces of material that were tabled in the OPD, the speechwriter only tangentially contributed to all of those speeches. I think it was 17 that was in that other category, plus the other speeches didn't initiate any of the political writing in that material, that it was done, and this is what the previous minister at the desk had said when I was asked the question. So you're confident that all, like that 100th birthday message, wasn't initiated by the speechwriter? It was only looked at to do an edit or a fact check. That none of those political pieces of writing.
I'm confident, Senator, and what I can say to you is that in the scope of the order of production of document, because it was written materials provided for the minister, in some of those instances the contractor may have been copied into an email, so that's why it was discoverable, and she had no role in it.
Okay, and that's just for all 100?
Correct, Senator.
Okay.
I just wanted to table that as well, please, Chair, in relation to the electorate speeches. In relation to these 100th birthday messages and the OPD materials, there appears to be, so for example, maybe an electorate officer or an APS employee has sent messages to the agency's communications division of a script for Minister Shorten to read out and for filming in Services Australia's production facilities for 100th birthday messages. Can you confirm if that's correct?
So that will be, so the products that were caught as part of the scope of the OPD included remarks, speaking notes, speeches, statements, talking points and video scripts.
But how does a video script for a 100th birthday message for a constituent relate to the work of the portfolio?
I'm not sure that that's what happened, Senator.
Okay.
As I just said to Senator Reynolds, some of that, it may be that the contractor was copied into those materials as she was listed on emails, not that she had anything to do with it.
Okay, so the materials that were produced show that. So you're saying that...
No, they show that written materials prepared for the minister, but I can't account that it was all prepared by the contractor.
But if the OPD to the department, if the OPD or the documents that have come from the department include that material, yes, doesn't that mean that something to do with that material was constructed within the department? Like you guys didn't produce documents from the minister's EO?
Not necessarily. So it may be that we were sent something to fact check, or like we have media releases that are sent to us that we don't have any, that we might not write at all, but where they refer to the agency, we're asked to fact check.
Okay, all right. So that's what I'm trying to understand, why it's 100th birthday messages are going to the department. So let me just be very clear.
Sorry, and the filming.
Yeah, I was just about...
Ms Smith, yeah, you can continue your answer, please, Ms Smith.
Yeah.
Because the inbox of the contractor was part of the scope for the order of production of documents. There may have been documents in her inbox that related to written materials prepared for the minister. That does not necessarily entail that she prepared the written materials for the ministers. She may have been copied into an email between advisors, for example. So I cannot account that that was drafted by the speechwriter, is all I'm trying to say.
I got it. That makes perfect sense. Thank you. Can you then confirm for me whether the agency's facilities were used to produce the 100th birthday messages?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. Would that be something that would be a concern to you if it were?
This is bordering again on opinion. Ms Smith, it's up to you if you wish to answer that, but I would suggest that that's an opinion. If you want to rephrase it in terms of a matter of policy, Senator, you can, but the way you phrased it at the moment is as an opinion.
Okay. Well, I'm phrasing the question, I guess, from somebody from the outside looking in to see whether or not departmental resources should be used to create video messages for constituents of a Member of Parliament. It's about agency resourcing.
You're still asking an opinion there.
Okay. I'm not quite sure that it is an opinion. Yeah.
Well, you're asking, my understanding is you're asking for Ms Smith's opinion on what an outsider would think about something. So that is an opinion.
Yeah. It is. Yes, it's clearly in the OPD material. Yes. It says re-video message, thanks, have sent to the event organiser, so hopefully all good. Please see links below. Let me know if you have any troubles accessing them. Communications Division, Services Australia.
100th birthday.
Yeah. 100th birthday is the subject line. And I guess it's just a simple question. Is it part of the scope of the department to provide video messages for members of Parliament for their constituents?
So it's part of the scope of the contract to be able to provide written material support, which would include video messages and script. With regard to the specific one that you've identified, I would need to look, as I said, as to whether or not the contractor was involved, how the agency was involved, and I don't have that detail here. I'm happy to take it on notice, but I don't have the detail on that birthday message specifically where the agency may be involved.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right. When this contractor is based in the Minister's personal office, is the contractor required to report to anybody at any time within the agency in terms of what work is being done and what the scope of that work is?
Yes, Senator.
And who is that?
They report to a director in the Communications Division. They also report to a Band 1 in the Communications Division. And there is a weekly meeting that includes those, the executive of the Communications Division and the Minister's Policy Advisors and Press Secretary.
Are you able to table those for us?
Table?
Those communications?
They're verbal meetings, Senator. I don't, in terms of, I'm not aware, but if we have any records, I'll table it.
Okay, thank you. Would the contractor be required to report to the Minister's Chief of Staff or Senior Media Advisor, or just to the department?
The contractor doesn't have a reporting relationship to any of the ministerial staff. Their reporting relationship is to the agency.
So all directions would be taken by the agency? Or taken from the agency, apologies.
They'll be taken from the agency, but obviously for some of those materials it will be in consultation with the relevant policy advisor or the press secretary.
And the nature of those directions, would they be verbal or written?
It could be a combination of both, Senator.
Okay. And would it be standard practice for any contracted staff to receive direction from the Minister's office?
Well, it would be not unusual for staff in the agency to receive direction from the Minister's office on a range of things, and this would not be a unique circumstance in terms of how something should be prepared and provided to the office.
Noting your answer that the reporting line is to the agency's Communications Division, can you confirm for me whether this contractor ever received direction from the Minister's office or from the Minister themselves?
I can't confirm whether or not the contractor received direction from the Minister. What I can say is that as part of the weekly meeting, that's where it is discussed about where the advisors or the press secretary may have material that they wish to have crafted by the agency, and so it will be a combined effort with the relevant senior executive from the agency is involved in that. So they wouldn't be taking the contractor is not taking direction, if I can be clear, the contractor is not taking direction without the agency executive being involved.
Thank you. Did the contractor have a corporate credit card?
No.
Thank you. Senator Reynolds asked you in the previous estimates whether the contractor attended events with the minister and or his office, and that one was taken on notice, but we haven't got that one back. Are you able to let us know whether the contractor ever did attend any events with the minister or his office?
The contractor has attended some events with the minister, and that has included, for example, his address to the National Press Club, where it was around portfolio business. I am not aware of any occasions where the contractor has attended any events with the minister. In fact, I'd be prepared to say that they haven't, unless it has been related to Services Australia or portfolio responsibilities, where there's been speeches that she would have drafted, like the National Press Club.
Given that her reporting is to the agency's communication division, would you have a record of those events and the dates and the purpose of each of those events?
I would be able to get that for you. I don't have it here today, but I'll take it on notice.
Thank you. Is it usual practice for contractors to participate in events with a minister?
So, Senator, the status of whether or not she's a contractor is less of an issue. It is common that agency officials would attend with a minister for an event that is about the portfolio. I myself attended the Minister's National Press Club speech. Other members of my communication division did likewise. The contractor also did. So it's not unusual when we're providing support for the minister at a particular speaking engagement that covers the business of the portfolio that someone from the portfolio would attend.
Thank you. And I note your answer that the contractor didn't have a corporate credit card. Did the contractor raise travel or hospitality expenses with the agency?
No hospitality expenses. There were some travel expenses, but they were included as part of her contract.
Are you able to table those expenses list for us?
I can give you the travel costs amount, which is $30,562.
Are you able to table an itemised list of those?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Okay. Just going one set of questions back to the 100th birthday, and then I'll pass to Senator Reynolds if you want to go to the next line.
That's actually all what...
Yeah, it is. Okay, yes, perfect. In relation to the 100th birthday messages, and we talked about the fact that, you know, scripts could be worked on and all the rest, could you tell me whether those messages were filmed in agency buildings?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. Were the agency buildings ever used by electoral office staffers of the minister for the recording of those messages? If you could take that on notice as well.
Yes, I will.
And if so, on what date or dates? How long the filming was for? And if they did occur, if we could get an understanding of how then that related to portfolio business. And if you know the answer to this question as opposed to taking it on notice, do you know who handled these 100th birthday messages scope of work within the department?
I don't, Senator. I'll have to take that on notice.
If you could, and if it was a member of communications staff or whether it was in fact the contractor, that would be great. Thank you.
Can I say one question to that? I think you said that the contractor, who's on $300,000 a year, was reporting to an EL2. Is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
Is that a usual practice? Because, I mean, that is certainly a salary of a much more senior, you know, SES level. Do you have any other examples of somebody who's earning that much money or being on that sort of equivalent reporting to an EL2?
Yes, we do, Senator, and that would be common, reasonably common across the agency in terms of market rates for other specialist skills, including ICT contractors, for example, in Mr McCarty's group, or data analysts, data specialists within the data and analytics division. So it's not uncommon that people, it's not necessarily the amount that they're being paid, it's the role that they're performing.
Okay, thank you.
So I want to keep talking about OPDs, and this time the OPDs I issued numbered 538 and 585. Per this material, am I correct in saying that Minister Shorten delivered a speech to the agency's SES in July 2022?
That's correct, Senator.
Do you know if this speech was published on the Minister's website?
Let me just check with one of my colleagues, Senator. We can come back to you in this session, Senator, on that one.
Thank you. In the material that was provided under the OPD, the Minister touched on the success of the single touch payroll, which was delivered actually previously by the coalition government, and said that the government would leverage the so-called Data Act to, quote, look to build similar integrated services. What similar integrated services are currently being worked on that you're aware of?
Senator, that's not my area of expertise. I might refer that business question to one of my colleagues or the CEO.
Yeah, another colleague will join us, Senator, but in broad terms, particularly in relation to single touch payroll as an example, that's been something we've had multiple tranches of work on, so there would be similar kinds of integrated things that we are doing using the same broad technology. And it is, I mean, more broadly, over time, we're not actually working on anything that I can think of outside of single touch payroll at the moment, but looking for ways in which we can explore making it easier for people, such as the way in which the tax office does my tax and pre-fills things, is the kind of thing that we would certainly be interested in exploring. Anything we can do to make it, particularly with people's consent, of course, easier for them to interact with us would be what we'd be looking at. But Mr Beera could provide a couple of extra comments, I suspect, about single touch payroll in particular.
Oh, thank you, Mr Hazelhurst. And yes, Senator, single touch payroll is a wonderful opportunity for ourselves, but also for customers, in that it gives us the opportunity, working with the Australian Taxation Office, to be able to present customers with information that their employers are reporting on their employment income, allowing them to then accept or adjust that reporting, helping them to get their earned income reporting correct to the agency. And so where single touch payroll is really important is in improving payment accuracy, and therefore helping people to be able to report their changes of circumstances, avoid preventable debt, and also make it easier for them in terms of being able to access information. And there was discussions earlier in the day about sort of the robo-debt scheme and sort of the use of data there that was much more different data and much more inaccurate than what is from single touch payroll, and without that electing that Mr Hazelhurst mentioned to apply to a customer's record. There's other examples, and we're working in the agency on where we can identify where somebody might have a change of circumstance that might be payment impacting, and therefore what we can do to help educate, nudge or present them with information to help them to meet their reporting obligations. And so we think this is a very important field in terms of helping both people to be able to meet their reporting requirements, keep their circumstances with the agency up to date, while also allowing us to improve payment accuracy and help people to avoid preventable debt.
Thanks, you.
Mr. Beera, just before we go on, we're now running about an hour behind. Can I just get an indication so I can let other senators know who are waiting for the next session?
Quite a bit, quite a bit to go. Yeah.
Probably through to the dinner break.
Yeah.
Okay, that'll have us running almost 2 hours behind.
Yep.
So
we'll try and
you could advise your colleagues as well.
Yeah. What similar, at the end of the last tail end of that question, is what are the similar integrated services that are currently being worked on, if any?
Well, we've been working on where we can come up, sort of get information about customer circumstances and present it to them. So we can take on notice sort of a range of activities that we have underway now. One is that an activity where we know that people haven't updated their bank accounts with us, and particularly age pension recipients who we know bank account details can be important for income and asset tests. And so we have a project that's being developed now called Manage My Payment, which prompts age customers to update their bank account details with us so that we understand what their bank account balances are. And so there's those types of initiatives that we've got to help people to be able to report their circumstances to us.
Would you be able to provide on notice some more information about Manage My Payment? When did it start, and which agencies the project includes, and whether it would be actually, cross-pollinated, say, to Medicare or wherever else it, could apply for payments. In that same speech, the OPD material has Minister Shorten saying there's likely something we could do to simplify rental reporting for private renters as we do for community housing. Is the agency doing any work on this, to your knowledge?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator, what we're doing in terms of rental assistance reporting.
Thank you. And then if I could have the same answers, when did it start, what portfolio agencies does the project include, and what are the potential uses? That would be great. I want to turn to another speech captured within the OPD material. Am I correct in saying that Minister Shorten delivered a speech at the Australian Government Data Summit in March 2023? And if so, was this speech published on the Minister's website?
I think that is correct, Senator, and I'm not sure if it's published on the Minister's website. I'd have to take that on notice.
What I'm curious about is if they're not published, why they're not published.
That's a question for the Minister, Senator. We don't, the agency doesn't decide which speeches are published on the Minister's website.
Thank you. In the OPD material, the Minister was to say that the New South Wales Government's Digital Restart Fund was, and I quote, worth consideration. Did Services Australia ever take work to develop a new policy proposal around this?
I don't know the answer to that question, Senator. My colleague might. But I've certainly worked on the MyGov user audit, which also made that recommendation.
Yeah.
But that was prior to my engagement with the agency, of course.
Thank you.
Mr Thorpe.
So Senator Jonathan Thorpe, Chief Customer Officer, Service Delivery Excellence. Just to build on the CEO's comments, consistent with the MyGov user audit, one of the key recommendations out of MyGov was to A, recognise it as national critical infrastructure, but 2, see ongoing funding for the MyGov platform to ensure that more services and agencies can consume the platform. And from budget this year, that's exactly what's happened. So MyGov is now available for agencies to consume without a charging framework attached to it. And that speaks to some of the ideas and elements that are similar to the New South Wales Restart Fund to provide the opportunity for agencies to use more digital services and provide a more consistent way of accessing them.
Okay. So did the agency ever work with finance on it? Like in noting that, the New South Wales Digital Restart Fund was a whole of government fund?
So, Senator, MyGov is a whole-of-government platform and consistent with the budget process. Obviously, the agency worked with Department of Finance to realise where we're currently positioned for the platform, which sees from 1 July MyGov being free for government agencies to use and consume. So we definitely work with Department of Finance consistent with budget processes.
Sure. And what's the outcome of that work?
The outcome of that work is from 1 July, MyGov no longer charges member services or government agencies to use the platform. That's the first point. The second point, from 1st of July, it also includes what's referred to as an investment pipeline, providing a much more sophisticated way for agencies to leverage MyGov capabilities and for MyGov to build more features into the future. And that has worked with Department of Finance as well.
Thank you. Next, I want to go to a speech that the Minister gave in June 2023 to the agency's SES, which I also believe has not been made public, but to your answer, Ms Smith, the agency has no control over that. That's a matter for the Minister. But in this speech, Minister Shorten asks rhetorically why future use case of MyGov couldn't include voice assistive technology to remind people of their government tasks and appointments, and why tasks couldn't be linked to someone's Google Calendar. We've discussed in previous estimates that these use cases were advanced by the Coalition under the enhanced MyGov program. How close is the agency to rolling out these functionalities?
I'll defer to my colleague, Mr Thorpe, for that one.
So, Senator, consistent with the funding made available to MyGov from 1 July this year, a new feature that we're working on at the moment includes enhanced notification capabilities. Simply, I mean being able to use the MyGov app as an example, to have a similar experience you have with banking, where the app is notifying you about particular obligations or reminders that you have to engage with government services on. We're looking to build out that capability, but the second part of that is to work with government agencies, member services, about how they can best leverage that to improve the experience that many people have had in the past, which is a very basic message in MyGov, to actually have something that's far more tailored and personalised based on your circumstances.
It's sort of more intuitive. Finally, I want to turn to the material prepared for Minister Shorten's appearance at the National Press Club this year on the 13th of August. In the OPD material, Minister Shorten was slated to announce or formally introduce the idea of a so-called citizen charter. The references to the charter, the language was removed, and a citizens' charter was not mentioned in the final National Press Club speech. Can you tell me what work is being done to progress a citizens' charter and when that will be released?
Senator, consistent with the MyGov user audit, the agency's been advancing on a series of recommendations that relate to what was included in the MyGov user report, which was published in late 2023. One of the things that we've been doing since that report has been tabled is the development and exploratory work around what legislation and policy is required to achieve better connected government services. And this is activity the agency continues to work on to essentially understand how we might be able to have some underpinning legislation that helps us join up government services beyond the current capabilities and legislation framework that we currently operate within.
Mm-hmm. So that's perfect. Those are the next lot of questions we've got. Thank you. Do you want to do that? Thank you. Chair, can I just clarify, we've got, or perhaps one of the officials, Mr Hazelhurst, we got this was tabled, it's called Claim Average Processing Time and Comparisons 2018 to 19 to July to September. I'm not sure where it came from and in what response.
I tabled it.
Oh, you tabled it, okay.
Yeah, after some questions about the times.
Thank you, because that's actually very, very helpful. And what I was actually wondering, it's so helpful whether we could actually get this on notice. You've got from 2018-19, but if we could get it through to the July to September quarter, so every financial year. So if we could have, so we can just see the tables that sit in between 18-19 and July to September with the number of days, but also the number of claims as well, just so we get a good picture, because it's quite a handy table. Do you know which one we're talking about?
I haven't got it in front of me, but yes, I think I know what it is.
Okay. If not, we can get your copy.
I was excited about
Yes, Senator, I recall your excitement.
Remember the excitement? Excellent, thank you. Could I then continue, if we could continue on the MyGov user audit and the government response, Minister? So I just want to go through some of the recommendations. So recommendation 1 was to confirm MyGov as the go-to app, which I think is a very laudable and sensible policy to do. So it also, the response noted the government will define a decision-making framework for that. Has that framework been done yet, or is that still in progress?
Senator, to advance the recommendation 1, Services Australia has been working with Digital Transformation Agency, for example, and the most recent evidence I can speak to is the establishment of what's referred to as the Digital Access Standard. So it sets out essentially how government services need to work, and more importantly, as new services are developed, what set of standards and principles they need to follow. That also includes the use of whole-of-government platforms such as MyGov to ensure that it is the go-to place and primarily is the front door for accessing government services.
Okay, so you're still in progress working with DTA on the Digital Access Standard. Will that comprise the framework itself that's mentioned in the government response, or is that something different?
Senator, the digital access standard is now live, so it's available on the DTA's website, and it's advice provided to agencies to ensure as they're developing proposals that relate to digital services that it follows that particular standard, which also makes reference to the use of whole-of-government platforms such as MyGov to ensure that it's the front door.
Okay, so it's the front door for that, which is good. So where the government response noted it will define a decision-making framework, that is what this now is live. It's the decision-making framework for departments.
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you. Okay, that's where we'll find it. Now, according to the minutes of the August advisory board that were released under the OPD, under an OPD, there was discussion at the time about the ATO developing their own native app. Just wondering if you can, hopefully it's now not going ahead, but if you can update us whether what they're doing in relation to that, do you know?
You go ahead, John.
Sorry. So, Senator, I would refer more detailed questions to the ATO. However, what I can confirm is the ATO already have a mobile app available as part of their digital ecosystem. They also currently provide MyGov ID, which will now be known as MyID. There are no plans, as far as I understand, and I've attended that particular board, for the ATO to develop any new applications.
Okay, and are they, as far as you're concerned or understand, are they compliant with the digital access standard that's now available?
So, Senator, the standard comes into effect on the 1st of January 2025. So it'll certainly relate to any new services that are developed, and the DTA can provide more detail in terms of how the standard works.
But as far as you understand, being on the board in these discussions, you've got no concern that ATO are going to go rogue and won't be compliant with my term, but will be compliant with the framework.
Senator, as far as I can confirm, yes. Further to that, ATO regularly attends the Independent Advisory Board on their particular digital services, in particular digital identity, to make sure there is connectivity and there is alignment against how government services work.
Thank you. Now, I understand at the same board meeting which you were at, there was discussion about decommissioning the Medicare Express app. Are you able to update us on that?
Yes, we can, Senator. So Services Australia continues to look at how we can rationalise our digital services consistent with the MyGov user audit. In other words, how do we make services simpler so they're easy to access in one place? We are starting at looking at the Medicare app first. Okay. And we'll make sure that we design a good experience working with users to understand how to best integrate Medicare services into MyGov. And until we complete that particular activity, we wouldn't be making any decisions.
So Medicare Express app will then stay live. So what you're saying is
Absolutely,
stay live
Senator.
Until you've gone through this process, but it's the first cab off the rank you're looking at.
Absolutely,
for obvious
Senator.
reasons.
Yes.
Thank you.
We would want it, Senator, of course, to be a smooth transition.
Yes. I understand, otherwise you would have every Australian in the country being a bit cranky with you.
Indeed,
So,
Senator.
no, that's understood. So can we go to recommendation 3? And in that recommendation, the government noted this recommendation and discussed the issue of specific MyGov legislation, which you've just touched on yourself. So where's the process up into determining what legislation may or may not be required and what the time frame would be?
Senator, I can't provide a time frame at this stage. The current Service Australia does not currently have authority, nor would it have authority as an executive agency to progress primary legislation.
Yep.
However, we continue to work with other government agencies around the opportunity for connected and joined-up government service delivery. We're at the moment of exploring the current legislative frameworks that exist in place and how we might be able to look at improvements.
So you wouldn't initiate that yourself, but you're doing the review of what might be needed. Now, is that in conjunction with DSS or with DTA?
Senator, that's in discussion with several departments, which includes DSS, but other departments as well.
Okay. Now, I understand there was also a Deloitte presentation, I think possibly to the board, and there was talking about benefits estimation that could be achieved from legislating MyGov. Are you able to provide any update or information on that?
So, Senator, we're happy to have that report made available. I think it's been previously made available through FOI and also through previous board minutes. Essentially, that report identified the need to have underpinning legislation to support joined-up government service delivery. In fact, the current legislation prevents some of those things from happening.
And the problem with that, so the reason I asked the question is a large part of that was redacted. So could you go back and have a look at that and just see if there's any more of that that could be unredacted sufficiently so that we get a better sense of what that benefits advice was, and also what the legislation might involve, noting that you're still working through that with the relevant agency. So was that a...
We'll take that on notice, Senator. We'll have to have...
And what the value of that benefit was by legislating.
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
Senator, just for clarity, it's one thing to say legislate for MyGov, and the MyGov user audit does frame things in that way. Yeah. Also, what we've been exploring is even if you don't sort of make MyGov a legislated thing, are there amendments to legislation that we could do that would facilitate better joined-up service delivery? So it's a mix.
No, I understand that, and then because it involves many different departments, different agencies, which have their own legislation. So correct. I understand the context of that. So thank you, Mr. Hazelhurst. Sure. I think that's helpful. So coming back to the report, can you just remind me, did the report recommend both legislation and an expansion of the Services Australia's remit in relation to this? How would you describe that?
Senator, I don't have the report in front of me. Okay. I do not recall the report making reference to an expansion of Services Australia remit, but more describing the opportunity to have better connected services, the role that MyGov plays in doing so, and the broader service system that sits around MyGov, of which it's connected to, and the ability to bring all of those things together can provide better services for the economy and citizens.
So if you could take that on, thank you, if you could take that on notice and just check, and whether there was any, the report cited any other good examples or following the lead of other nations or other states and territories who obviously have got similar portals. So the Privacy Act, is that one of the pieces of legislation? I think that would appear to be one of the legislation. Is that something that you're reviewing as part of this?
Senator, I won't speak in relation just to the Privacy Act, but part of the review is to look at all the legislation that pertains to operating the MyGov platform and, to the CEO's point, more importantly, broader service delivery and what's required to be able to bring those elements together.
So as not to test your memory unfairly on the whole list, can you take that on notice and just give us a list of the legislation that's already come to your attention that needs review as part of this, so just so we can get an idea of the scope of the task?
We can do that, Senator. My understanding is it's well over a dozen references to legislation that will be required.
And then if you're that as far advanced in what are some of the pathways to doing that, would you be looking at an omnibus? I know you're not drafting the legislation, but I think it would be instructive for the Parliament. Are you looking to do this in sections, or are you looking to wait to do an omnibus bill that covers it all?
Senator, we'll take that on notice, but just to go back to my earlier point, at this point in time, the agency does not have authority to progress any current legislation.
So at the moment, so I guess that answers my next question, is it is still a work in progress, and so there hasn't been any recommendation yet that's gone to any minister in relation to this legislative reform?
Senator, we are in discussions with our minister in relation to obviously the discovery work that we've done to date and options moving forward, but again, there is no current authority that the agency is operating within to progress legislation working with any department at this stage.
So if you could, in the response, if you could then just include where that process is up to.
We can do that, Senator.
Thank you. So just so we understand...
We're more at the options stage than the recommendations
That's what it sort of sounded like. So if you could just clarify that, then what the timeframe moving forward is, that would be excellent. If we could then go to recommendation 4, which was to provide ongoing funding for MyGov and establish the MyGov Development Fund, which I've got here was modelled after the New South Wales Digital Restart Fund. Can you just... Where is that funding up to? Have you got funding for that yet, or is that something that you put forward to the next budget?
Mr Thorpe covered that earlier, Senator, but he can reiterate it for you.
I didn't...
Apologies, Senator. So just consistent with my previous message, from 1 July, MyGov is now a platform that's available to departments and agencies at no charge. There is no longer the charging framework that was previously in place for services or member services to connect and use the platform. Providing an opportunity for a greater utilisation over time. The second part of it, Senator, relates to what I referred to before as the MyGov investment pipeline, which is a way for agencies to be able to use MyGov more efficiently and for MyGov to generate new features into the future with a more dynamic funding investment process.
So you're not charging the fees anymore, so thank you for that clarification. So are you getting funded anymore to do this work, or you're absorbing the cost?
No, Senator, MyGov has been funded from a run and sustainment perspective, from an ongoing perspective from 1 July this year.
Okay, and how much is that?
Senator, I'll get that information for you. I have it in front of me. I just need one moment.
I'm pleased to say, Senator, that I have the answer to that question.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr Hazelhurst.
Just happen to have that brief in front of me. In the 24-25 budget, there was $630.3 million provided over 4 years, which included $145 million per year as ongoing investment to sustain and enhance MyGov.
Okay, so 630 over 4 years to develop, and then ongoing from what year? The 145.
No. It includes the 145.
Okay, and then presume. Okay, so that's just for the forwards. Okay.
And it's ongoing.
Ongoing. Thank you. Ongoing. Now, recommendation 5 was to establish a 5-year rolling roadmap to be updated annually, which the government agreed in principle. Now, I understand, I haven't myself got a copy of it, but you did publish that, correct?
Correct, Senator. That's the MyGov roadmap's currently available on the Services Australia website, and we regularly make updates to that, approximately every quarter, consistent with our release cycles. The second thing we're doing is working with Data and Digital Ministers meeting on what's referred to as life events, and working with jurisdictions on the development of a roadmap, which will include elements that pertain to MyGov. Just an important part, MyGov also includes life event content to arrange services around.
Thank you. So just given that the budget for this is 4 years, just out of interest, why 5 year?
Senator, the recommendation from the MyGov user audit referred to a 5-year roadmap. The funding provided, I think, is consistent with the forward estimates as normal budget processes.
Okay, so because it was just a number.
It was a 5-year recommendation, but the 4 years is just the 4-year number. It's ongoing funding, so it's forever.
So how often will the roadmap be updated? Is that an annual activity?
Senator, just back to my earlier question or point, sorry. Approximately every quarter, we'd be looking to make updates to the MyGov roadmap, and that's consistent with our release cycle.
And that'll be updated online?
Yes, Senator, on
our
website.
Now, last one I've got is recommendation 8, that the federal government would partner with states and territories on this on a 5-year government services delivery plan, which was agreed, I understand, states and territories. So how is that going?
Senator, just back to an earlier point I just made, the second part of that roadmap was working with jurisdictions consistent with the Data and Digital Ministers meeting, and that's to develop a roadmap that relates to life event content to help services organise the way that services are joined up and grouped together based on things that happen to people rather than government structure.
Whether it's federal or state. So how's that going? So that'll be incorporated in that same process.
Senator, that information will be included both in our roadmap for MyGov, which will be published on our website, and we're currently in the process of working with jurisdictions on that broader roadmap I just mentioned.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And that's being funded.
20 minutes of the call continuously.
And that's my last question on that. So that's being funded out of that ongoing $145 million a year for the state and territory work as well.
The agency is working with states and territories. That we're not asking any additional funding for that particular piece of work, Senator.
Thank you. That concludes that set of questions. Thanks, Chair.
Ooh, okay. Thanks, Services Australia. You are...
Oh, no. Didn't you say you wanted to rotate the call?
No. You've had the call for an hour and 20 minutes. If you're still going, we're seeking to move to the next section, Senator. So we're due to go to disability and carers at 4:15.
Oh, no. Well, if not, we can have a spill over.
Well, of course you are, but we're 2 hours behind, so it's just a matter of where we get the time from.
Would you want to go to fraud then?
Elsewhere, and as I said, you've had the call continuously for an hour and 20 minutes.
I said we're very happy to rotate the call, so no problem if that's an issue.
No, you indicated you had about 45 minutes left, so an hour and 20 minutes. Obviously, you are able to continue, but it just has an implication on other senators' questions in the remainder of the program.
Or is it up to what time's the dinner break?
And your colleagues, really.
6 o'clock.
Okay.
So the time just has to be found somewhere over the course of the day. There's a lot of senators waiting for the next session. So.
What do you want me to?
It's just a question of professional courtesy at this point.
concise.
Just trying to work out what the direction is. Whether
So you're allowed to ask questions, but it's as a matter of keeping order to the program and the work of the committee. I'm just advising you've had the call for an hour and 20 minutes on Services Australia. We'll continue with Services Australia. Sure, but there's many senators waiting for other sessions.
Would a preference be to just have a small spillover for Services Australia and then we proceed?
No, absolutely not. We're here and we've done an hour and 20 minutes of the call. It's just there is only so many hours between now and 11 o'clock, Senator. So it's up to you whether you can consolidate your questions or you keep going, and we'll advise the crossbench and other senators in the building to keep waiting. Senator Reynolds, Senator Kovacic, you still have the call.
Yeah, we'll move on. Proceed. Yep.
And we'll worry about a spillover later.
Yeah, correct. Yep.
Well, there's no agreement to a spillover. No. So if you want to continue questions.
Continue on. Continue on. Yep. Fraud. I just want to touch quickly on fraud detection and prevention. Senator Hughes asked the Minister in SQ 24 000394.
Sorry, Senator.
Get someone to the table, yep.
Can't hear you.
In relation to fraud.
Yes.
Yes. In SQ 24 000394, Senator Hughes asked the Minister of Fraud and Non-Compliance in the financial year 23-24, which resulted in the greater loss of public monies. The Minister responded by saying fraud represents only a small amount of estimated payment inaccuracy. Mr Hazelhurst, can you tell me what resulted in the greater loss of public monies in 2023-24, fraud or non-compliance?
I'll defer to my colleagues, Senator.
Sure, thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Similar to what we were discussing this morning, fraud is a significant issue for the agency, and particularly around sort of protecting identity and customer records. But in terms of payment accuracy, we see the reporting of sort of customers' personal circumstances that are payment impacting as having a greater impact, as shown in the payment accuracy statistics in the Department of Social Services annual report.
So payment inaccuracies are the number one?
Is essentially non-compliance. It's essentially not people's personal circumstances not being reported and updated on their record to ensure they get the right payment at the right time. And that's inadvertent, and that is a outcome in many respects of the highly targeted social security system in Australia.
Okay. So in terms of that non-compliance then, is that better or worse than last year? Is that something that's improving or something that's getting worse?
Well, as you see if you look at page 54, I think it is, on the Social Services annual report, there's actually an improvement this year in terms of payment accuracy.
Mm-hmm. And what about fraud and or non-compliance? Yeah.
We distinguish between the two, Senator, and fraud we see as a continued risk, and particularly in terms of, sort of the scams and other activity that we see, and identity-related crime. I think, as Mr Hazelhurst said in his opening remarks, we're seeing a large amount of scam activity with agencies, sort of MyGov and other programs of the agency being a very high target for scam activity and often impersonated. Most of us, I think, have received messages where from scammers purporting to be the agency contacting people, and attempting to harvest people's credentials to then use for fraudulent activity, not related to the person who put the credentials in, but instead seeking to use those credentials to access the agency's payments.
How much did the agency lose to external fraud in 23-24?
I'll just get that figure. We've got that. In terms of 23, 24, I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. According to SQ 24 000418, the number of external fraud investigations the agency commenced in this financial year has actually dropped. I think in 2021-2022 it was 2,495 investigations, and up until the 31st of May 24, only 534 were commenced. Is there a reason why there have been comparatively fewer investigations commenced for the external fraud?
Sorry, Senator, what were the two timeframes you mentioned?
So 23-24, up till May the 31st of this year, only 534 investigations commenced, but in the financial year ending 2022, 2,495 investigations commenced.
And is that from the annual report, Senator?
SQ 24 000418, attachment 18.
I'll ask Mr. Timpson to come forward.
From question on notice, not from the annual report. From a Quan, yep.
Senator Peter Timpson, General Manager of Fraud Control and Investigations. Yes, the number has dropped, but that's more about the fact that they're more complex now and they're taking a lot more time. So, as you know, we're the most targeted government website for the fraud investigations and the scamming. A lot of the work that we're doing with the partner agencies through the Fraud Fusion Task Force and the other law enforcement agencies, they're very complex, multi-agency and multi-state investigations. So sometimes we have to interview hundreds of witnesses. So the number has dropped, but they're actually bigger jobs in simple terms.
An investigation isn't particularly a one offence. So some of the investigations involve both multiple offenders, but in some cases with the scam activity, a very large number of actual offences.
Perhaps useful just to slightly put that in further context, Senator. What we've been observing is, over time, a shift in some ways from lots of small examples of fraud to much more organised practice, including potentially organised crime.
Yeah.
So it's not uncommon for us to, as Mr. Bureau described, to have when we undertake a fraud investigation, for there to be very large numbers of people associated
impacted or involved. Yeah, so that 534 could actually impact a lot more people.
It's a little hard to sort of make a comparison because the landscape has changed quite rapidly.
And so one example, Senator, was where some of the agency staff participated in the execution of a search warrant against suspects committing fraud, and we found a SIM farm with sort of 300 SIM cards in it, sending these scam messages out. And so that's giving those offenders a very high capability to send out lots of scam messages to people.
Yeah.
And so, yes, that would be one investigation, but it involves a large amount of offences and a large number of potentially impacted members of the public.
Thank you. And
Senator, can you just give me an indication if we're likely to be able to move on before the dinner break?
We'll finish at the dinner break.
We'll finish at the dinner
At
break.
the dinner break?
That's
10 minutes.
In 10 minutes.
Correct?
Yeah, it is. I thought you just gave me an indication that we get to disability before the dinner break.
No. So what we'll do is we've still got a lot of questions, but what we'll do is
We'll finish up her questions.
Say 2 more and then
I will run through a couple of the other ones and we'll be finished in 10 minutes.
Apologies, Senator Steele-John. All right, continue, Senator Kovacic.
Turning to the Fraud Fusion Task Force, and I'm aware that for reasons of operational security and effectiveness, there are limits to what can be discussed publicly. But are you able to tell me, in terms of the effectiveness, what is the value of monies that have been recovered to date, which directly relate to the investigation activity?
So in 23-24, noting, as was mentioned earlier today, that the Fraud Fusion Task Force was formed in 2022, the Fraud Fusion Task Force completed 28 criminal investigations and referred 6 investigations to the CDPP. 104 active investigations were underway as of the 30th of September 2024, with an estimated fraud value of $16.4 million. And we would add that, similar to what we mentioned before, the estimated fraud value is that value of fraud that we can have sort of strong evidence for, but can be, but often sort of understates the actual true extent of offending by these offenders.
I get the value piece, but how much has actually been recovered? So I understand the value of it, but what I'm trying to understand is how much money has been recovered.
We have to take that question on notice because a lot of that is often recovered by other agencies, such as the Federal Police through the Criminal Assets Confiscation Task Force. So if we're doing a joint operation, they identify that they've got, say, sports vehicles, for example, they will seize them under their active legislation.
Do you know if any money has been recovered?
Oh, absolutely, but I'd love to take the question on notice to give you exact details.
Okay, so you'll provide the quantum of actual recovered funds on notice. Thank you. And then very quickly, in terms of operational processes, does the task force identify fraud, for example, with the NDIS and then share that intelligence with other agencies so they can cross-check that the same person isn't doing damage across agencies?
Yeah, and I'll ask Mr Timpson to add some further, but in my time as the co-chair of the Fraud Fusion Task Force, what we've seen is the task force really be able to bring to bear some really good intelligence capabilities of sharing information across agencies, but then also enabling agencies to work in a collaborative way to actually disrupt and then undertake investigations. And so one thing that we've seen and that we discuss frequently in Fraud Fusion Task Force IDCs is that fraudsters who are targeting taxpayers' money are quite agnostic about which government program they're going after, and will often go after numerous ones at the same time. And so the Fraud Fusion Task Force allows us to share those threat signatures, to gather and share intelligence, and then to coordinate disruption and enforcement activity. Do you want to add anything further?
The only thing I'd add, Deputy, would be that that's coordinated through the ACIC. Mm-hmm. So all the agencies input that information, and then that's looked at from how we actually do that disruption across what crime types they're doing, because we're not the only part of that puzzle. As the Deputy said, they're very agnostic. They're usually committing other offences at the high end.
And it can involve like businesses. It can involve businesses operating in the NDIS space, or as registered training organisations, or as other forms of businesses, as well as undertaking social security fraud.
Thank you. I'll finish up there and then just confirming there wouldn't be any situation where the task force hasn't shared intelligence on fraud with another agency just because they're not a member of the task force?
No, I'm not aware of any example of that.
Wouldn't.
Okay. And then you'll come back with that figure. Hopefully it's not zero in terms of recovered funds.
We'd have to seek from the other agencies, yes. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've just got a few. I'll just run through. Some of them might have to take on notice because I do want to make sure we're finished for the dinner break for you. The first one is on legacy ICT systems. We previously discussed
supporting legacy ICT systems, and in relation to a quote you said you were doing for end-to-end architecture review primarily focused on each of our major systems, and that the result of that architecture review will drive some of the future investment. So I'm just wondering, where's that review up to?
Yeah, so...
Has it concluded?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So that review's under the way at the moment. We have a dedicated Band 2 SES officer that's leading that review. We aim to have that complete by the end of this fiscal year, and it is a complete end-to-end review of the technology stack. So from the network transport layer all the way up to the applications that sit at the top of the technology stack.
Okay, so end of this financial year,
yep.
End to end. Can you just take on notice, just to unpack a bit more of that detail, what it includes, that stack?
Will do.
That's great. The next one is in relation to policy simplification. We've discussed this before, well, not with myself, but in estimates, that the assurance reports Services Australia provided to DSS, and Services Australia was asked about views of the existing policy and any ideas you may have how to improve it from both a customer service delivery perspective, and this was subject of an OPD 596. Can I ask if and that related to service changes to delivery of the crisis payments, which I understand came across your desk, Mr Hazelhurst. Are you able to update us on where that is at the moment?
I'm hoping
in relation to, was there a ministerial sub and has it been actioned?
When was that OPD, please?
The OPD was 596, the 1st of May 2024.
Okay.
So I understand after that OPD, a submission did go to the Minister on that. So just wondering, is it still with the Minister on the crisis payments? And has that now popped back out again, and is there action?
Thanks, Senator. Tony Piazza, General Manager, Families, Indigenous and Title Programs. We continue to have discussions with DSS in terms of crisis payment, looking at how we can actually provide a better service offer associated with that payment, as well as looking at, I suppose, the metrics, the key performance measures actually around it. As you may be aware, the payment is a online payment, but we're also, as part of the requirements for some of those, we need to make an outbound call to the individual to confirm the claim and the eligibility.
So thank you for that. Just given the time, could you perhaps take that detail on notice? So I'm just wanting to know procedurally, as I understand that there was a brief that went to the Minister with some recommendations. Now, when you say you're in discussion with the Minister, did that brief come back and not agreed to what you put, or more information's required, or is that discussion, ongoing discussion, as a result of that ministerial brief? Or it hasn't actually got, because I understand it was it had got to the point of a ministerial brief, but where is it up to in the process?
I'd have to take on...
If you could take that on notice, that'd be great, just so we can understand where that's going. Now, only a couple more, Chair, you'll be glad to know. And then we'll be done on time.
Hour and 40 minutes at this point. So.
Yep. Okay. 27. No, I won't bother that one. And one more. Microsoft AI Copilot. Some questions on that?
Yes, Senator.
We're due to break in 2 minutes.
Yep, that's why I'll come down to this last one. Who's doing the Copilot? Oh, excellent. Can you give us an update on where the process is up to with... I understand there's a trial across government.
Correct, Senator. So the whole of government trial is a matter for the Digital Transformation Agency. However, Services Australia continues to operate a Microsoft Copilot trial. We're in the middle of that trial, so we haven't completed it at this stage.
And what was the licensing arrangements with that, with Services Australia and then more widely?
Senator, the licensing arrangements was utilising our existing licensing arrangements with Microsoft Office.
Okay, and so it's still being trialled, so there's been no evaluation of it yet?
Not at this stage, Senator, because we haven't completed the trial at this stage.
Okay. And so far, in terms of, well, the term we've heard is that through the process there's been some unintended consequences. Are you aware of what those are?
Senator, I think that some of those remarks might have been made in relation to the DTA's appearance earlier this week, and some of that was in relation to an agency's experience whereby a particular configuration in terms of SharePoint or documentation wasn't classified appropriately. What we're doing inside the agency is, one, it's invitation only, so staff want to participate. Two, it's only within the Microsoft Office environment. Three, it doesn't go near or touch or is configured not to avoid customer claims or customer information. We're taking a really sensitive and considered approach to how we execute this.
So you've learnt from the unintended consequences in relation to security classification of documents. You've taken that lesson learnt and put in measures.
Senator, we've been continually working with the DTA on the evaluation, but we've also every week engaged all the participants as part of Microsoft Copilot to come together and learn their experiences, and they also go through a training exercise as well.
Last question, so nobody from Services Australia used Copilot, so they didn't access any information they were not authorised to?
That's correct, Senator, and the way that we've configured Copilot is not to go anywhere near customer information.
Thank you. Chair, can I ask one question of the Secretary in relation to just some advice on... So just wanting, Secretary, I've got some questions in relation to intercountry adoptions, and it's a little complicated in terms of law, but Foreign Affairs said that... Sorry, Attorney General said that DSS actually manages that process with states and territories. Is that correct?
We can do that in Outcome 1 if you like.
Outcome 1, thank you. That was going to be my question. So it is right for DSS?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr Griggs. Unless I have sounds of disagreement, at this point we will be letting Services Australia go.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your extended attendance with us today. The committee will now suspend for a period of 1 hour. When we return, we will be continuing with the program as set out and going to Outcome 3. We are turning to outcome 3, disability and carers. Just before we get underway, just to remind the committee that we are running an hour and 45 minutes behind at this point. So if I could encourage senators to consider their questions, what can go on notice and what needs to be asked in the room, so we can work through this program, as we've got a number of senators waiting right up until the last item. But we will kick off. Minister Farrell, you weren't offered an opportunity to make an opening statement in the earlier section. Did you have an opening statement here?
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to make an opening statement, but at this stage I don't wish to make one. Thank you.
Thank you. Well noted. Senator Farrell. I was due to go to Senator Steele-John in the first instance, but in his absence I'll return the call to the opposition.
Thank you. I don't have anything in this outcome, do you? 3? Yep. No. Right. So will I just I'll just ask a few questions until Senator Steele-John arrives and then pass the call to him? Yeah. I was planning to put mine on notice to save us time, so thank you.
We'll try and get him ASAP.
Yep, perfect. My questions relate to some election commitments and updates in relation to those. In May 2022, the Labor opposition committed to working with supported employment organisations following advocacy from stakeholders and the support employment sector. Can the department provide an update as to the status of this election commitment?
Senator Robin Shannon, Deputy Secretary, Disability and Carers. The government has implemented a range of measures relevant to the supported employment sector. These follow a process of working with stakeholders within the supported employment sector, peak bodies and advocacy groups, representative groups, to devise a set of supported employment principles which have really guided the government's thinking in terms of a range of reforms. Probably most recently and significantly, the government announced in the 2023-24 budget an investment of $52.7 million over 4 years to assist the supported employment sector to evolve and offer a wider range of employment opportunities to people with disability. That's primarily being given effect through a structural adjustment fund, which is a multi-stage grant round seeking proposals from people in the sector, organisations, to really look at how they can foster more opportunities for people with disability to have opportunities to work in open employment and to receive, opportunities that really reflect a broader range of employment experiences. So that's a significant commitment. That measure also includes some employment expos, again to expose people with disability and particularly their families to information about a broader range of employment opportunities. And the government also, as part of that measure, introduced a new program called the Disability Employment Advocacy and Information Program, which is designed to provide information about employment conditions so that workers in the supported employment sector actually have information about their rights and information about the opportunities in the sector. So they're 3 of the key ways in which the government is progressing its commitments in relation to the supported employment sector.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Senator Kavasic. Senator Steele-John.
Lovely. Thanks, Chair. All right. So to kick us off, and hello again. Good evening. Hope dinner went well. I just want to ask some questions of clarification of the department. Firstly, starting around some evidence we heard from the Quality and Safeguards Commission earlier in the day. So they were kind enough to share with us that they are undertaking a consultation in relation to the future of registration, of a couple of other key areas for the government and for the Commission, and that consultation paper and process will begin from tomorrow and will last until I've also got here a media release from Minister Shorten's office dated the 28th of October, where it's a transcript of an interview actually, where the Minister expresses the view that today we launched a new consultation about the legislation which I hope could be passed by the Parliament as early as the first session next year. Now the calendar for next year in that first session period, we have between I think it's the 4th and the 13th of September roughly in terms of available sitting. But whichever way you cut it, February does come before March. So I want to seek some clarity in terms of what you are being asked to do as a department in terms of preparing the exposure draft, which you articulated earlier is your purview as the department.
So, Senator, I'm not sure that I have a lot more to add to the answer I gave earlier. We are working to an autumn sitting introduction of the bill.
So is that February?
I think the beginning of the autumn sittings is February, but I understand that the reform roadmap suggests that consultation activity will continue into March, and that may well include on the exposure draft.
Okay, but then you would have the exposure draft and the Commission's consultation running simultaneously.
So we would work with the Commission to consolidate the consultation. I mean, the way that we run consultation in similar processes is to take a range of different opportunities. So they could be a discussion paper or some information to advise people of what we think the content of the bill might look like and to seek their feedback on that. But it could also involve targeted consultation with specific stakeholders. It could include some co-design discussions. So it's possible to kind of run these things in parallel, and they're all shaping the final thinking around both the drafting instructions and then the drafting of the bill and the finalisation of the bill. Obviously the government sort of signs off on the bill at a policy level at the point at which they then agree to release the exposure draft.
But the first, yes, I understand, but in terms of the legislative creation process and your role with it, as I believe you previously informed the committee, the first stage for the department is when the government kind of provides either to you or feedback on information created by your department in the form of a draft, and then that works its way through a process that then can end in an exposure draft in the Parliament. So are you saying that at this time you haven't been given any draft instructions by the Minister's office?
So just as a point of clarification, when I'm talking about drafting instructions, I'm talking about, in effect, the policy advice that we would provide to the drafters of the legislation. So in this case, the Office of Parliamentary Counsel. We will obviously, as an ordinary matter, of course, clarify, we will provide advice to government on the policy settings for the bill, and the Minister will respond and we will get his agreement to the approach, and then that would be shaped through the consultation process as well. Okay.
Are you able to give us any indication as to the length of time that the exposure draft of the legislation will be tabled in the Parliament for consultation?
I think
the feedback period for the exposure draft.
Senator, I think at this point it's too early for us to be able to quantify that. As I said earlier, we will be trying to make that as long a period as possible so that we can provide stakeholders with the maximum opportunity to provide that.
Okay, I understand that. There is a concern in the community about this precise question because of the absence of an exposure draft period in relation to the NDIS legislation. Has the Minister given you an indication, or his office given you an indication of their desired period for the exposure draft of this legislation?
No, not at this stage, Senator.
Not at this stage, okay. Thank you for that clarification. I think there's a kind of pretty reasonably held community expectation that there would be a period to give feedback on the actual legislation as opposed to consultation on the broad concepts being covered by the Commission. They are two distinct things. All right, I'll go now to the question of foundational supports, which is of deep interest to the community. It's my understanding that DSS is leading the development process for foundational supports with the states and territories. Is that correct?
Senator, not quite. The process for developing foundational supports is actually being led by First Minister's departments, but disability officials, including DSS at the Commonwealth level, are working to provide input to that process. But it's a process that's being led through First Ministers.
So from a Commonwealth perspective, Senator, PM&C are leading.
PM&C are leading
the
from
process, but we are feeding into.
You're feeding into the process
along with the NDIA
and the NDIA and the Commission. I should think. Okay. And in terms of your department's understanding of the intention of foundational support as of this moment, what is your understanding of what they are intended to what they're intended to be, but also what they are intended to, the purpose they are intended to serve?
Senator Luke Mansfield, Group Manager, Disability Reform and Royal Commission. Senator, the intention of foundational supports, as envisaged by the independent review of the NDIS, was to provide additional supports that go between the role of the NDIS in providing supports to people with significant and permanent disability and mainstream services, noting that many, as you know, Senator, there's more than 5.5 million people with disability in Australia. As we heard earlier, there's 660,000 in the NDIS, and that leaves a very significant number of people not in the NDIS. Many of those have supports that go beyond what mainstream services may be able to support, and that's where foundational supports can play a role. The NDIS review envisaged that there would be broadly two types of supports, one focused on information and capacity building of people with disability and their families and the community, and the other is more targeted supports that are intended to provide additional assistance for people that require that assistance, with a focus on those that have the greatest level of need.
And thank you for that. It's good to just check that that hasn't shifted since the last time we gathered together. That's broadly similar to what has previously been articulated. It's still the intention that, although you have mentioned, of course, the broad number of people that are now currently disabled people and are not accessing the NDIS, there's also a hope that, from the government's perspective, participants that are currently NDIS participants may transition to utilise foundational supports. Is that still partly the goal we're working towards?
Well, general supports are, the intention is that they're available to everyone aged under 65.
Yes. The secondary.
And targeted supports are those outside the NDIS that may need additional support. Of course, if there is a foundational support system that is available to certain groups of people, then there is potential that certain families that, if foundational supports never existed into the future, would continue on a pathway to the NDIS. There's certainly potential that certain people may be able to be effectively supported to have their needs met without without the need to enter the NDIS.
Okay, and also that those currently utilising the NDIS who may in the future be determined to be no longer meeting the access requirements of the scheme would seek, theoretically, foundational supports to provide them with their support needs.
They could well benefit from foundational supports, of course, depending on their individual circumstances.
Okay, so that's, again, broadly what has previously been articulated. In that context, I would like to know a bit more about the process by which the department feeds in to this PM&C-led, PM&C coordinated Commonwealth feed in to a process that you've described as being led by state and territory ministers' offices. How often does DSS kind of come together to collectively provide that input into the process?
So perhaps if I just very briefly step out the sort of different pieces of governance architecture, Senator, and then I'll answer your question. So work is progressing with Commonwealth, between Commonwealth and states, and First Deputies Group and First Secretaries Group. So that's the deputies of the Prime Minister's Department and Premier's departments around the country. They're leading the work, as the Secretary and Deputy Secretary Shannon mentioned. There's a interjurisdictional project management office that's co-chaired between New South Wales Cabinet Office and Prime Minister and Cabinet. And then underneath that, there's been work between Commonwealth and state and territory disability officials, and at times has also involved health and education officials to look at different aspects of the design and, of course, sit in on and the consultations that the Department of Social Services has led. So in terms of the frequency of meeting, there's been different frequencies of meetings over the course since December last year. There's been, standing meetings at the first secretaries level, first deputies level, and also between disability officials. In the case of disability officials, there's been meetings more recently every several times a week, but in the past, fortnightly or monthly.
Okay, and how long have those groups existed for? I counted, there's 2 or 3 groups you identified there.
Effectively, these groups have existed all year.
Since the beginning of, since the start of 24?
Yes, so First Secretaries Group and First Deputies Group are ongoing standing groups. They cover a whole range of issues beyond this, but have also covered this.
Yes.
In the case of disability officials, we also have standing governance arrangements. There are arrangements at the deputy level, and there's also arrangements at the group manager level, my level, and those meetings have been happening all throughout the year.
Okay. Senator, I also chair a monthly meeting with state and territory disability secretaries, which is broader than foundational supports, but the aim of that meeting is to try and unblock things that might be getting jammed up.
Yeah, thank you. And it's a bit dry that I'm asking these questions, I'm sure, but the administrative structures of these things are key to understanding actually how things are being done. Would you be able to table for us or take on notice and provide just a bit of an organisational chart of how those groups fit together? That'd be great. So since the beginning of this year, those 2 groups plus the officials group plus the group that you chair have been meeting to kind of work these things through. Just going to the deputies part, which is the kind of primary Commonwealth part. You mentioned obviously PMNC leads that process, but you're involved, the agency's involved, the Commission. Anybody else represented on that deputies group? Any other departments?
Health and education.
Yeah, the
Health and education.
Attend as required.
As required, okay. And in terms of what you're required to bring to those meetings, so is each department required to bring proposals, sought, functionally, how does that many people getting into a room, you obviously have to do some pre-thought. So what does that functionally look like?
So there's been a series of things commissioned by First Deputies Group. Some work to explore different aspects of what foundational supports could potentially be. As part of that work, there was a commissioning of some, if you like, sprint groups to look at children and families and potential supports for children and families, to look at general supports, to look at data-related issues, so better understanding the system. And those groups operated over a period of around about 8 weeks. And their role was really to understand and explore some of the issues. There were lots of officials from Commonwealth and state involved in those groups, included health and education and disability officials. And those groups provided input into papers that were led by Prime Minister and Cabinet.
And Senator, I think it's probably important to recognise that given the kind of joint nature of the NDIS and of the development of foundational supports, some of these papers were actually initiated and authored by state officials. Some were initiated and authored by Commonwealth officials, but they were all shared on a without prejudice basis to advance our thinking so that we can start to reach consensus on some of those key issues.
Thank you. And just forgive my potential ignorance of some of this public service language, but when we talk about the deputies group commissioned sprint groups, what are we? That's all right. Just what are we actually saying then?
Effectively, just working groups that are operating very frequently, very frequently over a short period of time.
Group, then. Good. Okay. So when did the deputies group commission those papers? Have you got a date for that?
I think it's probably fair to say that they've been sort of commissioned on a rolling basis. It's probably a couple of key points.
So the ones that I particularly mentioned were effectively commissioned and operated across March to May.
March to May. This year?
This year.
Yep.
And that was initial exploratory work. And then since that time, there have been other things that have been explored by First Deputies, and as Deputy Secretary Shannon mentioned, states, for example, have explored issues around navigation
and others.
And the Commonwealth has provided some papers in relation to children.
Okay. So, and in terms of so your deputies group set up a couple of working groups basically to go away and work on certain issues, and those groups created papers basically exploring different issues.
Or advice.
Or advice. Yeah. So how many working groups, how many sprint groups were set up?
There was one on data, one on children, and one on psychosocial supports.
Psychosocial supports. And how many papers or pieces of advice, or how many sprint group results?
I'll take the specifics on notice, Senator, just so I make sure I'm accurate around that.
Yeah, okay, cool. And in terms of the department, your feed-in process to what the deputies group then commissioned sprint groups to do, do you bring a proposal to the deputies group and say this is what we think we need to look into, and then that's a conversation between the other people represented in the room, or how does that functionally work? Because I'm sure everyone's got an idea about what we need to look into.
I think some of these questions are probably better directed to Prime Minister and Cabinet in terms of the deliberation process. As Secretary mentioned, our role has really been to provide information to those groups, and then there is consideration activities that happen between first departments.
Okay, so DSS doesn't actually actively, and I'm not seeking to go into the deliberations within the thing, just procedurally. DSS does not bring ideas to that group. DSS is there to answer questions from others.
No, we're still trying to shape and influence.
Oh yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was just trying to understand.
No.
I think one of the areas where we have, I guess, particular knowledge is in relation to our networks with disability representative organisations and our understanding of the broader disability policy environment. So as disability officials, we, as the Secretary said, very much want to influence the thinking.
Yes.
And we do work quite closely with our colleagues in PMNC.
And if you could give us just a schedule since it existed, or these groups have obviously existed since January, but if you could provide us with the date since January that these groups met on between then and now, that would be wonderful, and any planned dates in the future that are determined, that would be great. Has DSS submitted to these to the deputies group or to any of the other groups that we've mentioned as part of its desire to shape and influence, a suggestion around utilising the primary health network structure to enable the delivery of foundational supports?
I think we'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay, because I want to confirm, because I've been advised that you have, but I don't want to. I just want to get it clear whether that structure has been.
We will need to take it on notice. We certainly recognise that, particularly for families, often families with children with developmental delay or concern, that often that's their, if you like, touch point with a system of services already.
Yes.
So one of the things that we're trying to do is look at where families naturally go to get advice and information and services and supports. So certainly we're aware of the importance, of the role of primary health networks and other service systems, including early childhood education systems and schools. But whether we've specifically proposed that is something I'm not personally across, and Mr Mansfield's indicated we can take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Has the question of yes, please do take that on notice. And if you have made that recommendation or provided a piece of advice to that nature, it'd be great to know what that advice was, as much as we possibly can. Have you done any other work to explore? And I don't want to verbal you at all, Ms. Shannon, but it sounds like, and I'm grateful for this, somebody is thinking about the mechanism by which whatever we decide a foundational support is, it will be actually delivered to people. So has there been more work being done within the department or within these groups to identify what a delivery structure would be for foundational support?
Senator, there's been quite a lot of engagement between particularly disability officials about different aspects of supports that might be most helpful in the context of foundational supports, around various different ways that those supports could be delivered. Ms Shannon mentioned, primary health networks. There's also been a lot of discussion about the connection to child and maternal and family health systems, early child education and care systems, for example, and how supports that exist today in those service systems could potentially be built on or connect with other services that are delivered through foundational supports. So certainly those kinds of discussions have happened.
Okay.
And you would have seen potentially in the consultation papers that they set out a range of different types of supports.
Yes, I've seen those. But just to confirm, so primary health networks as their delivery mechanisms have been discussed?
Child and maternal health systems have certainly been discussed. And connection with ECEC, early childhood education and care, and connections with school systems.
Yep. Okay. Now, look, dry line of question, and you might wonder why I've taken so long to get there, but the reason that I have is not only to understand the process and the way in which communication and consultation is occurring, but as a Western Australian senator, I'm quite familiar with the primary health network structure for our state, and just for the benefit of committee members and anybody else that's watching, like that big green blob is all one primary health network in WA. There's 32 in the country, there's 3 in WA. If you live anywhere there, that's all one network. Those two little discoloured dots are Perth South and Perth North, and that's it. So in terms of the individualisation of any foundational support that may arrive in Western Australia with the intention of being provided to somebody who is currently experiencing an individualised support via the NDIS, I can very much see why people would be concerned to hear that their PHN network might be being considered as a delivery mechanism.
Senator, I can say that I can't recall any substantive discussion about using primary health networks as a primary delivery platform for foundational support. So I can't recall. I took it on notice because I just want to double check.
Yeah.
But as I mentioned, the primary discussion between the Commonwealth and states and territories has been about, consistent with National Cabinet decision on 6th of December, to build off existing service systems and particularly looking at child maternal health, ECEC. And so
we certainly haven't locked into a single delivery point. As a matter of fact, we anticipate that we will need to explore a range of delivery points. So I think that's the other thing to emphasise.
I think it's fair to say, Senator, that our West Australian jurisdictional colleagues probably share your view.
I imagine that they do. Yes, indeed. Moving swiftly on.
Can I just check in with you?
Yes. That was the longer one. The others will be much quicker. That was just.
Thank you.
Thank you. And please do provide all that structural information on notice. I'm genuinely, oddly curious about these kind of things, and it will help in the future. Now, acknowledging that this is a complex project, do we have and can you provide an expected timeline for when foundational supports, particularly those foundational supports that are intended to replace supports currently provided under the NDIS, will become available to impacted participants in each state?
So obviously at this point in time, Senator, we're in the middle of a consultation process. There's been 40 events already and another 25 to go. They're running through until early December. Obviously that will help inform all governments about decisions around foundational supports, and really it's probably a question best directed to Prime Minister and Cabinet as the lead. Obviously, it has to be all governments coming together to agree on what foundational supports will be, and it's best to direct any question around timing to them.
But the consultation period is from your part that's playing in it. So basically, the focus of the group of deputies, states deputies, policy officers, in terms of focus on this issue, you expect to conclude in December?
That's the plan at this stage. Of course, we would expect that there would be further consultation or co-design activities that would occur, subsequent to decisions of governments as part of implementation.
There's quite a lot of anxiety to get a clearer answer to that question from people who are currently having supports removed from their plans, and when they query why they've been removed or what they might then do, are being told by agency representatives that the things that they've lost will be provided as foundational supports, and yet we cannot actually identify what they are. So, that is a question, I suppose, for the agency, but that's what motivates me to ask those questions. Now, in terms of safeguards in this process, what work has DSS contributed to the conversations within these groups around what safeguarding looks like within the foundational support context? And I know that obviously the Quality and Safeguards Commission is part of these processes, but also there are, I'm sure, unique insights into what enables federally consistent reporting processes and standardisations of approvals that your department would also bring to that conversation.
Certainly, Senator. And there's been ongoing discussions between the Commonwealth and states and territories about the importance of quality and safeguarding arrangements for foundational supports. No decisions have been taken at this point in relation to how foundational supports will be delivered, or, for example, what level of government will deliver those supports. And as you would appreciate, in terms of making any decisions around quality and safeguarding arrangements, that there's a big connection point between, the nature of the service, the type of service and who it's being delivered to or delivered to the benefit of, and which level of government is delivering it, if indeed it's just one level, or multiple levels of government delivering different types of supports. So it's an ongoing conversation. Absolutely, there's a strong interest of all governments in making sure that the quality and safeguarding arrangements are right, but no decisions have been taken around that at this point.
And can you just take on notice for me, in the interest of time, among the different Commonwealth representatives that are part of these different groups, which department is responsible for, or there could be more than one, for the work around ensuring national consistency of foundational support, and processes for when there may be a thin market of a foundational support, or a crisis point within a foundational support system, to the failure of a provider, or that, the kind of things that we've had to spend 10 years working the kinks out of in the national system.
Yes.
That would be very good to know. My final questioning, and it's just a couple of questions, relates to the NDIS. You will take that on notice, won't you?
Yes, we will.
Scribbling that down.
In August, we had the passage of the NDIS, getting the NDIS back on track bill, which then set out a process of the Commonwealth Government identifying transitional supports as part of a transitional supports list. Been a lot of commentary on this. Can we just get clearly what were the criteria used to decide what would go on that list, that then went for consultation? So just before we go any further, I just want to clarify the government engaged in a consultation process of what should be or not be on that list, and there were a bunch of suggestions included on the consultation form itself. So the first thing I want to identify is the criteria used for what ended up on the discussion paper that then framed the conversation.
Senator, at a high level, I would just say that the lists reflected largely agency operational practice and guidance, existing agency operational practice and guidance in terms of appropriate supports. But I think this is actually a question that's best answered jointly by the department and the agency, because we would both have input to the response.
Okay, so you'd like to give a response on notice?
Yes, if that's okay. Yeah, because we worked very closely with the agency
on it. Please do, and
it.
if you could take on notice at the same time, because it probably is the same thing.
Yep.
My assumption is that DSS was responsible for much of the resultant policy development, such as the definition of transitional NDIS support post the consultation. So once you had the feedback, my assumption was that your department led the process of translating the consultation feedback into the transitional list. However, if that's not true, you can give us a joint response.
So again, we worked jointly to refine the lists following the consultation, but DSS, as the policy agency, instructed OPC in the drafting of the legislative instrument.
Yes, okay. Well, that's fine. That's excellent. We just need the criteria used for kind of what did or didn't make it onto the list based on the feedback that was given. Because I'm very aware of the government's rationale for what eventually did or didn't get on the list. But in terms of taking the information from the consultation process and then feeding it into what appeared, that's what I would like to to primarily no. I've got a couple of other questions, but I'll place them on notice. Even I can tell when I'm testing the patience of my colleagues. So I will leave it there. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Senator Steele-John. Can I just have verbal confirmation from the committee that we are in a position to let Outcome 3 officials go? Great. Thank you very much.
Chair, earlier I indicated to Senator Reynolds that the topic she was interested in was in Outcome 1. It's actually in Outcome 2, just in case she's listening.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll now call DSS representatives from Outcome 4 Housing. Just give a quick moment to come to the table. Make up 18 minutes, so hopefully we can keep at that pace or faster. Okay, I'm going to go to opposition then. Yeah. So senators, will just to assist with keeping the flow, given we've got multiple senators, I'll be going back to 10-minute blocks, and I'll give you a nudge. But I'll pass the call to the opposition first. I believe that's Senator Little. Senator Little, you have the floor.
Thank you. My questions relate to the Safe Places Emergency Accommodation Program. If I could have the officials for that, that's you. Thank you. Do the applications for Safe Places program not require a bed or a room?
Sorry, Senator, could you just repeat that?
So do applications for the program, the Safe Places program, not require a bed or a room?
I don't think that's the case, Senator. Sorry, Matt Flavel, Deputy Secretary.
So they do require a bed or a room?
Well, they're required. I may get one of my staff to come and assist me with the specific details, but my recollection is, yes, it is required.
Right.
Because the concept of the way that the safe places are counted is often on the basis of the number of bedrooms available. So there's, for Safe Places, the original Safe Places program, there's 40 projects, but the actual number of safe places provided is around 620, I think, and that reflects the fact you've got different safe places of different configurations of bedrooms and other facilities.
Right, okay. If that's different, you'll let us know?
Yes. Yep.
So the target of 531 places was not met by the 30th of June. It says due to capital works delays. Can you give more information on why the emergency beds for escaping violence weren't delivered as intended?
Senator, I think it largely reflects broader issues in the construction market that are obviously well known and well documented in relation to housing generally, that particularly in the wake of COVID, issues around getting an appropriate workforce, around getting approvals and other things did lead to some delays for some projects. It did impact in different ways. So some of the safe places are for refits of existing, and generally speaking, those have been able to be established much quicker. Where safe places are completely new builds, that they're often subject to some of those issues around increased cost, needing to get reapprovals, meeting changing council planning requirements and those sorts of things.
So when you mention refits of existing, are you saying some of these safe places were already safe places, they just had rebuilt?
Sorry, they weren't existing safe places, but they might have been a facility that was capable of being a safe place but needed security or other things. Of course, a requirement of a safe place is there's also FDV, family and domestic violence related services provided. So it may well have been that there's a building there, but in order to be a safe place, there's obviously got to be an appropriate capital structure with a whole range of other requirements met, including that wraparound service as well.
Given the consultation process with 145 organisations was completed in 2023 and factored in the feedback from them in that process, have you got any feedback from them about the fact that those the target wasn't delivered in the end as intended, regardless of the result? Have they raised this issue with you?
So obviously as part of the grant process, we have regular dialogue with all of the project proponents. I don't think it's easy to say that there's one single factor that was at play. There have been some circumstances where local councils have put additional requirements on those safe places before they're able to operate, and in some cases that's added additional time. But I don't think you can sort of categorically say there's something in particular that was a unique bit of feedback, other than the fact that, like lots of people who are building, found that in the post-COVID period, construction costs had gone up. That's just a matter of fact, both for safe places and for houses and dwellings generally. And that was challenging because often these are community groups relying on that grant, and so then in some cases that's required them to go back and rescope those works in order to be able to deliver.
But of course, given the announcement, you'd agree that there would have been expectations that clearly weren't met if you come out and actually given a target.
Well, the target will ultimately be met, just not in the time frame, and I think that's the important thing, is that what we've seen is 30 of the original 40 are now operating. We anticipate that another 3 projects will be ready to operate before the end of calendar year, so that's by 31 December this year, and then the remaining 7 from Safe Places 1, as it's known, the first Safe Places program, will come online in 2025. As you would know, there was a second round of Safe Places, so the Safe Places inclusion round that was announced last year, and we've already seen 1 project under that, in fact, begin operating, and that'll, I think many of the lessons learnt from that first round in terms of how to manage some of those cost escalations, properly scoping, were, I think, very much taken into account by some of those community groups who also bid in the second round of Safe Places inclusion round projects.
Right. So of that $100 million for the first round, was that all allocated and spent?
So for the first round, it was actually 72.6 million, and that's all been allocated. And the second round, which was announced by Minister Rishworth on the 9th of July, is committing $100 million.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. My questions relate to the National Agreement on Social Housing and Homelessness. Could you let me know, how does the newly announced, is it NASH, I think, in the budget papers, differ from the existing National Housing and Homelessness Agreement in terms of its objective structure and funding mechanisms?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. There's probably 3 things I'd specifically mention. So I think, as the name suggests, unlike the NAHA, as it was known, this is an agreement very much focused on social housing and homelessness. The previous agreement essentially said that it was about affordable housing, but there weren't any real mechanisms within the agreement itself to promote affordable housing. In terms of the financial allocations, perhaps the most significant is a requirement under the NASH for states and territories to collectively spend at least $400 million each year in match funding. So the Commonwealth, $400 million from the states and territories on homelessness services. That's a pretty significant commitment. So that's a minimum of $800 million between each year between the 2 levels, between the state and territory and Commonwealth governments. So over a 5-year agreement is really a $4 billion commitment. Under the NAHA, that commitment was only $127 million a year. So it's a quite significant shift in the focus on committing to homelessness services, which is particularly important at this juncture. And then the third feature is, I think, the introduction of an outcomes framework. The Productivity Commission reviewed the NAHA, and one of the things they found is that it had no real link to outcomes. To give the former Minister for Housing her due, Julie Collins, in numerous meetings with state and territory colleagues, she was quite upfront in negotiating an agreement and saying she really wanted to have clarity over what was actually being delivered. And so the outcomes framework, that'll be things like how many social houses there are, what homelessness services have been provided, to what extent people are being diverted away from homeless, will all be part of a new outcomes framework that'll be measured, with the intention of providing accountability for the funds put into that Commonwealth State Agreement.
Thank you. And will those 3 elements encompass what you would consider to be the specific improvements or changes that weren't addressed or under the NAHA?
Yeah, I think the other thing is that the Productivity Commission said that having too many priority groups can be an issue because it sort of blurs the focus. There is a specific section in the NASH in relation to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander housing needs, and in fact for homelessness services they are identified as the sole priority group. So I think there's been a number of different shifts in the structure of the agreement beyond just funding, but certainly those changes to reporting I think are a pretty significant improvement and go directly to the things that were sort of acknowledged to be shortcomings in the former NAHA.
Sure. Can you give me some insight into what the rationale was in relation to changing the name rather than just changing those elements, particularly around why it was deemed necessary to rebrand from one to the other when they are, you know, very similar but with perhaps changes to some processes and outcomes?
I probably don't have much to add to what I said before, which is that it's an agreement primarily focused on delivering better outcomes in social housing and on homelessness services. So that's what the agreement purports to be. I think that it's a fairly small but important change to just acknowledge that that's what that agreement is there to do. Of course, the NASH sits in amongst a whole range of other housing initiatives that the government has been pursuing. A lot of that obviously is around home ownership, affordable housing, other elements of the housing spectrum. So I think it makes sense to have a fairly focused Commonwealth state agreement on the on those two particular broad housing needs.
Sure. I just guess I'm wondering why it just needed to be entirely rebranded as opposed to changing what was already there. But that was sort of...
I mean, I'm not sure I'd categorise as rebranding. I mean, prior to the NAHA, there was actually separate agreements on housing and homelessness. They were combined into one. So we've actually seen Commonwealth has had agreements of this nature since 1945 with the states, and I think there's been changes in names through the journey to reflect its purpose.
Thank you. There's been some additional $423 million in funding commitments. Can you give us an insight on how we will ensure, or how the government will ensure that these funds will be used to meet those intended goals and those outcomes of increased social housing and supporting homelessness services, given the current shortages that we have more broadly in housing, the housing crisis, you know, and, you know, given there's been really no improvement since the election or no meaningful action or improvement?
So it really goes to the outcomes framework and the compulsory measures that the states and territories will need to report on. Prior to this agreement, the NAHA actually had a fairly limited set of accountability arrangements for states. They had to provide a statement of assurance each year, and they had to have a housing strategy. But the content of the strategy or what it was designed to achieve were not actually included in the agreement. This agreement will actually have much more specific measures in it under an outcomes framework. I think that several state and territory housing ministers have observed that that will actually, you know, create a bit of tension because it will actually force a conversation about what is actually being delivered. But I think that outcomes framework is the mechanism by which there'll be a stronger sense of what is actually being delivered for the $9.3 billion over 5 years.
And my last question on that piece is what measures do you guys have in place then to ensure that, you know, the impact of funding and you know, in achieving those intended outcomes is actually met?
So statements of assurance will be required each year. As in the past, they'll be published. So that will actually increase the level of public scrutiny over what's being developed, over what's being delivered. And I think through fora such as the Housing Ministers' Ministerial Council, there'll be discussions about what, you know, what needs to be further tweaked in order to ensure that those outcomes are delivered.
But aside from the state...
I was going to rotate to the Greens now for a 10-minute block, and then I'll come back to you.
Oh, yeah,
or unless you wanted to finish.
It was just finishing that question, but they're like 10 seconds. Just outside that statement of assurance, I think you called it, like, what happens if they don't meet it? Like, if someone gives that statement of assurance and then they don't, the assurance isn't met.
Well, I guess that it's like any Commonwealth state agreement. There aren't particular sanctions in the agreement itself, so there's no withholding of funds or particular sanctions. But it will be an uncomfortable position, I guess, for states and territories to be in if publicly you can go to a report and see that they actually haven't delivered what they said they're going to do. So that's really the sort of the overarching accountability mechanism, less so than some particular sanctions in the agreement itself.
Exposure rather than a penalty.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's consistent with having a collaborative agreement. It's not designed for the Commonwealth to set stretch targets and will the states to fail. It's actually encouraging a collaboration of effort, but actually saying it's really important to get a focus on what is actually being delivered for that funding.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Flavel. I'm coming to the Greens now. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks, Chair. I've got some questions about NRAS.
Yes.
Yep. So firstly, how many affordable rentals remain available through NRAS, and what date will they remain affordable until?
So as you know, Senator, with the program being wound down, there's a number that are ceasing of NRAS incentives that are ceasing.
Yep.
So as at 31st of March this year, there remain 12,895 dwellings, and the numbers that will cease by calendar year are 4,512 in 2024, 3,964 in 2025, and 4,419 in 2026.
Okay. On notice, could we get the locations of those, please?
I'm sure we can provide that. So yeah, I'm happy to take that on notice.
So you've given me how many going forward are going to be exiting. Can you tell me how many affordable rentals have so far exited the market since the NRAS scheme started winding up?
The figure I've got here is 23,468.
Okay, thank you. What measures has the federal government taken to maintain these as affordable rentals?
So, Senator, there haven't been particular measures because, this decision to end the NRAS program was taken in 2014, so there's been a long lead-in period as the 10-year incentives come to an end. The current government has taken a different approach in wanting to, I think, take a broader set of measures in order to deal with some of the challenges in the housing market, some of which I mentioned before in relation to home ownership, but others through the HAF, through the Social Housing Accelerator, that are all designed to get more housing at different points in the spectrum. I think it's important to recognise that a big proportion of NRAS dwellings have been owned by community housing providers and some universities. And while we don't specifically track these properties as they exit, because of course they just become private rentals, to the extent they remain in community housing provider hands, which I think is a pretty reasonable expectation, I think that it would be very likely for those dwellings they would continue to be offered at discounted rents and remain as affordable housing.
All right, that's a nice segue because my next question is, does DSS have data on what proportion of these rentals actually remain in community housing provider ownership?
I can provide a breakdown, but in the interest of time, I'm happy just to provide that on notice if you like.
Yep, that would be good. In relation to, interested to know what information the department has about how many payment recipients are currently in housing stress, that is paying 30% or more of their income on housing costs.
For NRAS, are you talking about, or generally?
Just generally. And I guess I'm interested to know who you are keeping rental stress data for, because I note, for example, do you have it on people other than people receiving rent assistance, or is it only for people receiving rent assistance?
No, we do have it for rent assistance because that's the primary thing that we measure through that is the extent of rental stress that is reduced. I might take on notice in terms of broader measures, whether they sit with Treasury or elsewhere in the system, in terms of broader measurement of housing stress, who collects that?
All right, well, what I'm interested in knowing, for whom you have, for those who are receiving rent assistance, how many people remain in rental stress even after receiving rent assistance? I want to know what is the median rent paid, what is the median rent assistant payment received, and how much would the maximum rate of rent assistance need to increase to ensure that recipients were not in rental stress?
So, given the complexity of that, I'll take that on notice. We have high-level. We report in our annual report and we have high-level data about the extent to which CRA does reduce rental stress. So the stated aim, as in our annual report in PBS, is to reduce it by at least 25 percentage points, and at the moment it reduces it by around 30.9%.
All right, so is it your expectation that you'd be able to answer those 4 questions for me on notice?
I think we'll have a go. Certainly some components will be much easier than others.
All right, thank you. That's all, Chair. So I don't know if there's any time that Senator Waters can
Yeah,
take.
there is absolutely. You used only 5 minutes. So Senator Waters, I'll come to you and then back to the Coalition.
Great, thanks very much, Chair. Good evening, everyone. I too have got some questions about housing. Just starting off with some homelessness cohorts. Women over 55 had been the fastest growing cohort of homelessness, and I understand that was based on census data from about 10 years ago. But can you tell me, based on the 2021 census data, is that still the case?
There's a lot of data in this set.
And just initially, after the gendered take, what age group of women in particular are now the fastest growing group of women facing homelessness?
I think it's, from the census data, it's actually older people over age 55 are a fast-growing cohort. Certainly, as you observed, I think between the up until the 2016 census, it was older women.
Yes.
Of course, that's proportion. So in absolute terms, there are actually more older men who are homeless. It's just that the older women grew in proportional terms. So
to the population
I'm not trying to evade.
Yeah.
I just think the data here is perhaps best done on notice because there's actually different ways to present it, breaking it down into age and gender, both in terms of absolute numbers and percentage
and proportionality.
changes.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, thank you for taking that on notice, because on my initial examination, it looked like that actually since 2021 that it was now women aged between 35 and 44 that had even outpaced older women. So I'm really interested in if that demographic shift, if I'm reading that correctly. Do you have any data on whether there's been an increase in younger women experiencing homelessness? And if so, what data have you got?
The data I've got in front of me is by age groups, so not age groups and gender together. So I think I'd best take that on notice.
Yeah, thank you. And likewise, do we have any data on the awful increase in children experiencing homelessness?
So I think it is true that out of the 2021 census, that was one of the fastest growing groups in proportional terms.
Yeah. Do we know how often family, domestic and sexual violence is a factor in people experiencing homelessness?
I think that is collected. I don't think it's collected via the census, but as people go to a specialist homeless service, that is a factor that is registered. The caveat, of course, is that requires somebody to go and see a specialist homeless provider, which of course will understate the extent to which some people will experience family and domestic violence and actually not be presenting for a service.
Yes. So is there any other way that we can actually capture the true number of people experiencing homelessness because of family and domestic and sexual violence?
I'm not sure that I've seen any specific studies that have gone to that, because essentially it is people who are sort of outside that.
Self-disclosure.
Yeah, exactly. So not in the census, not presenting to SHS. I might take that on notice in terms
if you could, because it's
whether
obviously
there's
an
additional data on that.
data set to try to understand and use to guide policy decisions. Thank you. One of the things that we've heard from crisis housing providers is that, as well as a funding shortfall, there's often no secure longer-term accommodation options to transition people into. So there's huge bottlenecks that those crisis housing providers are facing. Can you talk to me about some of the ways that would remove the pressure from those crisis services?
So there's a number of mechanisms, but certainly the recently announced Crisis and Transitional Accommodation Program, which is actually out in market, so to speak, at the moment in terms of that grant opportunity, is one way. So we were talking earlier about the Safe Places program, and that is very much around crisis accommodation. The Crisis Transitional Accommodation Program, or CTAP, is $100 million coming out of the HAF, and that is specifically to actually broaden the category of housing so that it does become longer-term transitional accommodation, in recognition, exactly as you've said, that often it's the pathway between crisis and a longer-term housing solution that's often most at play. We'll have to wait and see in terms of the demand. Certainly what we've seen in the Safe Places round is an oversubscription, so more applications received than grants. We'll have to wait until later in the year in terms of seeing how many applications are actually made for that CTAP, but I think it'll give a good indication of the demand and the ability of providers who operate those services to actually, to seek the capital to actually start those things up.
Yes, thank you. Obviously, our party was very supportive of a proportion of that money being allocated for precisely that purpose. But how did you find the 100 as the amount? Was there a measure done of the amount of need and then the money allocated to meet that need? Or what was the basis for choosing 100 million?
So that was the commitment, I think, that the government made as part of its overall approach to the HAF, the Housing Australia Future Fund.
Yes, but I'm asking why. Why was that figure
I'm not sure I can answer that. I think it was an election commitment made, so I can't sort of add any more than that in terms of the rationale for the 100 million.
Could you take on notice whether the department provided any reason for that kind of figure to be chosen, whether there was any analysis of done?
We won't have, because it was done by the government in opposition, so we wouldn't have provided advice.
No advice provided on that. Okay, so is that funding to alleviate existing shortfalls, or is it to drive innovation? You mentioned that there's potential for it to be invested in longer-term funding. Can you just run me through?
Sorry, longer-term accommodation.
Sorry, that kettle is very noisy. I'll just shut the door while you're talking. Oh, thank you, Anne. That's kind of you.
It's for longer-term accommodation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, could you give me a bit more detail of that on notice, please?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. How does the government work to resource co-located and entry point specialist services for people in crisis in the community?
In terms of the housing solutions?
Yes.
Well, through different mechanisms, including the ones that we've been talking about. Remembering that in the majority of cases, these services are actually provided by state governments. So a large part of the sort of response and answer will be the state governments who are providing a lot of those frontline services.
Okay, that doesn't fill me with confidence. What more is the Commonwealth doing rather than just delegating it down to a different level of government?
Well, it's not delegated. That's actually, consistent with...
Yes, but you have the funding.
Well, I mean, the states actually, in relation to homelessness generally, actually spend more than they're required to, in terms of their reporting.
Why is the Commonwealth not spending more than it's required to then?
That's asking me for an opinion that I can't really go to that.
Let's compete up rather than compete down.
Yeah. That's right. As the Secretary just reminded me, is the commitments under the NASH, the new national agreement, actually see the commitment to match funding go from $127 million to $400 million a year, each and every year under the national agreement on social housing and homelessness.
Yep.
Which was signed in the middle of this year. It's now a requirement that the states and territories spend at least $400 million of the Commonwealth's, match $400 million of Commonwealth spending on homelessness services under that agreement.
Okay, thank you. Will the government review the provision of capital funding to upgrade facilities in existing housing crisis services to improve safety and accessibility for community members?
I'm not sure. I mean, that's really a question for government. I can't provide a response on that. Sorry, Senator.
Okay. Minister, is that anything you want to shed any light on?
I'm happy to come back after I've had a conversation with the Minister about that for you, Senator.
Thanks very much.
So I'm due to rotate now.
Okay, just two more quick ones and then I'm done?
Yeah,
thank you. So we've talked a bit about how building more public housing would help take the pressure off those crisis services and would make a real meaningful difference to people in communities supporting people impacted by homelessness, which is right across the country and particularly pronounced in certain areas. So can you just tell me what funding is there to support the development of affordable housing, exiting homelessness service systems into affordable housing?
So look, that really matters for Treasury, but I mean there's a range of things that, including the Housing Australia Future Fund, the Social Housing Accelerator, the Accord, commitments to get to the 1.2 million new homes, that are all designed to increase overall supply. That means that for those people who are sadly in a situation of homelessness or marginally attached, there is more opportunity for them. There's not one single thing. There's actually a range of different measures being implemented to try and ensure that there are those pathways out. For some people, that'll be a social housing outcome. For others, it'll be into affordable housing. For some, it may be into home ownership. I think what I'd observe at the moment about housing policy is it's seeking to increase supply across the full spectrum of those housing areas of housing.
And same question as before, was there a measure of unmet need undertaken before those various amounts and different pots were determined?
Well, I think it's just a matter of fact that the government's committed to actually increasing housing supply. You know,
that was my question though. Was there an unmet need measurement done in the design of the size of those packages?
I think that the National Housing Affordability Supply Council actually, as part of their reporting, does regularly report on undersupply.
And does that guide the government's decision-making in designing the shape and size of the funding that you've just outlined?
What is an input? Absolutely, yeah.
An input?
Yeah.
Okay, are you seeking to meet unmet need?
Well, I'm talking here about the full range of government programs, many of which sit outside this portfolio. I'm just making a general observation that the Supply Council is tasked with providing an independent view about the shortfall of housing, and that, is a public report, and governments are then held to account for what they're actually doing in order to meet that shortfall.
Yes, but is the government's intention to measure and then meet the unmet need for housing?
Well, that's really a matter for the Housing Minister. I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Thank you. I hope the answer is yes.
Thank you,
Thank you very
Senator
much.
Waters. I think we're coming to the last block on housing now, and then we can move on. So, Senator Kovacic.
My questions are around the over 1,000 more homes for Queensland scheme.
I think that might be Treasury. Sorry, Senator. Sure.
I have it for here. You're unable to answer those questions. They're definitely for Treasury.
Are you talking about? Yeah, there's no program within the DSS space that goes to that.
You don't collaborate with that housing, particularly in relation to, given it's state public housing. You guys don't deal with that.
I mean, if you're talking about the Queensland government's commitment for more public or social housing, then there isn't a particular form of collaboration. As I said earlier, the Commonwealth makes a contribution via the National Agreement on Social Housing and Homelessness, but it's up to individual states to have their own strategies for how they're going to actually meet social housing need. And many of them do have that, those plans and strategies.
It was unveiled by the Prime Minister and the Queensland Premier with the suggestion that the Albanese government was going to work with the community housing sector at all levels to boost supply. So I was trying to understand where that fits in and how that was happening. So whether, that would fall under the housing piece of DSS. So you're suggesting that it doesn't?
I think that it's more appropriate for Treasury because it goes to things like the allocations out of the HAF that are designed to increase the level of both social and affordable housing, the Social Housing Accelerator program, which also is the responsibility of Treasury in particular.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Let me just check. Okay, that's it then.
Thanks, Senator Kovacic. Just seek confirmation from the committee that we're happy to move to the next outcome. With noise, yep. Thank you. In that case, thank you to DSS officials who are here for outcome 4. You are free to depart. We'll now be moving to DSS outcome 1. What I was going to propose, Senators, is given there's often overlap between whole of portfolio, corporate matters and outcome 1, that we just deal with them concurrently and move through them as a combined block. So if Senators are happy to do that. So outcome 1 and whole of portfolio we'll just deal with interchangeably as opposed to separating them. So, okay. I will maintain the call with the opposition. So is that Senator Kovacic?
My questions relate to job seeker, or my initial set of questions. Are we good to go? Yep, perfect. How many Australians are currently receiving the job seeker payment?
So, Senator, at the end of September 2024, the number of job seeker payment recipients was 832,095.
Thank you. And on that latest data set available, how many of those job seeker recipients had no reported earnings for the financial years 22-23 and 23-24, or the latest set that you have available?
So earnings are not done on an annual basis because under the legislation, people are required to report earnings each fortnight in order to get their fortnightly entitlement. In the most recent period on job seeker, 79.9% had no earnings, and obviously 20.1% had earnings.
So that's just in the last...
That would have been at the end of September for that fortnight.
Okay, so you don't collate the cumulative fortnights for people?
No, because it will be difficult as people come on and off payment,
Gotcha,
because
okay.
Some people will be on for part of the year and then we'll move into full-time work, for instance. So it's really designed to provide... Well, we could report on every fortnight, that's quite detailed, but this gives a snapshot. That sort of figure of around 20% has historically been the level for job seeker payment and New Start in terms of people who report earnings in any fortnight.
So it's fairly consistent to say that, generally speaking, 80% of people don't report any earnings whatsoever?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. How many job seeker recipients have had their payment reduced due to earning over the threshold?
I'm not sure. So under job seeker, you can earn up to $150 a fortnight and not have your payment reduced. I don't know that I've got, and so by definition, everybody above that will be on a part rate because they'll be subject to the taper, and then beyond a certain point, they'll receive nil. I might take on notice if you're interested in a more granular breakdown.
That would be great. Thank you. Do you have the percentage of job seekers that exit the payment within a year due to them finding employment?
We do. I'm just not sure I've got that with me on this occasion.
Okay. If we could have that on notice if
Absolutely,
you don't have it at hand. Of those that don't exit within that year, what is the average time spent receiving that working age pension effectively?
Yeah. So, sorry, to just go, I've found what we report on those that have been on payment for less than a year, and that's 34.6% of people on job seeker, 12.9% 1 to 2 years, 20.5% 2 years to less than 5, and then 32% 5 or more years.
Do you have data for the 5 or more, how that's broken down, or able to provide that on notice?
Yes, we probably, I don't have it here, but we could take on notice. It would be helpful if you were interested in particular bands to know that.
I'd just be curious at how those bands, how you collect them and how they taper out, particularly in terms of, long-term unemployment, I guess.
Yeah, we can take that on notice.
Thank you. For the financial years 22-23 and 23-24, how many job seekers had their payments either suspended or cancelled due to not meeting the mutual obligation requirements?
We won't have that on a financial year basis for the reason I said earlier, that we collect each fortnight. So in order to provide a financial year, we'd have to aggregate up the 26 fortnights. We can do that, but obviously we'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah. And do you have the data set for the most recent time period, the most recent fortnight?
I do. So they're around 6.3% were suspended from payment.
And cancelled?
I don't have cancelled, and the reason is sometimes people will ring up and say, I found a job, I'm no longer reporting. Some others will just stop reporting, so they'll move into employment and they'll stop reporting. So it's actually quite hard to give a definitive answer sometimes of cancellations and what's driving them and whether they're contemporary, because some people will just drop out of the system and they'll be registered a cancellation at some point in the future, but it may well be that they found work 3 months prior to that, they've just stopped reporting.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. For those that have had their job seeker suspended first, what's the average duration of that suspension? And then if it's a cancellation, is like if something's cancelled, does that begin again? So is that cancellation effectively suspended at some point if they lose that job, or how does that work if there's data on that? But I guess my first question is, what's the average duration of the suspension, and then how would the same work for a cancellation?
Well, look, we might need to talk to our colleagues in the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, because they, in fact, manage the targeted compliance framework, which is the series of suspensions. It's not uncommon for some people to be suspended and to have that removed pretty quickly. So a standard case might be somebody who doesn't show up for an appointment with an employment services provider, may accrue a suspension. The suspension doesn't, under the targeted compliance framework, doesn't mean they get no payment or a lesser payment. There's a series of, the framework allows a series of negatives, if you like, before you actually face a financial penalty. But there are people who, of course, will have a legitimate reason, and they'll get that reinstated pretty quickly.
How quickly can that be reinstated once it's suspended or cancelled?
Well, for people who might be, say, a first offence, where it might have been not showing up, and it turns out they did, and the job service provider, in fact, just characterise them, that can be done pretty quickly.
Data entry error or something.
Yeah, that can be done quickly within sort of a matter of days.
Yeah.
For those people, I mean, if that's happening within an entitlement fortnight, there is no impact on their payment as a result of that.
Yeah. Okay. And with a cancellation, how often can that be reinstated?
Yeah, I mean,
probably just soon.
There's two types of cancellations. There's people who might actually be cancelled from payment because they've gone through the entire targeted compliance framework and basically just disengaged. That's different than the cancellation I was talking about before, where somebody might actually say, I'm cancelling my payment because I've got a job. I no longer want to engage with Service Australia, I don't need to, and they effectively cancel themselves off payment.
Yep. Okay. With the job seeker requirement to seek that, to reach that 100-point target as a part of the mutual obligations, can you sort of give us an idea of examples where that requirement might be relaxed for any particular reasons, or when that could occur?
So, Senator, that's actually a question you've got to pose to the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. They manage the targeted compliance framework, they manage the points-based activation system, which is what you're referring to. So in terms of how that's administered, they're questions you're going to have to put to them.
Sure. So DSS doesn't have any oversight of that?
We don't have policy responsibility, where it intersects with the social security law in the sense that if people accrue suspensions and get cancelled from payment, then obviously there's implications. But the administration in terms of day-to-day of that is actually a matter for the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
Would they communicate that kind of thing with you, like when something like that might be relaxed, or that's entirely out of your, that's not something you talk to them about? Or they talk to you about?
Well, we talk to them, but they own that framework. So in terms of how the points requirements work, how people might accrue different points in terms of meeting their obligations, that's really a matter for them, where they consult with us, but they administer that component.
It was more about when that might be relaxed. So would you have an awareness of what those circumstances are, and do you have any input or insight into that? So, if someone hasn't reached their 100 points, what would be the circumstances under which effectively that would be forgiven?
Well, I think that's laid out in the targeted compliance framework, which is theirs to manage. So I don't really want to go to that. Sorry,
right.
Senator.
Thank you. Has DSS and Workforce Australia had any discussions then about reducing this point target, or is that, again, not something that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Not at all?
No, well, there hasn't been any recent discussions. I'm not aware of sort of any major reviews or changes, rather, that are being discussed at the moment.
So only historic stuff that hasn't gone anywhere?
Sorry, has there been any?
So the only discussions would be historic discussions that haven't gone anywhere, so nothing current or live at the moment?
Not that I'm aware of, no, Senator.
Thank you. Have job seeker mutual obligation requirements been paused at any time since the COVID-19 pandemic?
I might see if one of my colleagues can answer, but certainly there are periods where generally they're paused, so things like over Christmas. But outside of outside of those sort of general ones, I can't recall any that have been in recent times.
Sure. So were one of your colleagues going to talk to that, or did you ask the next one?
Yeah, I don't think that there have been. I mean, other than the Easter, Christmas periods, which are effectively for everybody,
yeah.
I can't recall there's been any other sort of nationwide or generalised pausing of mutual obligations.
Okay.
There can be the only caveat is there can be some occasions where if there are issues with the system that the Department of Employment Workplace Relations uses, that can sometimes be used as a reason for switching those off.
Okay.
The only other ones are right. And my colleague has just reminded me that under the Remote Employment Services Program, there are no mutual obligations at present.
Okay.
And that's been for some time. That's not necessarily a last year. That's been a longer standing issue.
Okay.
Senator, at this point I might seek to rotate to the Greens and then I'll come back to you. So Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks very much, Chair. I've got some questions around income apportionment. Yep. And I'm going to, referring to your statement, Mr Griggs, that you made on the 23rd of October, I think 2024, in which you'd said that in April 2024, Services Australia restarted a limited number of internal reviews, explanations of decisions and new debt-raising activities in line with the department's interpretation of the law. And then further down you talked about the fact that you were effectively pausing internal reviews, explanations of decisions and raising of new debts potentially affected by income apportionment. So that's the statement that I'm referring to. Yep. So first question is, the statement sets out that DSS directed Services Australia to pause all activity. Are you able to tell us what date that DSS directed Services Australia to pause all activity?
Have you got the dates?
I think it was just in a couple of days before that statement. Yeah.
Look, we'll get that on notice.
Okay, but you think it's roughly a couple of days?
Within that week before the Secretary's statement was made.
Okay, if you can clarify and notice, that'd be great. Yeah. So my next question then is, between April 2024 and pausing activity, how many new debt-raising activities were undertaken?
So no new ones. These were reviews of existing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And it was
so none between April and that statement actually being made?
No new.
None? No. Okay.
But in terms of reviews and things, it was actually quite a limited number. We can get that information from Services Australia.
Because I was going to ask for detail as well on the nature of any new debt-raising activities between April 2024 and pausing.
Mr Berra from Service Australia has remained in order to be able to answer questions specifically about this, the activities in terms of the pause.
Because I guess my question, just to come back to the release, the statement said that in April 2024, Services Australia restarted a limited number of internal reviews, explanations of decisions and new debt-raising activities. So, and it says in line with the interpretation, but then you've said in October there's an effective pause. So I guess my question is it your position that...
Can I just give you the context of why that took place?
Yeah.
So I received legal advice in March, April, that I had an obligation under the Act to restart because we had what we believed to be a settled legal position around the calculation of debts. Then, of course, with the AAT decision in FTXB, in the case FTXB, we did not any longer have a settled legal position, even though we still hold the view, we're still confident in our position. And, of course, because it's subject to appeal, I felt it was important to not continue, to repause, and then, of course, you'll see later in the statement where individuals feel they want it resolved because they might be prevented from doing something else with an outstanding Commonwealth debt. We've laid out sort of the terms and conditions, if you like, about we're happy to proceed and resolve that, but we may have to come back to you if the court decides a different way.
Yep, and I understand that. So I guess my question is, noting that the release says that you restarted activity in April and then changed your view when closer to the time that... Yep. So my question then is, between April, when you had restarted, and then when you paused, how many new debt-raising activities were undertaken? So is it your position that actually, even though you said restart, there weren't any?
No, I think Mr Birra can probably answer that question.
Thanks, Secretary. Hi, Senator. Chris Birra, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Payments and Integrity at Services Australia. After what we term Stage 1 recommencement of activities in April, in terms of the debts that you were talking about, looking at potential overpayments and the raising of those, we commenced 349 and we finished 83 of those.
Okay, thank you. Are you able to give me any further detail, Mr Birra, on the nature of the new debt-raising activities that happened between April and the second pause?
Yeah, so those activities, and you'll recall last time we were here, Senator, we discussed how Stage 1 was about testing our communications, our staff guidance and our processes in order to implement the preferred methodology of income apportionment. In terms of those potential overpayments, they were potential overpayments that had dated from pre-7th of December 2020, and so we're in the period before that, the change of assessment model, which altered sort of the approach of calculating entitlements. That required our staff to review what was on customer records, contact customers and speak to them about what additional information they may have, and then to also contact former employers to see if they had further information in keeping with the guidance that was issued about seeking to find daily rates or other payroll information that could help with the recalculations.
Okay. How many staff are assigned to work on income apportionment cases in Services Australia, and what would be the cost of that staff allocation?
I'll ask Ms Clark to answer that.
Rachel Clark, General Manager, Integrity Response for Services Australia. We have 153 staff in total, broken into an operations team of 126 staff and a response team of 27 staff, but I'd have to take the financials on notice.
All right, thank you. I note that in the annual report, just trying to see what page it is, at 7.1, contingent assets and liabilities, continued, talks about personal benefits. I think it's from page 262.
262.
Yep. I note that it says that income apportionment is a practice that related to debts incurred from the early 1990s to the 7th of December 2020. Can you explain when and how the department was made aware of the possibility that this problem reached back as far as the early 1990s?
So, Senator, in preparing, I went back and looked at the evidence I gave in May, and I think I referred then to the fact that it said it was at least 2003. And at the time, that was because there was changes to the Social Security Act where we could be quite precise. The words, the way in which income was calculated, first earned, derived, received, which is the subject of the legal issues we're talking about, first appeared in the Social Security Act when it was constructed in 1991. So the current piece of legislation is Social Security Act 1991. So the reference to the early 90s is just making a general observation that in 1991 that's what the law said, and so we, I think through sampling and other means, have identified that it would at least go back to that period. Okay, so considering that that predates section 1073B, what's the department's view on the source of the potential unlawfulness of income apportionment? I'm not sure if maybe I should get the Chief Counsel to answer that question. Sorry, Senator.
Good evening, Senator Bronwyn-Morswick, Chief Counsel. We have done a fairly extensive amount of research and looking back over the legislation. We don't necessarily know that there's a point in time that we can attribute to the commencement of the practice. What we do know is that there were challenges in understanding how to properly apportion employment income in a period, and we're still really investigating and trying to understand where we've got to. All the legislation has been reviewed. We've looked back over various amendment acts. Officials who've been working in Services Australia for many, many decades have been interviewed, and we've also spoken to all of the major academics and sort of senior commentators who've had evidence and who spoke, for example, in the Robo-Debt Royal Commission to understand what knowledge they might have of the origins of the practice. And no one has really been able to tell us about a specific point in time or a specific rationale for how it has emerged. But we are still continuing to make those investigations as new information comes to light.
All right, thank you. What communication, if any, has the department had with the Ombudsman with respect to the expanded scope of the income apportionment problem?
We've been in regular contact with the Ombudsman throughout, Senator.
Okay, so...
I spoke to him as recently as when the statement came out. I rang him to tell him about the statement and rationale and what we were doing. So we're in pretty regular contact.
Okay. What communication, if any, has the department had with Commonwealth Department of Public Prosecutions with respect to the expanded scope of the income apportionment problem?
I can answer that. Bronwyn-Morswick, Chief Counsel. We met with the Commonwealth DPP, I think it was last week, and I'll just indicate for the committee's benefit, we've been meeting fortnightly with the CDPP for over the last 12 months. We continue to update them on what we're finding and what developments have occurred in our end. Mm-hmm. The CDPP has told us they are continuing to monitor the situation and wish to continue our engagement. They consider they've told us they've completed all of their disclosure obligations. I think in previous hearings we've given you evidence about the extent of those obligations being fulfilled, and we will continue to meet with them and update as we go. The last meeting we had with them, we were advised that there's been no efforts by any of the individuals to appeal or lodge appeals in relation to convictions associated with these matters.
Okay, thank you. Has the department received advice from the Solicitor General regarding unlawful income apportionment?
Senator, it's a long-standing practice of the Commonwealth that we don't reveal matters pertaining to legal advice given to the Commonwealth, including in relation to the question that you've just posed.
So I haven't asked for the content of it, I've asked have you received it?
Again, Senator, it's not a matter that I'm able to confirm in this setting, in line with the Commonwealth's long-standing practice of not revealing the existence or source of legal advice to the Commonwealth.
All right. Well, with that in mind then, I just want to note that in September, a Public Service Code of Conduct investigation found that 2 former secretaries had breached the Public Service Code of Conduct because of failures to act with due care and diligence, failures to ensure that internal and external legal advice was sought about the legality of the robo-debt scheme, failures to respond to public criticism as well as academic and legal criticism of the scheme, misrepresentations to the Ombudsman regarding the legal position of the department, failure to ensure the Solicitor General was expeditiously briefed and advice sought about the scheme's unlawfulness, failure to expeditiously inform the Minister of the Solicitor General's advice on the lawfulness of the scheme. So I guess noting the recency, clarity and seriousness of these findings, I ask the following. Has the Secretary expeditiously ensured that advice has been received for the Solicitor General in relation to this matter?
I'm very comfortable where I'm sitting in relation to all of those things you mentioned.
Okay. If I could just add, Senator, that throughout this process we have maintained very frequent updates to the Office of Legal Services Coordination within the Attorney General's Department, as is proper for the First Law Officer's agency to be aware of what we're doing. We consult regularly with them. We meet with them every step that has been taken in relation to the management of matters in the Administrative Review Tribunal and in relation to the Secretary's decisions around his responsibilities with respect to administration of social security law have been made in close consultation with the support of the relevant agencies. And we've been very transparent about that, and all agencies involved in this process are aware, and we've continued to talk with them and will continue to meet with them.
All right. Just know I've only got a couple of questions in this block, Chair, and then I'm moving on to a different topic, so you can tell me if you want me to move on. As in rotate, I mean.
Yeah, you are due to rotate, but if you want
just got to
finish on this topic.
Yeah. I note, Mr Griggs, that in your 23rd of October statement you said that you remain confident in the interpretation of the law advanced by your department, and you'll be making submissions to that effect during the appeal process. Has DSS received advice from the Solicitor General regarding that position?
I think I said, when I said I was very comfortable where I'm at.
That's your answer? Yep, thank you. Has the department completed any financial risk modelling